Good morning. I'm Christopher Lloyd, and I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot, do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know what to talk
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show.
This is not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed, and convention burns the crowd. Would you like to make some fucking with Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you want it? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help. Fuck you!
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh.
Last show of the year, huh? Last live show of the year. Whoa.
Wow. Weird.
Of course that happened. You all right?
Yeah, but I can't. Okay. I'm good.
Mars has been gone for about 2 weeks, so a few things have been
Yeah.
a little messed up.
A little amiss.
I asked about this screen, I don't know, 5 days ago.
Oh, the Iraq screen?
Yeah. Is the Radio Wizard on that?
I haven't heard anything about it.
Is he even aware?
He may not be, no.
He's still not aware of that either, huh?
The wall thing?
Yeah.
No.
That we pointed out saying, let's see how long it takes for him to fix that.
Just looks shoddy.
I mean, it wasn't brought up at the final meeting of the year, so.
Well, we got this.
Final meeting.
We got this black shit that's covering up some beige shit,
Right.
and the black shit is kind of like falling off the wall. It's been falling off the wall for months, and kind of as a little gag, we said, let's see how long it takes the Radio Wizard, the guy that's supposed to be taking care of everything for us, notices it and fixes it.
No, there's been more of a focus on cleaning up the offices.
Oh wow! Ooh,
But-
that's exciting.
Yeah, that's just a little behind-the-scenes dirt for you guys.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Yeah.
But who gives a fuck about the screen that is kind of important to see what the fuck's going on in the other room?
Maybe they thought they'd get you because the end of the world was coming. They figured, why fix it if,
I think
end of the world.
I've survived officially 3 end of the worlds.
Yeah.
I think I'm up to 3 end of the worlds I've survived.
Right.
Is that a record? Do I got the record?
3 end of the worlds.
I know we had that
Or is it
one.
ends
with
of the world. I don't know.
Wasn't there one where it was a mate thing? Like, remember that whacked out guy?
Yeah, that
we've
crazy
already
guy.
forgotten about already. But
Yeah.
he got a lot of media attention. So
But then he changed his date, right? Didn't he say that was
Then
a
he
mistake?
changed his date, so that's another end of the world. This is the third. I got at least 3 end of the worlds I've survived. And I'm sure there's been a few others.
A Y2K.
Y2K, that's
Survived
my
that
4th end of the world I survived.
Did survive the Y2K.
You might not have survived today yet. Pepper Hicks told me that
That's true.
11:11 is the time.
11:11 or 6:11, I heard.
Oh, shit. Pepper told me 11:11 a.m.
11:11.
Did it say in the Mayan calendar 11:11? Like what zone? What time zone?
Oh, I mean...
Oh, don't get into that.
I know.
Because yesterday I said Mayans, epic fail. That's what I heard. I'm like, they said the end of the world. That means they're talking about the world.
The world.
So that means, the 21st started already somewhere else.
Right.
Thus, then, fuck you. I'm going to say that a lot more next year because it's a joke.
What did they say?
They corrected you.
Correct.
One idiot goes, "Hey, dope! It's not the 21st yet." I go, "Yes, it is, you dope." Because if the Mayans are talking about the world, that means the world.
Right.
We like to think the whole world lives in our dumb time zone, but the fact is, if you're talking about the end of the world, where's the 21st? Well, it started, what, in Australia or fucking Japan or wherever the fuck?
Somewhere far away from here.
They're already, they've already celebrated Christmas. They're so far ahead of us.
It's done. It's amazing.
So guess what? There's no end of the world shit.
It is raining hard.
Huh?
It is raining
It is
hard.
kind of creepy in New York with that
see
said.
that.
A little fucking windy. My whole fucking apartment was creaking last night. I thought ghosts were walking around.
You know what that is?
Huh?
That's the end of the world.
Well, when you wake up and you hear all this like creaking, like the floorboards, like someone's walking, you're like, all right, who the fuck's in my apartment? And then you realize the building's fucking moving in.
You're fucking hundreds of feet in the air.
500-ish.
Cloud City.
500-ish.
Wow.
500-ish.
Do you remember when we were? Did you do that thing when you were a kid where somebody would tell you like this? Oh, I got a story to tell you, and the story was some long story about how there was a dead lady. And the name Mary, the girl's name was Mary, and the
Bloody
mother was
Mary.
It's always Mary.
Is
I don't
it Mary?
know why. There's one of those out on Long Island too, walking around a graveyard or something.
But then you tell the story, and it's like the person's coming for Mary,
right?
And do you know this? Mary, I'm on the first step.
Oh,
like walking up the steps to your house.
That's creepy.
And Mary, I'm on the second step. And I don't know what else was happening.
Oh.
But I just remember, Mary, I'm on the third step. And then you're listening, and they go, and I got you. And that was the end of the story.
Mary opens the door and goes, "Hi, Daddy." He goes,
Mary.
And I go, trim that pussy. Oh!
So damn Mary.
That's a good story.
That's
Is it
very
terrible?
scary.
No, it's a great story.
I wish I would know the story. I would have told it. It would have killed a good 8 minutes.
So the end of the world thing's a bust. Although it's a little creepy in New York today.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bit sideways.
Yeah, it's
And
windy.
then I think it's going to snow a little later. Right?
Is it
And then
really? Or
that's it.
They always say shit like that, and then they go north and west of our area.
Right.
In our listening area, we could get snow north and west.
It's just a bust. We've spent 2 or 3 years getting to this day, and
Yeah, nothing.
at least an earthquake or something would be fun, just to kind of
Shake things up.
yeah, shake things up a little bit.
How they spell that? That's great. They get so fucking. Oh, dopes.
They just suck.
Oh,
Most of you don't, but there are people that just
there are
really,
a few, aren't
really need to get a life at this point.
my God.
Really. Just move on, you idiots.
I've had it. Some of these people.
Last show of the year, we got Christmas cookies from Sam Roberts' mom.
I know. I saw that.
Can I see those cookies?
You can see them from where you are.
Not really. I can't see right now.
Oh, yeah, those weren't that good last year.
They were. Yes, they were.
Right.
They were all right
Remember
last
that.
year. There was a
Oh
little
my
drop
God! I
off.
can't believe she even did it.
Why?
Why would she? She called me and all. You want me to make cookies for everybody? Okay, I'll
said
drive
no.
to your apartment.
It's kind of creepy because they're like perfect.
Of course
And she
they
gets
are.
like the cellophane, the
Right.
festive cellophane to put over it, like like you bought that at a store.
hand-tied ribbons.
Oh, with love.
There's
Tied
some
with
in there.
love.
Yeah.
What kind of cookies are in there?
Yeah.
Any
Wait.
peanut butter cookies?
I don't know. There's peanut butter stuff. There's fudge.
What do you mean peanut butter stuff? What kind of peanut butter
I
stuff?
said I don't know if there's
Is it in
peanut
a
butter
cookie
stuff.
form?
I just said I don't know if
Or is
there's
it
peanut
homemade or Reese's?
No,
is it
there's no-
Reese's or
it's
Reese's?
Reese's.
Reese's.
I always fuck that one up too. Reese's. Peanut butter cups.
It's Reese, but it's possessive. Reese's.
I got a niece named Reese.
Yeah, it's her peanut butter cup.
Guess what she gets every birthday?
Peanut butter cups.
She
A
thinks-
lot of original people in my family.
Very, very funny.
bet I'll be the only one. I'll be the only one. I'll buy a giant one this year. I'm doing voices in 2013. Fuck it.
Ooh,
It's time.
a preview.
There's some cookies and fudge and pecan tarts.
Oh God,
And-
pecans.
Pecan sucks.
I
We
don't
say
mind
it
a
every
pecan.
year. Pecan
I
stinks.
Do you like them in pumpkin pie?
No.
Pecans.
What about pecan pie?
I like pecan pie.
That's
No.
a little pecan pie.
I hate the word pecan, though.
Pecan,
I hate it too.
Pecans in the nut family, right?
It's a nut.
All right. Well, there's much better nuts than pecan.
Not to make a pie out of. You're gonna make a peanut pie.
Almonds are better.
You're gonna make an almond pie.
Regular peanuts are better.
What about a good filbert?
You can make an almond pie. You just make a nice lime pie and you throw some almonds on. And you go, what do you know?
What do you think?
Pecans suck because they gotta sugar that shit up. They know they suck.
Well, they're nuts. They're not sweet.
Yeah, but other nuts you could just eat. They're fine.
Nuts shouldn't be on anything sweet.
No.
I mean, I'm not a nut
Except
guy.
the pussy right at
Yeah, there you go, Jim.
Fucking right.
You're all man.
Well, the end of the world. I think we're safe on that one, right?
Yeah.
Big story though, man. We got a former Olympic track star.
Oh my dude,
that was escorting. Does that make your fucking penis?
My heart is
Norton?
fluttering reading this.
Really? Why?
It's turning me on so much
To know that she's just a bad girl.
Yeah, but she was a $600 an hour girl. I never would have got her anyway.
No?
Nah, unless I knew who she was, but I would never go for just a $600 an hour girl.
That doesn't seem like a lot. Do you have to do a 2-3 hour minimum or something?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't spend that kind of money. No.
Are you with an Olympic athlete?
But that's what I'm saying. She didn't list herself as that. She was just a pretty girl. Look at her ad. Look at her ass in the post.
Great legs.
Look at this. That was her ad. The top. How fucking
I know, but her
hot is
face is
that?
a little rough.
She didn't show her face in the ad.
Yeah, well, good for her. Or she would have been a $200 a fucking hour call girl.
Well, she's 44 now too. She's also a little older.
Some saying she won a gold medal. I don't think she did.
No, I never heard of her.
Well, then MSNBC fucking had the wrong info as I'm sitting
Oh,
here
wow.
today.
Go figure.
The Daily News on your market said ho.
Oh, nice.
You can see on the cover they got her little ad in the bottom there.
Right.
I'm all over this
All
one.
sexy and shit.
And look at her cooking. She had like a cooking thing she did. That's what turned me on is the fact that she probably has a nice pussy, nice Olympic pussy.
What do you think that's about? She's saying that
Her husband knew.
Yeah, and her husband was trying to make her stop. Her husband knew, but he wasn't into it. He wasn't one of those guys.
Wow.
I don't know because why would she do it? I don't buy that the husband wasn't into it. I think that she's protecting him.
Maybe they needed the money. Screw the Olympic legacy and Nike commercial. I was a $600 an hour call girl. Wow.
Dude, this is driving me berserk, this story.
Susie Favor Hamilton, a 3-time U.S. Olympian in middle distance running. Middle distance is it's that weird distance. It's I don't know. Whatever.
In the middle?
Yeah, it's like those 10-mile races and stuff.
Yeah.
No. I think it's like whatever. Who cares? Spent the last year working as a call girl for Haley Heston's private collection. It's a premier escort service based in Las Vegas. 44-year-old wife and mother used the alias Kelly Lundy to snuggle with men in swanky hotels from Los Angeles to Chicago. And we couldn't. You want me to read every single word?
How much was she?
$600 an hour.
$600 an hour. And Jimmy,
is that a lot?
Treat yourself.
If I knew, no. If I knew it was her,
way higher,
I mean,
right?
ever. You've never treated yourself
I
to
have.
like a
No,
real
he's done
high-end one?
$600.
I've done more.
He's talked about it on the show.
Yeah, I did 1,000 once.
Oh,
What'd you get for
What'd
1,000?
that get you?
It was just a woman who I had really wanted to fuck, and I did. And she wanted normally more. She normally goes for more.
Oh, you got a discount.
I think I got like $500 off.
Look at you.
How long you last?
Not that long.
$1,000.
No, fuck, man, not a long time. But it was hot eating her, going down on her and fucking. But this was one though. That's something.
A quick 1,000.
I said to myself.
Did you regret it as soon as you came?
No, because I held out and hadn't done it in a long. Like I never did it. I wanted to with this one, and I just didn't for like a year and a half or 2 years. I'm like, no way. And then I'm like, fuck it, just do it once, and I did. I would love to do it again, but it's been a long time since I've done it. I mean, I don't remember how long it was. It's just something.
Was she hot?
Yeah.
She had to be hot for 1,000.
And her body
right?
was just these long legs, juicy. Like she was fucking. She's a real escort. Like escorts like that are so much. There's a different vibe to them.
They don't have that distant stare.
No, a lot of times they kiss you. It's like a real date. But it's just again, that was the time I had a little bit extra money. I can't see myself doing that unless it's a tremendous one that I have to. It's like a bucket list type chick.
Yeah.
Right. It's just not worth it because $300 or $400 is even a lot because of the like I don't
really.
Yeah, man. Can I do it? You know. You don't want to fucking lose your home for getting horse.
But what are you getting for like 100?
I wouldn't do that. I honestly wouldn't. You getting
200? What's your lowest?
For 100 or 200, you're probably getting. It's probably a massage type thing with a hand release of some sort, and you may be able to talk them into more. But Sometimes you'll get regular girls.
Hand jobs are just silly.
You know what, though? They can
They're
get me
kinda
off
silly.
at times. They can.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
A good handy.
The twist.
I like a soft hand job. Like I don't like it when they do it too rough, like because they saw it in a movie. Like some of the girls I've gotten it from, they'll like touch your balls lightly and slowly jerk you. Like there are girls that really know how to just milk
I've seen
your dick.
videos that are amazing. Girls like using just her thumb, barely moving it. And the guy's like, "Brr."
Well, that's
Brr.
all right. But her double life imploded after revealing her identity to several clients. Why would she do that?
I have a theory. I think she wants to write a book.
Really?
Yep. I think she's writing a book, and I think this came out on purpose.
Okay. Who excitedly gushed to their friends about betting a former Olympian and model. A reporter caught up with Hamilton in a Las Vegas hotel lobby earlier this month. She reluctantly spilled about her astounding secret she now calls a huge mistake. You know, I don't think she thinks it's a huge mistake, right?
No.
I cannot emphasize enough how sorry I am to anyone I have hurt as a result of my actions and greatly appreciate the support from family and those closest to me. I fully intend to make amends and get back to being a good mother, wife, daughter, and friend, Hamilton tweeted today. Hamilton lives in Wisconsin with her 7-year-old daughter and her college sweetheart. Just because you go out with someone in college doesn't mean it's your fucking sweetheart. They have to say that every time.
Yeah.
She said her husband knew of her salacious shenanigans, but he just couldn't stop her.
See, that's the part that I have trouble believing because she's a drug addict or a sex addict. I mean, obviously, there's a reason for this. But when they said that she started in December of 11, so maybe she's just having these, I'm an older woman losing everything.
Oh, she just did this last year.
I believe so,
A quick
yeah.
year. The former swimsuit model gushes her secret sex life was exciting, a welcome diversion from heading her successful real estate brokerage company, delivering 60 motivational speeches a year, and heading up promotional work for Disney. So she was making pretty good money, it seems.
Dude, how hot is that? How fucking hot is that? This girl
That's like
was
what's,
doing legit stuff.
that's like what's getting you.
Yes, the fact that she was doing this, she had this business, and there was this
And she couldn't help herself.
this private, because it gives you faith in every woman you meet. Like, no matter who you see around the office, or no matter who you see, they can have that other side. Like that turns me on so much. Is that dirty, dirty secret of it makes it so hot to me. I'd easily spend $600 if I knew who she was.
Well, she says, I was drawn to escorting in large part because it provided many coping mechanisms for me when I was going through a very challenging time with my marriage and my life. It provided an escape from a life that I was struggling in. It was a double life.
Oh, double life.
I do not expect people to understand, but the reasons for doing this made sense to me at the time and were very much related to depression.
See, this is now she's on the healing road. Like this is the redemption. Like I do think that she'll write a book about it, and I think this came out on purpose because you don't tell people you're an Olympic athlete for no reason unless you want the story out. You're not dumb. Nobody recognized her. Obviously, she had to tell them.
Right.
If somebody recognized her, I'd go, "Oh wow." But she wanted this out.
She wasn't but she was in Nike commercials. And she's one of the most successful female athletes in NCAA track and field history.
Oh, dude, you're just driving me crazy. I just want to.
She was an amazing college athlete. She ran in the 92, 96, and 2000 Olympics. But I don't think she medaled. I really don't think she medaled.
Yeah, she minded her own business, which I respect.
But she claimed her life turned sour after suffering from postpartum depression following her daughter's birth in 2005. Hamilton said she also struggled with her brother's suicide a year before she sprinted in the 1,500-meter final in Sydney. She said she threw the race once she knew she couldn't score a medal. Horrified she could not honor her brother's memory. So this all leads to hooking?
Yeah, right?
That mind is a weird fucking thing, huh?
I don't believe that her husband couldn't stop her, though, because you don't tolerate your wife jetting to Vegas. And although she may have been gone for speaking engagements, too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he busted her, and then she's like, I won't do it anymore, but then still did it under another name when she was... Yeah, maybe that's true. Okay.
I've been seeking the help of a psychologist for the past few weeks and will continue to do so after I have put things back together. She said she decided to quit the escort business, though several of her clients tell the site she is worth every penny.
Wow.
I would
She
see
was
her
good,
in
huh?
a second. I would see her.
Imagine that fucking... Fucking, she could work that thing.
She's older
All those
though,
muscles.
which is not my $600 escort was 44. You'd never hear me ordering that.
No.
No. She's got those rough hand ligaments.
She is pretty lean.
Yeah.
She probably could squeeze your dick pretty good.
Yeah.
Mean. Not too far between.
Squeeze that shit.
But escorts freak me out a little bit anyway. Like, I don't go out and get the ones that fuck. Like, I don't, because there's too much you can catch. It just it really does scare me. Like, yeah, man, it's like, you got to be careful.
So what do you usually, fucking handies?
Yeah, sometimes.
Finger in your ass?
Sometimes, yeah, or a lot of times nothing. I've gotten I go to like massage places and stuff, and I get really nothing happens.
Huh.
But it's just the idea of it.
It's interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like then I go home and I just I think I'm gonna jerk off, but I don't. I've gotten to be a weirdo, but I've actually mellowed as far as risk taking in my older days.
Oh, look at you.
Just a very, very low risk shit in my life. Because I'm just starting to get nervous. Like, I've been lucky for too long. Like, nothing really bad has happened, and when it does, it's going to be a bad one. Like, I'm going to knock her up, and she's going to have 4 kids, and they're all going to have AIDS, and give it to me.
Oh, my God.
Like, something, like, I'm going to fucking 20 years of karma is going to just kick me in the fucking stomach.
Oh, my God. That's horrific.
I know.
Holy shit. So that's a big story today. Big story.
That's hot, though, man. Look at her cooking. Look, did you see that picture of her cooking, dude? That's fucking great. That's a cooking
hot.
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is the cooking picture hot?
Because it shows you
that she's a homebody.
That's no. It's not. It's her cooking on a set. It looks like she's cooking.
She's doing like a Martha Stewart kind of a thing.
Yeah, it was like a picture.
Try to find a hot picture of her. See, her face is rough, man.
Yeah, it is, but it's more the
Body's,
scenario.
Definitely banging.
Yikes.
What about the bikini picture? Yeah, the red, white,
Let me
and blue.
see, Sammy. Sammy!
Not bad.
Oh, come on. Look at that body on her.
No, the body's amazing.
Yeah.
But face a little rough.
It's a little Dolph Lundgren-ish, but I mean...
Give me one more. Can you find a good face picture somewhere?
That's now.
Let me see.
I mean, she's not ugly, certainly.
That turns me on.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. I like when I know about them in real life. That always turned me on when I would know about them in real life because, you know, they are people, and it's like when people come over to your house or you go to them, it's just you're seeing each sexual things. I want to know what they do for real. You know, a lot of them don't want to tell you, but
yeah. So,
well,
it's hot to know that.
Yeah,
like you know more about that person in 45 minutes than people that they've known for 20 years. And that's what the dirty secret is about it, is like people who fucked her knew more about her than her Olympic teammates who traveled the world with her. In 40 minutes, they learned more about her that fucking underbelly.
Yeah.
And that to me is the sexy part. I'm babbling.
You think she liked it? Think she enjoyed it?
God, I'm just sorry. They cannot stop showing this kid's picture in the fucking post.
Yeah.
They cannot stop showing his photo.
Yeah.
And that absolutely will make someone else think twice about it.
Wow.
I have no doubt about it.
And these pictures of these children are fucking, it's depressing me so much. I was reading last night how I didn't realize that some of the kids were hiding.
It's the most horrific thing you could ever imagine.
And the teacher who they called a hero, she made all the kids hide in the fucking classroom, and this fucking animal comes in, and he goes, where? I guess he demanded to know where they are. And she goes, they're down the hall in the auditorium. And I guess that he waited there or something. I don't know what happened. And then a few of the kids panicked and ran out, and he shot. It just fucking...
It's terrible.
And they just keep showing his fucking face, and it's really annoying me.
Creep.
And the media has no responsibility as far as that goes.
And that's where guys like...
I mean, Piers is demanding, you know, people answer his questions, but I asked a simple question to that guy, you know?
The media has a much bigger part of this.
Look, man, I said it the other day. If you know more about this kid than Mick Jagger, it's absolutely a problem.
Yeah.
We live in a culture where everybody wants to be famous. Every single person wants to be famous. That's why Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the rest of them are just taking off.
Yeah, it gives you
because everyone's
forum.
getting a little taste of fame.
Yeah,
of course this influences others. Of course it does.
You're hobnobbing with celebrities on Twitter, you know, shit like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Kind of almost famous, and then
And I do think violent video games and some violent movies also influence, but I also think it's the other side of it that you know, it also calms people the fuck down.
Yeah, I think that's inconsequential.
You're never going to get a perfect stat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I think this is way more influential than any of the horseshit they're talking about on TV.
Yeah.
When you show his picture every fucking day, that's giving other lonely kids some ideas.
Yeah, if you're going to kill yourself, why wouldn't you do something like this?
Absolutely.
You just look in the paper and see all the recognition you get.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid. Dumb fucking news. I'm so glad him and his dumb fucking mother are dead. Oh, am I so glad.
Yeah, that mother really is a lump of shit.
Ugh.
I'm glad the mom's dead, too.
Yes.
Fuck her. A lot of people feeling bad for that mother.
Fuck her.
I'm glad the mother's dead.
Fuck
Yeah,
her.
she was horrendous. She knew this kid was a fucking maniac, and she left guns around the house.
Yeah,
she knew she had a dud fall out of her box.
Fucking ventilates her head.
And then
Good.
and then she takes off for a few days, just leaving him in the house.
No.
With guns! With the
guns,
fucking
yeah.
guns!
Gummy.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that he didn't
Irresponsible.
just shoot her and then himself.
Right, yeah,
fucking
yeah.
awful.
Just find the two of them in a fucking pile in her dumb bedroom. That would have been good.
That would have been great.
A little footnote story somewhere we would have forgotten about already.
I don't know. I saw more 6 and 7 year olds yesterday. I can't look at 6 and 7 year olds.
Shit.
It goes right to the fucking pain you feel
Yeah, it's
about
terrible.
this thing. Because you just start imagining all sorts of shit, and then their little voices start talking. Because that was the age, 6, 7. See them every day. They were walking out of a school yesterday, and it drives me insane.
It's terrible.
It's horrendous. What are they doing today? A little moment of silence or something?
Is that it?
Ringing some bells? Got some bell ringing today. What are we doing?
I reckon. Yeah, doing something like that. And then the
And
NRA,
I know-
I guess, has a statement at this morning.
What
Some
time are
point.
they doing that?
10 something, 11 something?
I know I don't know. I know the media is also trying to spin like positive things coming out of this. There's absolutely no positive.
Zero
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah.
None. They're
Zero.
showing 26 Christmas trees. That's all nice and well and good, and maybe it helps the family slightly. I would say ever so slightly. But there's no good coming out of this. There's no like positive, like this is as bad as it gets as far as America goes, because we don't know what the fuck's going on with the rest of the world.
Well,
Focusing on the victims and showing everybody these children is one thing. Like, I think people like to know that the country's grieving with them.
I don't mind them focusing on the victims, but the scumbags on the news have to fucking go through their last day. What purpose does that serve?
yeah. Yeah, it's just
The
fucking...
one father's going, she was learning Portuguese, and we did a little Portuguese back and forth. See, I know this shit. I do watch. And then she said, "Goodbye, Daddy, love you," in Portuguese, and that was the last I ever saw her. I'm like,
jeez.
do we really need to know what her last day was? That's horrendous.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Talk about everything else about her life.
It's just awful. Awful. And they know they're contributing to it. They know. And they don't.
Yeah, that's why
They're
Piers,
not even acknowledged.
that's
by
why Piers
anybody.
didn't answer my question. He knows.
Yeah.
He fucking knows.
Not acknowledged by
As he's
any
sitting
of
there
them.
being all pissed off and outraged because people aren't answering his questions.
Well, they do that story.
Which are way more complicated than my stupid, and it was a stupid, simple question.
They won't do the story.
Does the news contribute to mass shootings? Tune in at 11 when we go in depth with this. No, I've never heard them actually acknowledge that even might be an issue. Disprove it.
24-hour news cycles where you're showing the guy's picture. By the way, I'm proud of this show because we didn't mention his name once.
Yeah, fuck him.
Absolutely contributes to this. Absolutely. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. That one I would say is a guarantee. Well,
Yeah.
video games and all that, certainly let's debate that. But 24-hour news cycle, I don't need to debate that one.
Without a doubt.
That's pretty obvious.
And they don't ask instead of saying the media, what they should say is, what do we as the media?
Yeah.
How about you fucking put we in there?
Yeah.
How do we in the media contribute to this? What is our part in this, unless,
Right.
of course, all these profilers and the FBI profilers, these guys that can pick out a serial killer's fucking his favorite brand of oat muffin before we catch him.
Yeah.
By the way the body is splayed, they're telling us that this contributes.
Yeah.
And we, the press, are purposefully ignoring it. They're not
know why? This
innocent about this. They know it.
This is a huge moneymaker for 24-hour news cycles.
Oh, yeah.
Huge moneymaker.
Viewership's up, and they were able to sell their commercials.
Secretly, if you want a taste of honesty, they kind of hope this shit happens.
Yep.
Sorry, they
Oh,
do.
Yeah.
Because they don't know these people in the end. They kind of hope this shit happens.
They love big news, regardless of what it is.
Right.
That's their bread and butter.
Oh, well, that's outrageous. Is it? Is that outrageous?
And they don't even know it. They don't even admit it to themselves. Like, they never have moments where they go, hey, I'm glad this happened.
Yeah.
They don't say it, but it is the way they behave.
They know. They walk around those places and they look at each other like, here we go. Here we go. They rub their hands together like, this is good for business.
Yeah.
Guy in Cincinnati has a very good question. Guy, what's up?
Guy.
Hey, what's up, O&A and Jimmy?
Hi, buddy.
What's up, Guy?
Yeah, my question is, do these guys, if they're going in to be famous, why do they take their lives? They never get to see themselves on television to be famous.
They just want to. You know what it is? I think they're
question.
going out as legends. Like that's in their, of course, in their minds. We're going to go out because they. I'll tell you why. This goes right to the press. Because they know they're going to be famous because they see how the press covers these other people once they're dead.
Right.
Yeah.
And they know that they're going to kill themselves anyway. So they're like, I'm going out in a blaze of glory. And they probably think I'm going to be infamous. I'm going to live on in
Right.
some way because they've seen the way these fucking pigs in the press cover them and make them anti-heroes. If it wasn't for that, if they just get a quick blurb on them and said the shooter or whatever, and they concentrated on what an outcast he was, not a maniac, but a lonely, fucking socially
Piece of
worthless
shit, yeah.
outcast, they might not do it.
You know how pathetic they are. They're now talking to the kid's barber.
What?
The guy that cut his hair.
Jesus.
There's a whole interview about that.
That's fucking ridiculous.
I'd love to know the revenue and the stocks that go up for CNN and Fox during these tragedies for this week long. Just how much more money is made?
Well, basically, it breaks down to this because it happens in radio. You get a lot more viewers because of the big event, and then they could sell ads based on that down the road a little bit.
Well, thanks, guys. And Jimmy, if you're ever in Cincinnati, I can hook you up with some $20 crack horse.
Thank you, sir.
All right, sir.
Nice
Thank
offer.
you.
Yeah, you don't need to be
Generous.
hooked up with them. Just
Yeah.
point them out. I can take care of the business myself.
He's really helping you out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, you know what? I'm not a huge fan of Piers Morgan, that hothead.
Yeah.
Dylan, go ahead.
I
But I will defend Piers Morgan on Dylan's point. Go ahead, Dylan.
Hey, what was Pierce Morgan thinking when he told the rifle guy or the NRA guy or whichever? I can't really remember exactly what he was doing on there, what that guy's title was, but what was he thinking when he told that guy or asked him the question of, oh, so you enjoy seeing this happen, or you gun people like seeing this happen? What was that all about? Like, what kind of explanation was he expecting there? Like, nobody likes fucking seeing this happen.
No, it was just. I thought you were going to talk about his tweet where it was very sarcastic.
Yeah.
But everyone in tried to make a big deal about it, like he meant what he tweeted.
What did he say?
Someone basically said, do you enjoy what happened or whatever?
Right.
It was, yeah, of course I do, or something like that.
Jesus.
And it was obviously he was being completely sarcastic.
Yeah, I hear you there.
Well, that's just Piers being a hothead. I thought you were talking about the other one. So, yeah, of course that's a loaded. It's called a loaded question.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Of course, the guy doesn't, like what happened.
Yeah, Jesus. Pierce Morgan's a piece of shit in my mind.
He's a hothead.
He's just
he's very easy to get to on Twitter. It's a lot of fun. I see everyone else get to him as well. It's fun.
Did he actually respond to your questions and stuff? Because I saw you tweet.
We went back and forth for a couple hours. Then he gave me some weird answer that had nothing to do with my question. But since then, I've seen other people get to him with just really easy tweets.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You couldn't get to your question, or he couldn't answer your question, just like he couldn't answer half that guy's questions he was asking him. That guy was making Pierce Morgan his bitch for sure.
Pierce was a very unprofessional as far as an interview goes with that guy. He was just calling him names, taking his point.
You're stupid.
Yeah. The guy was making such valid points, and Pierce was just... Oh, all right, well, whatever.
Thank you, sir.
And Pierce was just... totally just saying, what you're saying is shit, and you're stupid, and that's not how you interview somebody.
No, and it's an emotionally really brutal issue for everybody.
Exactly.
And one thing I like about Piers, even though I think that is unprofessional, is at least
name?
you know. Yes, because I like to stand on the end. His imports are marvelous. I like to look too. I also Piers at times. But at least, he really believes what he's saying. Like he's. I'm not going to say coming from the gut. But I don't think he's being a phony. Like, I think that when you're allowing your emotion to come out that much as an interviewer, I don't think it's good.
I don't think
but
it's good
I will say at least he's not being a complete fraud. Like, he really thinks this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't get so hot about it.
Yeah.
I always find it weird when somebody from England, or especially the Canadians, are chiming in a lot about this whole thing. When they start jumping on with their viewpoints of what should happen in this country, when they really don't completely understand what it's like to not only be an American, but understand our rules and our rights and the Constitution. They just don't seem to...
How long has Piers been in America full time?
Odd.
Since the show started, right?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he really lived here a lot before that.
No. So you get this emotional thing that kind of, pushes the facts and all the other things out of the way. You can't just say, oh, well, there's no need for guns or anything. Well, you know what? The Constitution has spelled out that there is a need, so, can't just emotionally say get rid of them.
You know what? Because what you just said is why the rest of the world hates us.
Yeah.
In that moment, you know how annoying it is just to have somebody from Canada or Piers or England commenting on our country?
Yeah.
All we do is put our nose into everybody else's business.
Oh, I do understand that.
Can you imagine having fucking foreign soldiers on your base or on your land, or the U.S. government always poking.
Are we poking our
They're always meddling, nosy Ant USA. That and the rest of the world would hate. That's why they hate our guts.
Yeah.
Because we're always in. I get annoyed when they comment on our fucking culture. It's like, go fuck yourself.
I do kind of feel like we're, you know how in the bad neighborhoods the police are always looked at like the bad guys, and they throw shit at them and shoot at them and things like that. Yet they are the people that are calling the police most to fix their shit. That's how I think the United States is viewed in the eyes of the world also. Oh, you guys are assholes, you're pieces of shit. And then the second something happens, they're like, help! Obviously we stick our nose into places we shouldn't. I understand that. But then don't fucking go yelling for our help when shit happens in your country.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Nothing's going to be solved.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Like I said, the NRA is going to speak this morning.
We'll see what time they're speaking.
I'm not sure. I think this morning sometime 9, 10, maybe even 11. I'm not sure.
Let's see what they have to say.
And then Andrew Cuomo is talking about some really strict new gun control measures for New York State.
The Bloomberg as well.
Yeah, which already has really strict gun laws. There's still an assault weapon ban in New York. Like, it was lifted federally, but in New York, there's still certain guns you're not allowed to possess.
New York
that are
City?
considered assault weapons. No, New York State as a whole.
All of New York State.
Yeah. And now they want to get magazine size from 10 rounds down to 7 rounds, I think is what he's saying. I honestly don't think that a person that wants to bust in and kill a bunch of people is going to adhere to the magazine capacity rule.
Right.
I think they're going to grab 30-round magazines, load them up, and shoot people with them. But, Regardless.
All right.
Or irregardless.
Food's here. Nice.
Food. All right.
I just learned about the pecan.
Oh, you're learning about the pecan. Well, do tell.
Melvin Tillis, it looks like, on the old Twitter.
Tillis?
Melvin Tillis. Or Melv in Tillis. I don't know, man. You got to make your Twitter names
Isn't
easier
Mel
if you want
Tillis
the big plug.
That's stuttering country singer
Of course
guy?
it is, yes.
Oh.
He writes, the pecan is not a nut.
Oh, what is it?
I swear to God, until this moment, I thought it was a nut. It's a droop.
Oh, what?
It's a droop.
Ew, what's
a droop?
Are we all learning this for the first time?
What the fuck is a droop?
I've never heard of droops
That's
before.
a nut with Asperger's.
It's a droop. D-R-U-P-E, if you want to look it up. It's a fruit with a single stone or pit surrounded by a husk. It's a fucking nut.
That's
like
nut.
That's like saying tomatoes aren't fucking vegetables. Shut up.
Tomatoes are fruit.
Yeah, it's
Shut
a
up.
vegetable. I don't give a fuck what science says.
I got a fruit salad. They don't put tomatoes in it.
Exactly.
You ever cut tomatoes up over your fucking Apple Jacks? Oh, Ma, I want some tomatoes and my kern flakes, Ma.
Suck. Bunch of those dumb gooey seeds in your cereal.
How much would tomatoes wreck your fucking kern flakes?
Kern flakes. Just make it a fucking vegetable. We all know it is.
Exactly.
Enough with that shit.
A droop.
What's a droop? What else can we?
Or it's a nut that had a stroke.
It's a Bell's palsy nut.
Nuts versus droops. There's a whole article on it. Name some of those other droops.
Betty White's tits.
What about the walnut?
They droop.
The walnut's not a droop, right?
Now, the walnut's probably a nut.
All right, good. It has nut in its name.
It's not called a wall
understand.
droop.
That's right.
I understand it has nut in its name. So
I always liked pecani dog.
See, case.
My mic stay on.
Oh, what happened?
Is my mic on?
No.
I turned
Is the
off
plug
and
out?
moved it.
You know what?
Oh, God. What the? That cord is. Oh, that's good.
This channel had a bad week.
Now I'm hearing like.
Not us, but just like I guess Gary started his vacation early or something. Sam,
Can an engineer
guess
come in
so.
here and replace Jimmy's cord?
Yeah,
It's a
please.
bad cord.
Just you can leave your train outside, walk right in. See,
He comes in with an oil can. Oils your microphone. Why would he do that?
Oh, you know what? A peach is a droop.
I was going to ask if a peach was a
is a
droop based on
fruit.
Opie's description of a droop.
A nectarine.
I love a good
fruits.
nectarine.
Yeah, nectarine.
are they fruits and droops?
No, it's just a droop.
So
I think a droop can be a fruit, right?
Just-
Doesn't
yeah,
necessarily
like a-
mean a fruit's a droop.
Like
Well,
a
it
stone
depends.
fruit.
what are you, fucking Dr. Seuss?
Exactly.
A droop can be a fruit.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
boy. It opens up a whole nother can.
Gets a pecker in it.
A cherry is a droop.
All right,
Okay.
look.
Single stone.
Apricot.
How about their fruits?
An
And how about
apricot.
pecans or nuts?
Well,
they
then what's a
sleep on.
droop?
We're over describing everything. There's two things going on here. Two shows, one time. Enjoy.
Yeah.
I missed out on something really good, obviously.
Oh, it was just terrible. Oh, God. A single stone with some juicy goodness around it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Those are fruits.
Droops.
Stop. Use our time better than over describing everything. Brendan in Westchester. Brendan.
Ooh, Brendan.
Hi, guys. Long time, first time.
All right.
I thought you might find it interesting that a peanut actually isn't a nut. It's a legume.
I know. Everyone knows that.
Oh, okay. Well, did you know that a banana is actually a berry?
Oh, it is
Stop
not.
with this
not a berry.
shit. A
So's
banana-
Fred.
And Marvin.
And Boysen. It's not a berry, sir.
Oh, really? So you have like blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, and you throw in the other berry, which is a banana? Shut up. Doesn't work. Sorry.
No.
Call him with your favorite troops.
Why is it a berry? Why is that guy gone? What the fuck?
know.
You can't leave us hanging. Why
There's
is
always
the
some-
banana a fucking berry?
He meant
always some-
B-U-R-Y.
There's always some dumb fucking technicality of how it grew,
Right.
or that it came from a blossom instead
Yeah.
of this or that.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
exactly. Did you know that Melba toast is technically a plant? Shut up. It's not.
Let's go to Jamie. Jamie. Oh fuck! I got more coffee. Go ahead, Jamie.
Are you crying?
Nah, I got a sore throat here. Hey.
Oh.
Remember Van Halen was going to take a little break, and we said, "Yeah, right."
Yeah, they'll be right back, won't they?
Go ahead, Jamie.
Hey, the cashew is not a nut.
All right.
The cashew?
Of a fruit. The cashew fruit.
Oh, okay.
I'm very serious.
How about the coins you?
That's what Mama wore on her feet. Cashew. Mama cats. Cashew.
Oof. I was just asking what Johnny wore on his
Johnny.
feet.
Oh, cashew.
Well, that's what you do. What you check. Cashew check. Get it? Fucking terrible wordplay jokes.
Horrid.
Wow. It's going to be a long fucking 4 hours.
4. We're down to 3. I'm watching. Trust me.
I'm dragging my broke leg across the fucking end of the year finish line.
Our ass is gonna be raw after all the dragging we did today.
Oh, come on now.
Huh?
Again. Okay, now it's good. So basically, I have to sit here. If I move forward.
Yeah. Ooh. That's a bad chord, definitely. That sounds good.
Hello, Amelia Earhart. Do you hear us? Amelia Earhart, please come in.
Oh, Jesus. No? Ooh. Oh.
Well, are there any engineers working today?
Yes.
Yeah, someone's going to fix it when we take
a
break, but we haven't broken it.
Right.
Fudge is good.
Fudge is good. I blame.
No, you packed it.
I blame Gary, the radio wizard.
You do?
Yeah, I'm going to blame him right to the end of the year.
He's the radio wizard. Has to be a twist.
Fix this fucking black thing.
Oh, Jesus.
That's fucking falling
It goes
off the
back to his
wall.
childhood.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the song goes, ever since he was a young boy.
Yeah.
I got something I want to go. I want to play going in a break.
Ooh.
Yes, I do.
The story of the droop?
The story of the droop.
Cookies are good.
Is your mic working?
Yeah, it's good. You know what it is? I have to leave it here, so I have to lean forward. Like now, if I do that, oh, you hear that? I just touched the cord that does that.
Yeah, and it goes out.
Now my mic is out.
Yep.
Hopefully it will be on soon. Or I will be happy to talk like this.
Yeah, just yell the whole
Yes.
show.
No, I do.
No. Oh. No. There it is. Wow, that cord is fucked.
Is that? Do people notice that?
Yeah, I think they know. Well, do people notice that?
Luckily, they
really want to make it so hard just to fucking do this show.
I'm sure they tested it beforehand.
No, of course not. I don't even think they had anyone coming in from Mars.
No.
Why would you do that?
Well, maybe Mars is just doesn't have the value of, you know what I mean? He's just replaced by nothing because that's what he contributes. Could be.
Well, it could very well be.
Fudge is good though.
Who came in to test the?
Yeah, I can't hear you what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Who came in to test the equipment today?
I don't hear you.
Did we have anybody come in today? We did. Okay. And this, I guess, he probably just turned it on and didn't,
Why do we have more technical problems than podcasts?
I don't know.
Podcasts are that's like college radio.
It's easy too.
Except for a couple that obviously are shining out there. Obviously shining. You know who you are. Not going to mention names because I want them all to wonder if they're the ones shining. But really, in general, that's just like college radio crap.
Well, anybody could do it. You're just plugging in shit.
Right. And we have this big fucking radio show with shitty equipment.
Yeah.
Is it working now, Jimmy? I don't want you to be distracted because I had something really good for the break.
Damn it.
When is Christmas?
Go over there.
I think it's Tuesday.
It's on the 25th this year.
Tuesday.
I thought it was Wednesday.
No.
How cute of me.
You want to just switch mics?
Oh,
You know what I...
You want a piece of fudge?
No.
Is the radio wizard here so he could fix this?
He's not here just yet. I mean,
He just
Christmas.
assumed everything would be taken care of.
Oh, Anthony.
We literally have no staff except for you. It's down to Sam and Travis.
Yeah.
Everyone else is
love.
Everyone else is
Can
gone.
make it rain.
Everyone else is gone
Everybody's got
until the new year.
vacation.
And this dope Gary, the radio wizard. Don't you think he should be here to make sure everything is running smoothly? Considering we're down a lot of people right now.
Yeah. No, it's just doing that.
How about we just let that happen until he gets his ass in here and fixes it?
This whole Mayan apocalypse thing is seeming more and more likely. At least with this show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bet you that's what it is.
What? The Mayans?
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know what you're saying.
Maury's wigs don't come off, even in hurricane force winds. Oh, my God. It's terrible.
Why didn't that dope get his ass in here?
Who are you talking about?
Gary.
Oh.
What's his last name? I want his last name today.
Oh.
I'm not going to say his last name on the air in case I get in trouble.
Gary. Fuck, I don't know. Shepherdini? Gary Shepherdini?
No.
Shepherdini.
I'll never understand that. We're obviously down a lot of people with vacation and whatnot.
Almost everybody.
Everyone's gone except Sam and Travis.
Oh,
and this
E-Rock took
idiot
a
doesn't even
vacation.
fucking. It doesn't. It's not even a thought in his mind. Like I should probably be in there because they're shorthanded. It's his job title.
Danny was going to be here, but you know,
well, not if the company has any say in it.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. Yes, I can change a mic cord. It ain't my goddamn job. And you know what? We don't have one just laying around.
But that's not the point.
Right.
We could do a lot of stuff.
there are people who are paid to change mic cords.
Look, I'll change the mic cord in a second if Gary. I just thought we couldn't curse on the radio.
Oh, you freaking!
I swear to God,
I saw
I'm
you
losing
like
my
you
mind.
went like, oops.
I'm losing my mind for a second there. I thought.
You thought it was fucking 15 years ago.
Well, someone asked me recently if I could do a show without cursing.
Oh, yeah,
I think that just hit my fucking head. I can't say right now.
They said, could you do the show without cursing? Why?
Is it a job offer type
No,
of question?
Sam,
It was here.
Stop starting rumors.
Wasn't that here? I do remember somebody asking us that.
Like a terrestrial thing?
But I would say this much.
Why do they want you to do the show without cursing?
Oh, stop.
Are there opportunities?
Stop already. Now you're just starting rumors. Yeah, I will change that. I will fix that mic in 2 seconds if Gary resigns today.
Oh, wow.
Because that means we could do his job. That's why we're not doing his job.
Mm-hmm. Well, can we get a final word on whether or not Opie's changing the
that
that
numbskull should be here today, knowing that we're shorthanded. That's how this shit works.
Is everybody on
Is
vacation?
he entitled to?
Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't want to come in because he knows you'll do things like call him a numbskull. Oh yeah, Sal's here.
Okay, Sal's
What about Manny?
But he's like an intern.
He is an intern. He's just walking down the hall. Look at this clown.
Who are you talking about?
Could be one of 5 people.
Sal.
Oh.
Oh, that's good again.
Oh.
Here's Mars.
Mars is on the phone?
I think, but someone has to talk to him for a while before we get to talk to him, so I can't pick him up yet. Thank
see
you.
what you got going on.
Mars.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
And why does your phone suck?
My phone sucks because it's a company phone.
What?
That's not Mars's phone. That's our mic.
Oh, my God. That mic is
Mars.
horrible.
Yeah,
Are you all right?
I'm all right. How you guys
There it
doing?
is.
Wow, you got a horrible phone. What kind of phone you got?
It's a company phone. That's why.
Oh, well, there you go. It sounds very, hollow. Very old school.
Yeah.
Mars, I'm calling to say that you're very missed, and I want you to come in today.
Well, that's great. That's a great request. It won't happen, though, because I'm not going in. But I will tell you this. I did make sure that I told those people in engineering to have someone and check out the studio like I do on a daily basis.
Well, they're not. First of all, since you've been gone, which I don't know, it's been at least a month, I would
my
assume.
head can't take it.
The studio's freezing when we get here. Half the TVs aren't on. The little screen that I get to see E-Rock with hasn't worked in days, and no one gives a fuck. Today, Jimmy's mic is horrendous, and we got this little black thing that's falling off the wall.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
And light bulbs are out. What happened?
It sounds like you surely missed me, and I appreciate being missed.
It's falling off.
Hey, Jim.
See, Jimmy's trying to use his mic, but you can't hear him right now.
Can't hear you, Jim.
No.
Other black shit is falling off the walls. We're noticing.
You want me to tell you another inside deal that's going on?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Do tell.
Okay. All the managers in engineering
Yeah.
are gone.
Everyone's gone except us.
How are we still
and
here
then,
today?
And then at the end of the year, they'll tell us we ran out of vacation days. How does that make sense?
We got a lot of time.
Howard's not back until February.
Jesus.
And we're pretty much working right up till Christmas.
Amazing.
And then they'll say, "Oh, sorry, you can't take that Friday off. You ran out of days." How is that possible?
You guys got to keep better track.
Oh, I'm keeping track.
Yeah?
Yes. So how do we fix... no, I don't want to fix Jimmy's mic.
Who do you want to fix it?
Well, we'll move Jimmy over because that's not fair to Jimmy that he's not heard until the mic is fixed. Huh?
Penn's coming in, though.
Oh, Penn Gillette's coming in, so that means Jimmy can't talk today. And Jimmy wants to.
They already know in the shop, but I can call around and make sure someone squares it away.
Yeah, it's a bigger issue. I don't understand why the studio wasn't set up properly with your absence.
Cheap fucking mic cord.
Guys, you guys should bring it up because I did bring it up. I have an email to cover my butt, and I don't see any work order saying that was done every morning like I do.
No one's coming in here. I mean, and I did tell people this screen's been out, but maybe it's a tough fix. I don't know.
For the record, somebody was definitely in here to test the studio on Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay.
I know that to be a fact.
All right.
Yeah, it's supposed to be done every day.
It wasn't done on Monday. Definitely was not done on Monday.
No.
Tuesday it definitely was done.
Yeah.
That's all I can confirm.
Yeah. This is how we're spending the last show of the year.
With Crackly Mike Jim.
Pretty much how we started the year.
Well, sorry, Jimmy, and sorry, guys, but I was forced to take this vacation. So
you were forced?
Yeah, if they don't use their days, they lose them.
Yeah. Use them or lose them.
Use them or lose them.
I know about that.
Yeah.
That's why E-Rock's been gone the whole month.
Yeah.
All right, Mars, your phone sucks.
All right, guys, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Feliz Navidad.
Right. Oh, very good.
Feliz Navidad.
Very good.
Prospero año.
I don't know what that means. No one knows what that means. You motherfucker.
Love you too, baby. Bye-bye.
You wished you a Happy New Year.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I thought it was something like let the immigrants in.
No.
Some battle cry. No.
Hey, can we play the Radio Wizard song today?
Which one?
Do we have it quickly, Travis? I can't see you, Travis.
Travis is looking for it.
If you give me like 2 minutes, we can get it. Hang on.
Sure, why not?
You know, we should
for
have
that,
Sam.
For that Droop, the Radio Wizard, we're going to go to break with a song.
Because that little TV screen's done, we should have Sam have to draw a little drawing of what Travis is doing at any given moment. Yeah, like those court fucking drawings.
I'll make emoticons so you know what emotion is going on in the other room.
He's Travis's winky face.
Just bored face, bored face, bored face.
Shit. Yeah. We gotta get a record in there.
That's something good to play to break too. Maybe I could play it after the break.
What is it?
It's just something.
I wish I knew. Yeah. And who wants you to stop cursing anyway?
Will you shut up? Stop starting fucking rumors.
Yeah, I want to know who's still.
Stop. A lot of mystery.
Stop starting fucking
mystery.
Rumors.
Ending the year with mystery.
We got that, Travis.
I wonder how quickly someone's going to come in and fix Jimmy's mic once we
immediately.
Once we go.
It'll be a quick fix, but that's not the point here.
No, but can you see if Travis is looking for it or not?
No, I cannot.
If I'm looking for the Radio Wizard thing,
yeah,
Sal's getting the disc.
Okay,
louder.
Oh boy, this is going to take.
Oh yes,
sorry guys.
Oh yes, and I can turn Jimmy's mic off. Absolutely, I can.
Why would you though?
Yeah, I want to make it hurt for the Radio Wizard.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought that was help arriving.
Everybody notice Sal's mustache? Everybody?
Oh, hey, there you go.
What is that?
What'd you say, Jim?
What is that? You don't like it, Jimmy? No.
It's terrible. Look like a fucking asshole.
You look like a fucking asshole.
Why the
that's great.
Why the mustache?
Yeah, looks like you drank chocolate milk.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. I felt like growing one.
Let me see.
Yeah. But didn't you not grow one when we asked you to?
Right.
Yeah.
But now you feel like growing one, so you're growing one?
That's
like
hipster shit.
That is
Can
hipster.
somebody ask Errol Flynn why he's sporting that look?
It's a great joke.
It is a great
I
joke.
wish it had been shared with the audience.
I can't really hear it.
All right, we'll play this for that Droop Gary.
Ever since he was a young boy, he's been fucking bored. His baby thinks he just clutters up the hall. Asking him questions like talking to a wall. That egghead dummy doesn't like the show at all. He's the radio wizard, but doesn't know shit. The radio wizard is such a stupid twit. Why do you think he doesn't like the show? I wish that he would.
SiriusXM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
I do like this.
That's a good one.
Tune, yeah.
Love Zeppelin. Penn Jillette coming in today. Just happened to be in New York. He said, hey, I want to stop by. We said, all right. We could do that.
Yes.
We like Penn Jillette.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. I liked his book. Read the whole goddamn thing.
I read your book.
I read the whole thing.
Yeah.
Penn Jillette loves having sex.
Oh. Well.
Loves having sex.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And how did that get presented in the
Told
book?
a few sex stories in his book. Sure. He's been in some situations, it seems.
Normal sex or weirdo sex?
Oh, I think he might have done a little sex clubbing.
Whoa.
Jimmy.
How is that, Jimmy? Is
We
it working?
fixed Jim Norton's microphone.
Sounds much better now.
Yeah, I was out for a bit. Now I'm back now.
It's
Nice.
great. Now you got radio voice. That's a new chord.
Yeah, it's the new me.
The cookies are gone already.
Yeah, they're delish.
Cookies.
There's still a bunch.
What?
There's still a bunch.
Not half of them are gone.
Treat yourself, Anthony.
I don't like any of this garbage.
You haven't even tried any of
I
it.
like store-bought cookies.
They look store-bought,
These
though.
are better.
These are like specialty cookies.
Yeah, there's actually love in them. Something that you're missing from your life.
She puts one of her pubes in each
Why is
one.
that? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Why don't you have a piece of fudge? The fudge is probably good. I had one pecan and one.
Oh, have mercy. The
Cookie.
fudge is delish.
No, I can't.
It's right to my thighs.
No?
No, I can't.
Why is that?
I'm trying to eat better.
What, you got something to
I
look
lost
good
a
for?
few. I lost a few pounds.
Ah.
Just a few lbs.
Is this related to, is this a television thing, the no cursing thing?
Television thing. Damn,
And all of a
that'd be
sudden you want to
really-
make sure you look good.
That'd be really nice.
It's very mysterious.
Mysterious.
Oh,
Jimmy.
Bam, bam, bam.
Why don't you use a tissue over there?
Anthony,
Napkins are very abrasive.
Have a treat, Anthony. You'll feel better.
Nah, I'm not going to have a treat.
You need some sweetness.
Nah.
You guys know Steve Wozniak there?
Steve Wozniak.
What do we know about Steve Wozniak?
Started Apple with Steve Jobs.
Started Apple with Steve Jobs. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
I just read his book.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's a fascinating read, man.
You know, apples are actually considered beef. That's what I tell you.
Man, I didn't see that one coming.
Oh.
So, yeah, Steve Wozniak started the old Apple with Steve Jobs.
Ooh.
And in this book, he talks about the creation of the chip.
What's that?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, no.
The microchip, I would say.
The microchip. And how it's changed the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably the most amazing invention that has changed the world more than I think anything else.
What would that be?
The microchip.
What's that?
What's that?
I brought a little excerpt from his book.
Thank you.
I brought an excerpt from his book.
You
'cause I
did?
think it's very fascinating.
Good.
Yes.
Experts are important to hear them talk.
No, excerpt.
You're saying it wrong, stupid. Cocksucker. Fuck you for Christmas.
Chip Voss.
What's that?
The beauty is, you know, you can read books. I read books, and then you go, wow, that was fascinating. Now I go find the audio book. We do a radio show. Now I could bring the part of the fucking book in.
Book on tape?
To play for everybody.
Whatever they call it these days.
Yes.
My mother slapped me in the face one time for reading. She goes, what are you, uppity? All of a sudden you missed the big pants?
So I brought in this little part of the book, Steve Wozniak, talking about the microchip.
What's that?
That changed how we all live.
He was talking about what?
Don't get him going. We all know what it is.
Yes.
It's the micro
wafer.
Micro wafer. Exactly. Here's Steve Wozniak.
Chips.
What's that?
Chips. Chips.
What's that?
Chips. I never had the courage to ask Chips.
What's that?
Steve Jobs. Free chips.
What's that?
Chip company.
What?
Very few chips.
What's that?
20 chips.
What's that?
Which is very, very few chips.
What's that?
Chips I had
That's
with
right.
few chips.
Yeah, what's that?
Ram chips.
What's
With
that?
Ram chips.
What's that?
8 chips.
What's that?
Used the chips,
What's that?
including chips.
What's that?
Chips.
What's that? What's that?
Chips on.
What's that?
The chips.
What's
The
that?
Chips.
What's that?
Chips. Their
What's that?
chips went bad to those chips.
Oh, what's that?
Registers, chips,
What's that?
dates, chips that were
What's
coming
that?
up. Small
Yeah,
chip.
what's
A
that?
couple of chips inside.
What's that?
Your chips
What's
could
that?
really do only one thing.
They do,
Chips
right?
were
What's that?
simpler inside a chip.
What's that?
If I could use chips,
What's
the
that?
amount of chips, a few
What's
chips
that?
together, and use a crystal clock chip.
What's that?
28 chips for the
What's that?
Pong design.
Wow,
I
that's
programmed
amazing.
These
I
little
never knew
chips,
that. What's that?
The fewest possible chips.
What's that?
Higher and higher
Oh,
in
what's
chip
that?
count.
What's that?
Approaching 200 chips.
What's that?
Thousands of little chips.
Oh, what's that?
Wire chips together. Steve would wire the chips together.
What's that?
Connecting chips
Oh,
with
what's that?
wires, chips,
Wires,
and
chip,
everything.
what's the chip?
Took a
What's-
normal digital chip.
What's that?
A chip that
What's
works
that?
with ones and zeros,
What's that?
not waves. And you spun this chip
Oh, what's
around
that?
with one little digital
That's pretty-
chip. The
what's
whole
that?
thing used 45
How did you do
chips.
that? What's that?
They were paying us
That's
based
really
on how
good.
few
These guys are
chips
very-
I
what's
could
that?
do it in.
Brilliant
Talking
to
about
put that kind of stuff
microprocessor
together
chips.
because what's
Only
that?
now all the CPU
I don't know how they're
parts were
doing
on
it.
one chip
What's that?
instead of a bunch of chips.
What's
like
that?
memory
I don't know
chips.
how they're doing this.
A CPU
It's really
on
driving
one
me crazy.
chip.
What's that?
And mine had a
It's
CPU
such a
that was
knowledgeable
on
group
several
of people
chips,
to put that
or another
all
processor
this
like
stuff together.
it, and
I
some
never
memory
could have done
chips,
what's that?
which
I
really
never
was
could have
just
done
a
something like
glorified
that.
bunch
It's
of
really
chips
difficult. What's that?
with just a
It's
few
really
chips.
difficult
And
to
a couple of
to be
other
this
chips.
brilliant. What's that?
Read-only
To be this
memory
really intelligent.
chips.
What's that?
Chips that hold
I
their
could never do
information.
something
You
like
get a
that
ROM
because
chip,
what's
all
that?
the
It just seems
components
like it's
and
really
chips.
difficult. What's that?
Chip
It just seems
manuals.
like it's very
The chips
difficult
I
to
was
what's that?
interested
Very
in.
difficult
The
to
fact
do
that
this
this
because
chip was
what's
so
that?
easy to get.
I
Of
can't.
what the Motorola chip would
What's
have
that?
cost me. Chuck Peddle was
Chuck
peddling
Peddle? Who the
the
fuck
chip.
is that? What's that?
Put which chip?
Don't make
so
no-
that
what's that?
wire
It don't make
between
no
chips
sense.
would
What's
be
that?
short. The
Who the fuck
majority
is
of
Chuck
my
Peddle?
chips
What's
were
that?
RAM chips
Cocksucker.
on
What's
it,
that?
and two
Don't make no
interface
sense.
adapter
Fucking- wait,
chips.
what's that?
I used
Cocksucker,
sockets
Chuck
for all
Peddle.
my chips
Fucking- what's
because
that?
I was
I
nuts,
hate his
where the
fucking
soldered
guts.
chips that went
What's
bad
that? Don't mean
easily
nothing to me,
removed
Chuck
bad
Peddle.
chips
Fuck you. What's
with a
that?
couple of PROM chips.
Cocksucker. What's that?
These
Don't
programmable
mean
read-only
nothing.
memory
Fuck you.
chips.
Chuck-
Two
that?
of these PROM chips that
What's
were
that?
available. These chips would
What's
hold
that?
my monitor program.
How
and
long
some
is this
PROM
tape? It's
chips
fucking good.
and both
This
programs
guy's really
into the
smart.
chip.
What's that?
I borrowed 32 SRAM chips
What's that?
with these chips inside their
what?
sockets with all the chips
What's
in
that?
place to burn the program into
I can't
the chip.
listen to this.
I
What's that?
studied the chip's data sheets. Here was a computer with 30 chips on it, having
that?
so few chips.
What's
It was
that?
like the same amount of chips on an
What's that?
Altair. We're talking about a new memory chip,
What's
which would
that?
have 4K bits per chip. The first time silicon chip memory
that?
would only take 8 chips
What's that?
instead of the 32 SRAM chips with as few
that?
chips as possible.
that?
I had selection chips, vertical counter chips of the 2 of these selection chips, and maybe another chip or two worth of logic. Get a DRAM chip. 4K bit DRAM chips for sale at a reasonable price. But he got me Intel DRAM chips. I had to add a couple more chips to my computer, but the Intel chips were physically so much smaller than the AMI chips. A smaller sized chip with fewest chips. I was trying to get chips for a computer I'd designed. If I used chips by Synergetics, the computer had fewer chips than if I used Fairchild chips. Which Synergetics chips I'd use?
What's that?
The Synergetics chips I'd used in the design were much larger than the equivalent Fairchild chips.
that?
Not simply fewer chips. From designing for fewer chips, usually fewer chips means fewer connections, but not always. Add a couple of extra chips to go with Intel's chips. Because that chip design eventually became the standard for all memory chips.
What's
Solder
that?
all
I'm
their
just
chips
saying
to a
it now.
printed
I don't even know
circuit.
who's
They were
calling
getting
me.
chips almost
What's that?
free from their companies
What do you
anyway.
want, Ma?
We did end up finding
Ma,
a
you're not
chip
supposed- what's
distributor,
that? You're not
and he
supposed to
paid
do
us.
that with those
We
that
were able to
darker.
pay for the chips.
Ma, what's that?
Plug chips into sockets for
You fucking
$1 a
sitting on
board.
it like that. I
Describe
don't
the
like
chips
this.
on the
Ma, what's
board
that?
with chips working
What's
at the
that? I feel like I'm
frequencies you would
dreaming
need.
of something.
Just a matter
What's
of
that?
buying more chips.
What's that?
The Apple II would be designed with colorability on those chips.
Oh,
In
what's
doing
that?
this, I knew I would save some chips.
fucking hate
the
this
Apple
book. What's
II
that?
ended up with half as many chips
What's
as the
that?
Apple
Why is he
I.
saying
By
this?
now, I had faster DRAM chips.
What's that?
These new chips
DRAM?
could do
What
it
the fuck are
twice
these?
every microsecond.
Oh,
this
God.
little blank board with chips on the
Oh,
top
what's
side
that?
of it. There wasn't a single chip I
I
could
know,
save.
what's
I was
that?
so impressed to meet him after
Please.
the roll.
Oh,
His
me?
chip showed
What's
him how
that?
many chips listened how it
chip,
worked
what's
and
that?
everything. That was making a chip that was
What's that?
compatible with. They said that any ROM chips
Ron,
we had
what's that?
around connected to a ROM or PROM chip on the board with just a single PROM chip. The 22 or so chips, about 20 of them weren't needed. I stripped out 20 of their chips. I did this using 2 chips.
What's that?
One chip was a register and one was a PROM.
What's that?
And saving it to the master 8-bit chip register.
What's that?
And put in the exact same chips.
What's that?
And had us add chips you do have inside the chip. That's because the chip didn't already have 4-bit microprocessor chip.
What's that?
Transistors on a chip.
What's
Memory chips.
What's that?
Wow. So
That was fucking good. Let's hear that again. That was fucking great, this guy.
It's very fascinating, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It really shows you how the chip changed the world.
Yeah. The
That's good.
microchip. Oh, wow. Boy, he sure likes saying that.
He sure does.
Guy loves me.
Just a little section of the book. Steve Wozniak.
Amazing.
What's that?
Oh, poor Chip.
He went to a dark place for a while.
Yeah. He couldn't deal with it. He got chip overload. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I enjoy Stalker Patty singing. I do.
Did you like that? When she sang Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer? You could say there's no such thing as Santa.
Yeah.
Where is she? Like,
As for me and Grandma, we believe. Like she jazzes it up.
Christmas. Where's she from?
Where's our Christmas songs that we were playing the other day?
Which ones?
That little disc I had with all the E-Rock Christmas songs.
Sex may have hidden them somewhere.
You think?
Sexy?
The last day to play Christmas songs.
Sexy who went on vacation.
Sex is on
like
break.
a long time ago.
He gave himself a little
So
vacay.
what does he
He
do? He works the first 10.5 months of the year and then takes a lot of time off at the end of the year?
Well, he's here for the first 10.5 months of the year, and then,
He's had a lot of days off since that hurricane.
Eric?
Hurricane.
Eric don't give a fuck.
And Troy and Roland are out in Vegas right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I see the Instagramming going on.
Oh.
Are they in trouble yet?
I don't know what their plan is. They left yesterday morning.
Is Troy's girl with him?
Yep. It's Troy, his girl, and Roland.
Thank you.
Partying in Vegas.
I can hang with Roland or Troy or his girl for that matter, but I would.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the idiot today.
Uh-oh.
The songs were right in front of my fucking face.
Dang.
It's a weird vacation, though. Roland texted me yesterday. He sent me this UFC
No, Roland's
club
going
thing.
to his parents' house out there in Arizona.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
stopping
it's just
over.
making
So
like
he's
a
doing a
3-day
little,
Vegas trip.
little Vegas stopover. And Troy joined him. Why? Because Troy has no family?
Well, Troy was going to he is going to California with his girl.
I think Troy was raised by wolves.
You think so out there in PA?
Yeah, we don't know much about him.
No.
I think he was raised by
Yeah?
wolves.
It would make sense.
And certainly wolves don't celebrate Christmas, so that gives him the opportunity to kind of do some other shit.
I'm going to
around
see
the
my new
holidays.
nephew on this weekend, I think.
Now that he's 8.
No, he's a little boy. He's very cute.
Is he?
Yeah, he's fucking
Can
really
I see a
cute.
picture?
Sure, he's really cute.
How old is he?
A few months.
A little ahead of my daughter? 3 months, maybe?
About that. Is she 3 months already?
No, mine's, where are we up to? What happened? 2.5 months.
What's the matter, sweetie?
I got blow my nose.
Oh, okay. Who's my nose?
2.5 months for me. And I think you're a little ahead. Your sister's a little ahead. Maybe 3.5, I'm going to say.
Let me see here.
Well, yeah, my goal was to kill Chip, but I think he survived it.
Yeah.
I told Chip that I would take him on, and today was the day, and he might have the victory today. I will go back to the drawing board. I will kill Chip.
Oh, I think I'm allergic.
To what? Those stupid cookies, right? Oh, my God.
Why would you say
Adorable.
that?
Yeah, he's cute, baby.
Wow, that's like a mini you.
Yeah. You look at the flip.
But every baby looks like a mini Jimmy just because
Yeah.
no hair.
Because they're adorable.
Oh, my God.
He's cute, right?
Yeah, he's cute. That looks like you. That's creepy.
Ah!
There's one picture. I don't know if she wants to like post any of these, but there's one that looks absolutely like a mini you.
That's adorable.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Cute, baby.
Oh my God! What am I allergic to? Something? My eyes are itching like crazy,
an allergy
and I'm
day.
sneezing. You're like sneezing.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I think it's an allergy day.
It's all that wind blowing shit around. I just
Is
went
that what it is?
I just went in the bathroom and this building is creaking.
Is it? Yeah.
That's all right, right? Fezzi's gonna have a tough time getting up here today.
Boy.
Why is he scared of the building?
Oh my
Dude,
God!
what
is he
isn't he
scared of the building?
scared of the building,
And then
of
when it's a
course.
windy building,
When he
forget
creaks,
it.
Does he panic?
Oh yeah, he'll be in panic mode
Poor
today.
Fezzi.
He doesn't like going in the elevator, especially on windy days. When you hear like the elevator shaft is like,
Well, is it
scary.
What's he afraid of? Is he afraid of dying or getting stuck in the elevator?
He's pretty much afraid of air.
Shadows.
Yeah, what is Fezzi so scared of? Nothing bad's gonna happen.
don't know.
If it does, you deal with it.
Poor fella.
Yeah,
They're gonna die in a fucking elevator.
What are you gonna do, man?
They don't crash.
Tell that woman that got decapitated that.
Yeah, because she was getting on the elevator. If you're in the elevator, you're not. She didn't die in the elevator. She died half in, half
Yeah.
out. That's all. Well, she died painfully too. Like she got mushed.
Nice.
She got crammed and
I mean,
ripped in
that
half.
sucks.
Yeah, it's horrible.
That's a terrible death.
Well, what the fuck? Don't put your arm in the elevator.
Everybody does that though.
I
Not
do the
anymore.
quick wave through.
I do a hi-ya. Hi-ya.
Yeah. I actually just put my leg in, I jiggle it, and I go, hokey pokey! Let's see if they open the
You
door.
turn yourself around.
Yeah. I love that song.
Oh, of course.
Well, why don't we play a couple Christmas songs for everybody in the Christmas spirit?
Merry Christmas.
Oh boy.
Snaggle sucks cock. E-Rock is bad, let's get that straight up the bat. He sucks on penises day after day. He'd suck them all if he had it his way. Piggy boy, eat. One thing that's salty and one thing that's sweet. He is a lazy piece of shit on the job. That's because he's made of flop. His gut's big, he's a real pig. He's eating up all the pie. He's a phony, eats baloney. Oh, how I wish that he would die. Earring's fat, isn't it true? This torture is all for you. He's a real hit big tub of fat shit. Nagel really sucks cock.
That's
I love how these guys sell it.
What a cute little number that is.
It's all how you sell it.
It's in the Christmas spirit. That's why it's so important.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Love this time of year.
Yeah.
You know Opie and Anthony and little Jimmy Norton.
Sure do.
Travis, Al, and Danny.
Whoops.
Roland, Troy, and Sammy. But do you recall the most morbidly obese one of all? E-Rock the shit dick fat fuck. He's a lazy piece of shit.
Oh.
And if you ever saw him, you'd know him by his huge bitch tits. All of the other assholes laugh and call him Piggy Boy. They never let poor E-Rock have his hoagies and his shitty toys.
Cow noises.
Nice. I just checked the old Twitter. The Brad Bankson writes or tweets. I just yelled, "Who's ready for a road trip with 10 hours of the O&A channel?" Wife started crying. That's right. I guess this is a get the fuck out day, right?
Oh, it's a busy travel day, right?
Is today the busy day?
Definitely.
Where people start moving on.
Yeah, because people got Monday and Tuesday off, so they're traveling today.
Moving on to the old relatives' houses.
Yeah.
Spend the weekend, you wake up, you're where you want to be.
It's going to be a very Philly Christmas for me.
Yeah?
Oh.
Very Philly Christmas. I think I'm thinking 8 years in a row now. Wow.
Holy shit, really?
We start our own tradition next year.
Oh,
next
in
year it
Westchester?
begins.
You want to come over?
No.
I got nowhere to go.
You want to come to Westchester?
You want to come down to Philly?
Westchester?
We have a really fun Christmas party down there.
Yeah, well.
Christmas Eve. I'm serious. You're
Yeah.
more than welcome.
I'm going to see my family maybe Christmas Day. Depends on when I see Tracy and my family. If I see them Christmas Eve, I'll see them. And if I see them Christmas Day, maybe I'll come down to Philly. I got nothing to do.
You really have nothing to do?
No.
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, it's okay.
Of course.
Is it?
My family, I'm welcome to see my family. I'm just, yeah.
Why don't you?
I probably will. I just don't know what day.
Do you have a Christmas tree?
No, but
Christmas bush?
I had a little work done on the apartment, so my apartment's a mess right now. But it's a good mess.
Well, if Christmas Day is a thing that you have time for, of course you could come by my.
I'm busy.
Place. Oh, sorry. Everyone will be there. I mean, having a big party. It's
what do I do?
catered.
Go over there and tell a bunch of jokes for free?
Just nasty guest guy.
Yeah. Hey, Merry Christmas. Anybody else want to do some fucking stuff for free around here?
Oh, Jesus. The kids are crying. Jimmy's making a scene.
Yeah. I'm just doing inappropriate show references.
Yes.
I'm just going, hey, Christmas queefs. That's you?
Yeah, me. Crying, of course. Pissy eyes. I feel all pissy-eyed today. Eyes are like tearing.
Mine too.
And my nose is stuffy.
Mm-hmm.
I need some Afrin and Visine.
You know what I think would help? That a fist.
I mean, there's real shit going on, but I think we should just try to keep it light today, man. We got Penn Jillette coming in.
Yes, Penn. Although Penn probably... I would absolutely like to hear Penn's take a little on the gun control issue because he did something on bullshit about it.
No, even better. He did a great bullshit on violent video games.
Oh, that too, sure. Ties in.
Someone that's informed. Unlike the news, talking to really old people about violent video games. What are you doing? They don't know. They don't know shit.
I love when they show like video games from the early '90s that they're not even first-person shooters.
Yeah, they haven't even updated their B-roll.
Yeah,
Duke Nukem,
Space Invaders.
Yeah,
you joke. They've used Duke Nukem many, many times.
Yeah, they're still using it.
Way past the shelf life of Duke Nukem.
Ridiculous.
But we'll talk about violent video games because he did a really funny, well-informed piece on that. And the Jets are going to release Tebow or trade him at the end of the season. What a bust that was.
That was a terrible move by Woody Johnson, but they also basically destroyed two quarterbacks. Even though Sanchez is shit, I bet you Tebow does good things next year because his confidence was probably never there because he knew he had an amazing year with Denver and he was talked about, and then all of a sudden he's this fucking backup shithead just sitting there. That probably shook his confidence.
Yeah. But I was telling Ant that Tebow was stupid. He knew the team didn't really want him. I believe he had a couple other options that were much better. But I think he was starting to think New York would be great for the Tebow brand. You know, Woody Johnson insisted that the team gets him. And obviously Rex Ryan never wanted Tebow on the team. That is so obvious now. Because now you got, 2 games left? And here's a chance to throw him in there and see exactly what he could fucking do. And, and Rex Ryan's still saying, no, fuck that.
Why is Rex Ryan saying he won't start him?
Because he doesn't believe in him. A lot of NFL coaches don't believe in Tebow. A lot of people.
Yeah.
So I think Tebow in a weird way blew it. He probably should have went somewhere else where maybe a team believed in him.
Yeah. Although Woody Johnson may have sold him on it. No, I'm telling you,
Nah, I think you can't tell. I don't think you can tell Woody Johnson that it's a bad move.
Oh, right.
I think Rex Ryan. I think he's had a real shitty year, obviously. And his stock has drastically dropped, but I don't think he was able to say, "Look, I don't want him on the fucking team."
I actually feel bad for Tebow at this point. Like, not because he didn't perform, but it's like he didn't. That's an embarrassing situation to be thrown into.
And when he was in there, he looked very, bad.
Oh, he did look bad. Okay.
Oh yeah, he did. He had no confidence in it. He looked just out of sorts. But he's being used in a strange way.
Terrible
way.
way.
So whatever.
I think Rex Ryan was shit this year too, though. He had a terrible year coaching. The way he handled those quarterbacks. Like, Torrey always handled high talent very well. Like, he handled big egos well, and some coaches can and some guys can't.
Well, break out the tape. When this went down, we said on the show that it was going to fuck up Sanchez's confidence.
Yep.
He doesn't have that confidence to begin with, and then you got a guy, like, breathing down his neck like a Tebow. That fucks up your head.
He's damaged goods now.
Yeah, and the Jets had a few key injuries and all that. It was just a horrendous year. But now there's a huge rumor that Michael Vick might come to the Jets.
Oh, boy.
It could wreck his career, too. He finally makes it back after the dog thing. And he realized this is the worst mistake of his life.
The Jets destroy him, yeah.
Michael Vick as a Jet. I don't know. There's a pretty strong rumor about that. We'll see. But I think in the end, Tebow will be traded for almost nothing or just released.
And have a great year. I guarantee
you. Think he'll have a great year?
Yep.
Who will pick him up?
Don't know. But just the way it works.
Jacksonville, maybe?
I don't know. I honestly can't even guess.
They're hurting. And he loves Florida, as we all know. He's from Florida.
Somebody might pick him up just for the money it will make.
it'll put seats in the old seats in the old stands. I was about to say,
And
well,
the
I
jerseys.
did say that, didn't I?
They're already installed.
I know. Thank you, Sam.
Put asses in the seats.
All right, so some lady got screwed on Wheel of Fortune. I don't know what this is about.
Oh, yeah, I was just
Literally?
watching this clip, and this lady got fucked out of winning the fucking prize.
Oh, shit.
I was
Why?
like, what the fuck, Sajak? What is your problem?
That don't make no sense.
G.
And there's a G.
I'd like to solve.
Yep.
7 swans a swimming.
Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah. Can't accept that. Amy, it's your turn.
Come on, big money.
No whammy, no whammy.
Yeah, there is a. Is there a V? Yeah, there's a V. $500. The rest of vowels.
7 swans a swimming.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, do you know what happened there?
No, I
Swimming.
Well, Renee knew what happened as well, and it was easy to do because you just kind of did it in the vernacular and left off the G, and 7 swans a swimming, and you were pretty clear about that and realized you did that. But that's okay. We still have some time.
That's terrible. That's
And the G was on the board. She said a G. Wait. And then she said, I would like to solve the
She's
puzzle.
the one that got the G.
7 swans a swimming.
Wait, I want to hear that.
The G was there.
Yeah.
They fucked her.
G.
Fucked her.
And there's a G.
I'd like to solve.
Yep.
7 swans a swimming.
Yeah, that's.
that
swimming.
G's in there.
That's
No.
it. That's fucking terrible.
Yeah, it was kind of swimming.
They fucked her. I hope that she gets the money for that.
It's in there enough.
Wow.
Plus, she asked for G and got the G.
Yeah, that's
The
terrible.
G was there.
The G was there.
That's
There's
terrible.
no way she could have thought that ended in an
Are
N.
they Wheel of Fortune's taking themselves that seriously?
I don't
it's
know.
a goof show. Fucking give her the stupid money.
What are those judges, those off-camera Wheel of Fortune judges
I
have
told
going
Vanna
on?
White to beat it. She just stands there looking old now.
I mean,
I got it when she was standing there looking pretty and shit, but now
Yeah,
she's
the
just
old
standing
days.
there looking old and shit.
Pat Sajak is useless. Is there an N? Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yep.
well.
Is there a G?
Oh.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, that's why I moved on to another
Of
letter.
course you did.
Too busy drinking the margaritas in between show tapings.
Oh.
And not giving people prizes.
That's right.
Yeah, no prize given, motherfucker.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I saw one that was the Atlanta Falcons once, and actually it just said Atlanta Falcons, and the one went the Atlanta Falcons. Bam bam.
Really?
No, she said the.
Come on.
I know.
That's different, though. That's
Fucking-
adding a word.
Yes, I know, but you know.
I used to play hangman when I was a kid, and I was just the best.
Well, you're very good at it.
Is there an X, please?
An X?
There's never an X.
Of course not.
Very rarely.
Except his xylophone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jets traded for Tebow. Tebow had no choice. You know what? Got to correct myself. You're right. You are right. Tebow did not have a choice. Well, I fucked that one up. I'm sorry. Yeah, Woody Johnson wanted him. They traded for him, and Rex Ryan certainly is making it clear he never really wanted to make that trade.
Didn't they?
I'm sorry. You're right.
Who'd they give up for him? I think it was a cornerback named Marv Shrewsbury.
I think it was Marvy.
Marv Shrewsbury.
Good old Marvy.
I don't think so.
Your cousin, Marvin Shrewsbury.
Mob.
Oh, and
I'm falling apart over here. I got fluid dripping from my head.
What's going on?
My tears are flying out. Snot.
Penn Jillette sent a nice tweet about us.
Oh, yeah?
what did he say?
The fuck did he say?
Get to the bottom of this shit.
And if it doesn't have Opie Radio in the tweet, then it's not a nice tweet.
Attaboy,
How about
Opie.
that, Sam?
No, well, no, it could still be.
How about that?
I disagree.
If he writes the Opie and Anthony without our Twitters, that's not helping us out. That ain't getting us no fucking followers. Where is it?
Just showing on my timeline.
My dad used to say he was going to bust my snot locker.
Snot locker?
Yeah, that was like he was going to punch me in the nose.
That's
I'll
probably
bust
not what he
your
said.
Snot locker.
He probably said, "Get over here. I want to fuck your shit locker."
I think I'd have recalled that.
Yeah, see, this is no good.
It's a great thing to write.
I'm walking over to do Opie and Anthony on Sirius. Man, I love doing that show. Just my favorite. Great guys, and I get to talk. Love them.
And I heard Sam's mom made treats, he wrote.
He has a shitload of followers. He can't write Opie Radio and Anthony Cumia.
It's the branding of the show that's important.
That
man.
is true.
True. Yes.
It's not. It's not true. It's all
Because
about
people
Twitter
go,
followers.
Opie and Anthony on Sirius, and Penn loves them.
It's
I'd
all
like
about
to...
Twitter followers, man.
No, it's not. What is this, 2012? Fuck out of here. 2013.
See Instagram back down? Not gonna
Good.
Be, not
Yeah,
going to
they
be
did.
selling your pictures.
Big deal.
They should just give you a piece of the action. Who cares?
No, because you don't know where they're going to sell them to. They could sell them to in an ad or something. Like, I have a lot of pictures of myself frolicking in fields. I don't want that used for a
Frolicking.
margarine ad or something.
They're going to start.
I can see
You think they're going to do that?
Yeah.
Justin Stengel had a good tweet about the Instagram thing. He was worried they were going to, like, sell his shit picture or something like that. Or him taking a dump. I forget exactly. It was much funnier when I read his tweet. Trying to find it now.
He's very funny.
Put the Justin Stengel in the Twitter, please. And then we're going to go to break. And then we're going to get Penn Jillette in here to talk about violent video games.
Is he here?
Well, he
No,
better,
he's walking over.
well, he better not be late.
That's right.
It's all well and good. He loves us, but don't be late. Capiche.
Capiche.
First time I've ever used the word capiche.
I love that word.
It worked. Hey, Instagram.
Yeah.
Please don't sell my picture of me on the toilet.
Yeah, there you go. See?
It's good that you put that out there. And then he wrote, trying to use the Mayan apocalypse to get anal from my wife.
Justin Stengel. Justin _
That's funny.
Stangel. He's definitely a really good one to follow, man.
He's one of the most consistently funny people on Twitter.
Well, he's the head writer of Letterman. Of course he is.
Funny as
He-
shit.
He better be.
He's got these one-liners.
Yeah, but that about the wife and the anal is just vulgarity. And
That really,
if he
yeah.
needs to do that to be funny, well, I'm going to move forward. Thank you.
What does he have on Pawn Stars? The phone's in the way. Pawn Stars is a great show. I'm guessing the experts have never been with a woman.
What?
Letterman admitting in the paper today that he suffered from depression. Big interview going down this weekend.
What with Oprah, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, he's going with one of the CBS people.
Was it because he had to work with Justin?
And he wishes he had kids earlier in his life, and he wishes he had more kids. And he wishes he wasn't so
grumpy,
kind of self-centered about his career and all that shit.
I wonder
and let it go a little bit. He wishes he had a daughter. His son is 9. He's 65.
Wow. So do you think that he's? I wonder if Letterman's facing his mortality. Like he's looking at the fact that I'm 65. By the time the kid graduates high school,
yeah,
I'll be 74.
Yeah.
Like, will I even see my grandchildren? Like, I guess you start to think that way.
Well,
Even though he's probably pretty healthy.
Well, he took pills for depression for a long time, and then he kind of said, "Fuck this dumb pill shit." And then he had a son, and it changed his life.
Your son.
Oh, it made him happier.
It made me happier too. I related to what I read today because half this shit doesn't mean shit anymore.
Only half the shit doesn't mean
Only
shit?
half shit.
It's
Only
half shit.
Yeah, I went with full shit, and now it's only half the shit bothers me.
Go full shit.
Last week,
that just doesn't matter as much.
Last week he tweeted out, "Damn, paparazzi snapped a picture of me getting out of a car, and you can totally see my pussy."
Fucking hilarious.
And his brother's funny too.
Yeah,
Eric. Yeah,
Eric's
really
funny too.
They're very nice guys.
They're
too.
what head writers of Letterman, and
Yeah.
they're friends of ours.
Yeah, they're
kinda
both head
cool.
writers and executive
How do
producers.
brothers get a gig like that?
They're the Stengel brothers. They
That's
control
pretty
show
fucking
business.
cool.
You
They
can't
put-
tell them
obviously.
apart. They both just take credit for it. They don't know who to hire. They're like, look, we don't want to hire there's a funny one and a dud. We don't know who's who. So they probably fuck chicks together. Fucking Stangles are animals.
Remember when I thought I was right and then I was wrong with the Tebow thing, and I admit I was wrong? Well, now I got to admit I was right.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh.
Because supposedly he did have a no trade clause, Tebow, and he accepted the trade.
Oh, okay. So
it looks like I was right the whole time.
well, that guy was an idiot then.
Until the next fucking tweet comes in saying I'm wrong again.
No, he doesn't know anything. Why is he on the radio? My life sucks. I'm just gonna focus on his life. I haven't done anything with my life, but that don't matter. I know if I did a radio show, it'd be
better than theirs. But I'm never going to do a radio show because it's easy just to hate on everything.
Everyone on Twitter.
Take me on, bitches. Pendulette next.
K-Tel and Columbia House present Ho, ho, ho. 3 hooas. A very coomier Christmas. Got you gone for Christmas. Too bad you died of AIDS. Insert a robe joke here. Featured all your favorite Yule logs. She might have been 10, she might have been 20. I couldn't tell, I was completely drunk. I went outside to piss in the snow, and I pissed on Santa Claus. Hey Santa, am I on a naughty list now? Old chestnuts, my hair plugs roasting by the fire. Will keep my baseball hat on for a little while. And there would be no coomier Christmas without a little la-la. I was living near the Jews, la-la-la-la, plugging in my hair with la-la-la-la, eating all the blacks with la-la-la-la, shooting up my guns with la-la-la-la, live from the compound, la-la-la-la, la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Ho, ho, ho. 3 hooas. A very coomier Christmas.
I was driving home and I was behind a bus. You know, like the bus has an automatic sign. 911, call police. I call 911.
911, what is the emergency?
I'm on 10th Avenue northbound, and I'm behind the bus, and the sign says call 911.
I figured it was a stolen bus. I didn't know what was happening. There could have been hostages. I mean, we all saw that Keanu Reeves movie. I'm on the phone with the 911, and this fucking dummy is, where are you now? I said, I'm northbound on 47th Street on 10th Avenue. Okay, you're on, now where are you now? I said, 48th Street. Where are you now? 49th Street.
And you said it's heading which way, sir?
Northbound. It's the only way you can go on 10th Avenue.
We're so irritated with these dummies. So we make the left on 57th Street. We go down to 11th Avenue. I go, look, he's making a left on 11th Avenue. It's a yellow light, so the bus slows down and then shoots through the light and leaves me at the red light. I knew that the bus did that on purpose. I'm like, this guy knows I'm behind him. Now we're going southbound again, so I call back.
911, where's the emergency?
So I just called and no one is doing anything. I'm following a stolen bus, I think.
No one is doing it. How long does it take to get a squad car in fucking 11th Avenue? So I pull up next to it, and it's really dark on the bus, and I just see there's a black dude. I'm on the phone. I'm like, I'm looking at the guy, and he's just a black dude, but he's not dressed like a bus driver. And I know that he's stealing this bus. I'm northbound now, and he's behind me, and they're like, what street? I'm like,
now we're passing 40th Street.
The woman was like, where was he before?
10th and 11th, but then he came down 11th, and now we went up 10th. Okay. He's probably going to turn it off because you're going to lose him. Follow this fucking guy.
You keep saying 10th and 11th, but 10th and 11th are in parallel. What street and 11th?
I know, he was on 10th, and then he went down 11th.
So then I was just like, fuck this shit. And I drive away, and he pulls away slowly and starts to drive. And I'm like, you know what?
Forget it. You know what?
Thank you.
He just turned off. He just turned off.
Okay.
We lost him, and he probably turned into the bus depot.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Fuck you, Cole, for taking my sexy voice and making me sound like an old lady cunt. Fuck you! Fuck you!
Seriously, people. Enough with the fucking chip tweet. God damn it, 2 years ago when fucking Jimmy came up with that bit, it was fucking funny to do a chip tweet for about 2 days. God damn it. It's been years. Fuck you. Stop it.
Fuck you.
I'd like to give a big FU to Ellis Duran from the Z Morning Zoo. He came to Staten Island to clean up after the Sandy aftermath, but all he did was take pictures with the families probably for his website. If you want to help out Staten Island, go choke on a dick. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
I want to give a huge fuck you to our company for laying us off just before Thanksgiving.
saying it's so we could spend time with our families. Fuck you. I don't like my family that much anyway. Fuck you. Hey, E-Rock, you're a fucking idiot. You know what? I got a surprise guest. The guy who cuts my lawn is going to be on my show. That's what a surprise it would have been, you fucking retard. You're an idiot. Fuck you. Fuck you. Sam Roberts, you whined to management to get a fucking raise, and then you go cheap on a feral cat. Fuck you and your anorexic, shitty-ass cat. Fuck you!
Family dinner tonight. During dessert, I had a little too much to drink. Launch into a verse of Here come the dinosaurs mindlessly shitting. Fuck you, Jimmy Norton. I'm in trouble with my mom. Fuck you!
This FU goes out to the guy who was humming in the bathroom while I was trying to jerk off the porn on my iPhone. How am I supposed to keep a rod when you're incessantly humming, taking a piss, washing your hands, looking in the mirror? I'm trying to jerk off here. Fuck you.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Want to say hi to Penn Jillette in studio for our last show of the year.
Yes.
Well, last show of the ever.
I think we're good.
The end of the world didn't happen?
Think we're making it?
We have a few hours, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Watch our calendar be a little off, though. Watch 2012. Watch us be off by 12 hours, and we think we're fine tomorrow. The fucking rock hits the planet.
But I've been arguing if the Mayans said end of the world, that means end of the world, which means Australia is good, so we're good.
I see.
Right?
Or
is it on our time? The Mayans decided it's got to be on New York time?
It just reminds me exactly how little people who believe. I mean, you actually hear people who say they think that's true, but they haven't gotten rid of their houses.
Right.
They're not fucking anything that moves. They haven't gotten rid of all their money. They're hedging their bet because they know. I believe that people that are that bug nutty crazy have a little part of them going, you're just fucking around.
Yeah. Well, we started the show trying to figure out how many end of the world scenarios we've survived already. I think we're up to 4 or 5.
Oh, no. Even in our lifetimes. But,
the Y2K, you got this one. You got the guy that said it was May, then he said it was October, so that's 2 we survived.
Yep. Well, Randy has, I forget what book it is, but Amazing Randy has in the back of one of his books an appendix of about, several pages.
Oh, really? He does?
That explains where the ends of the world were, because it's very clear in the New Testament that Jesus considers the end of the world to be coming weeks, months after he dies. So, I mean, that was what Christianity was, and then that didn't happen, and they just kind of went, well, just try to do this. But, they're always talking of the world and trying to figure it out.
Was Christ really off by 2,000 years? I didn't realize that.
Well, we don't know yet. He could be off by longer.
We don't even know when he was...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, hopefully, right?
I don't know.
We don't even know when he was born anymore. They're starting to fool around with that date.
Yeah, I don't think we ever knew, but we always knew it wasn't December. They were just tacking that on to the solstice so they could, you got a party already going, add something
make
to
it all nice.
Yeah, make it all nice and neat.
I saw that on the History Channel.
Yeah, sure,
the story of Christmas. It's a good fucking watch.
Wasn't it April or something he was born?
They're starting to say around April, I think.
And they usually say about 3 BC, but that's if you believe there was an historic Jesus, and there probably was, because it was a time when there were lots of nuts running around saying crazy shit. You know? And but my question about Jesus is that nothing. And most scholars will argue about the amount of time, so don't bust me on that. But pretty much nothing was written down about Jesus until about 300 years. About 300 years
later,
after he died. And my thinking is Elvis was alive during my lifetime. And there's an electronic record, and things were written every day he was alive about him. And look, Elvis didn't do no drugs. No, we actually have that. He didn't do no drugs. Elvis did not do no drugs. We have video of him doing more drugs. We have video of him taking handfuls of He didn't do no drugs. So if things can just change
you
that
think the
much,
story's a little off?
in 40 years, what does it do in 300 when no one can write shit down? down, and a generation is about 35 years.
And when you look at
how much do things morph?
You look at things that have been proven and disproven over the years through science in that time period, and it's astounding how little they knew back then. But all that stuff just happens to be the truth. Yeah, and that's good stuff.
Weren't they
and that's
voted on the
solid.
stories, like the stories that became the Bible 300 years BC?
What, like American Idol for
pretty much the most popular stories to be told in sermons.
Yeah.
They voted on. Was it the canon? What are they called? The canon voted.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stories they just blew off
and put it together.
They decided
His childhood.
these aren't as important.
His whole childhood's gone.
This whole chapter that said "Don't ever give money to the church." Let's get that out of there
that's
right
gotta
away.
go.
That's
dumb.
going in there. People do not like that. Have you noticed that? It doesn't play in the churches. Let's get rid of it.
I read your book. I told you that
Thank
before
you.
you started, and I said it was great. I got to the end, which is a compliment, because we try to read a lot of books, and you get halfway through, you're like, I'm done. I'm moving on to the next one. I really liked your book. I want to ask you about Christmas, though. You got a couple of small kids, and you don't celebrate Christmas because you're an atheist.
It's kind of a complete half-ass cheat that we do. You know,
But my point, and then you could go with it, is that I think most of us don't even look at Christmas as a religious holiday.
No,
anymore.
I don't think it is. If it weren't for my wife,
right,
who's an absolute nut about it, you know, I would probably do Christmas just fairly normal. But my wife is just, whatever you find that I believe, my wife believes it 10 times more.
Wow.
Every single time I speak, she considers me to be kind of a sellout. You know what I mean? Why did you tell them to shut the fuck up?
Wow.
What do you mean Christmas isn't a religious holiday? How'd you let them say that? It's the same thing. I mean, I have to, you know, my daughter's middle name is Crime Fighter, right? Moxie Crime Fighter Gillette. And everybody says, you know, here's this crazy performer giving his child the crazy middle name. It's not the way it happened. I mean, I have to defend it, but not the way it happened at all. My wife doesn't have a middle name. She hates middle names. I said, okay, Moxie's a name we agree on. What do you think for a middle name? She said, fuck middle names. I don't have middle names, and I don't know your middle name. I'm married to you. I don't know your middle name. She said, it doesn't matter. I said, I just thought it'd be nice to. She said, okay, I don't care. And then we're backstage, and we're with our piano player, Jonesy, and I just written this novel, Sock, during which one of the characters says, from now on, call me Crime Fighter. So Jonesy, my piano player, goes, well, it doesn't matter. Call her Crime Fighter. And my wife goes, you wanted a middle name? You got it. It's Crime Fighter. That's it. And I said, well, I just thought we could kind of bag her. She said, no. I didn't want a middle name. You did. Jonesy says Crime Fighter. Moxie Crime Fighter Gillette. I said, oh,
That's
okay.
great.
And then
you're
for
right.
8 years, I have to defend it.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I've been with these guys a long time. I don't know their middle names.
Exactly. You're siding with my wife.
And I don't have a middle name officially. So I'm in that world.
Yeah, so there you go.
I like it.
Has your wife influenced you, like, because I don't know her, and it's like you're a very strong personality and a big personality, so you kind of have to be married to somebody who's got a certain strength to them. And has she kind of influenced you and taken you from, say, 6 to 7 as far as your beliefs?
I think we kind of do it to each other, but she backs down less. I think because. Because she's stronger, baby, but also because I spend more time with people who have different opinions. I mean, I went to Dallas and did Glenn Beck's show.
Right.
Went to his studio, spent time with Glenn Beck.
How was that?
And it was amazing. First of all, I don't know what he's doing. I guess he on the side.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
No. Well, he has. First of all, his chalkboard has 5 colors of chalk on it.
Yeah.
And, you know, my thinking is if you have a theory that takes 5 colors of chalk to explain, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's as easy. I mean, count those of you who are working on your kind of unified field theory at home.
Sure.
And I know that those who are listening to this show. There's no doubt about that.
Sure.
And you want to lay out your theory? If you get to like 3 colors of chalk, just say to yourself, I'm fucking whack job. Because, you know, Einstein, E equals MC squared, special relativity.
One color, right?
One color chalk.
For all that shit.
One color chalk.
That
for
changed the
world. Chalk.
How do you know? It's all black and white photos. That could be yellows and greens
But
in
you
there.
don't see little graphs with a. But you go on Glenn Beck's show, and there is a chalkboard, and there's 5 colors of chalk. This is where the conservatives have been going, and this is where here's where the founding fathers were. And he's got this studio that's the size of a gymnasium with, you know, jibs coming in,
Right.
and all this stuff, and then these people, it's agoraphobic. It's so big. It's this huge. It's like doing the show in a beautiful wood-paneled airplane hangar. And then he goes on, and we get along fabulously.
Yeah.
Fabulously. And then he has questions, people raise their hands and ask questions like, what does the word atheist mean? I mean, they've never been in a room with someone like me.
Wow.
And we just get along great, and I go and do that, and my wife just kind of goes, he's a Mormon. I go, yes, I know he's a Mormon. But you were on there kind of I didn't agree with any of the Mormon shit. I was just nice to him. But my wife is very, my wife is...
She's like, why are you not stomping Glenn Beck's brains out?
She's what?
She plays golf. She's like a 5 handicap from the men's tees. And
No.
She plays
From the men?
poker.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
She plays poker, and she's like the man of the
How
house.
did you meet her?
After the show, she came up and, just waited around after the show in order to have sex with me.
Really?
That was her plan. And her way of making that move was to come up and say, Penn, I was having dinner the other night with Richard Dawkins. We were talking about... No, she said Richard Dawkins, and she had
Who's
me
Richard
right there.
Dawkins? Because Richard Dawson would have gotten me because I was such a fan of the show.
He's an atheist guy.
Yeah, big atheist.
He's one of the
He is the. I don't know if he still is, but he was.
He's the Jesus of atheism.
Yeah,
More or less.
he was the Darwin chair at Oxford.
When you, I have things with my ex when we were talking. There's certain subjects she would bring up, and I could feel my blood boiling because it's like we've already gone through this.
Oh wow!
And it's like I was never able to back out of an argument and just let her have
Argument
her
or discussion?
It became an argument because I was so annoyed that she was. We just hit each other wrong. How do you avoid that shit? Like if you're both very strong personalities, like if you feel your wife getting heated about it, will you at times go, it's not worth it? All right.
Yes.
You will.
Yeah, I'd back down.
I think every married
often.
guy has to go through that a lot.
You got to decide what hill you're willing to die on.
Just like anyone else.
That's it, man.
So you guys,
matters. I once had a discussion. I was sitting around with a big group of people. We were in Vegas, and we were talking about. And I love this. This should be a book. We were talking about arguments that people had when they were breaking up, that what the argument was actually about. I mean, not what the words were, not what the subtext was. And one guy said that he was driving back from Vegas and got into a screaming match that ended up breaking up with his wife. And the subject was if Priscilla started dating too soon after Elvis died. That's where it started.
Wow.
you gave us a great radio bit. We're going with that one.
And the other one that I heard was that another guy said it was not his wife, it was a girlfriend, and they were arguing and really violent. And you can't understand this unless you've been in one of these. Mm-hmm. He hit an animal in the road, and he said he'd hit a possum, and she said it was a raccoon.
and that
turned into the big discussion that ended to their breakup. And I think that don't care. You don't ever want to find what's behind it.
Because
she was afraid I was cheating on her, or there was money problems. I want to know what the actual court transcript says. I want to know when you bring that in front of the judge, and he says, "What were you arguing about?"
Right.
The transcript's going to be read back and say, "You said that Priscilla should have waited 1.5 years before dating, and your wife said that 1 year was okay."
Yeah.
Is that what the subject was about? Well, no, Your Honor. No. What do the words say? We talked about nothing but Elvis and Priscilla and how soon she was dating.
Because it's always about something deeper, but that's the interesting part is what started.
Everybody, when you're sitting around talking to people, you always go to what were you really talking about? And all of a sudden it came to me like a diamond bullet in the forehead. That's not what I care about.
Yeah.
I know what you were really fighting about. You were really fighting about sex and money. That's all.
Yeah.
But what I want to know is what you thought you were fighting about, because that's what tells what's in your heart. The fact that you were willing to go to the mats over whether that was a fucking possum. It was a possum. You could tell it was a possum. Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having to back down with your wife or girlfriend when you know you're right. But like you said, you got to pick your battles and shit. But there are just times. I remember when I was married. Oh my God, I used to have to back down constantly because she was fucking brutal, just vicious. And she could keep a fucking argument going, man. She held the grudge
days,
like the
right?
JDL. It was crazy, man. Yeah, she was awful.
So no Christmas tree for the kids.
If they ask for
I really want to know how an atheist celebrates Christmas.
What we
That's
do
all.
is we do a big thing on New Year's Day.
Right.
And the children just all gear up to New Year's Day.
Oh, wow.
And it ends up being very financially feasible because they get to see what the friends got. You know, the Jewish and Christian friends already got. They get to find out what the children threw out, what they really like. So if the children get like 6 Skylanders, we just have to come in over the top with 7. You know? We get to lay it all out, see what it is, and come in with much better presents. We get to learn.
So you move it to New
we
Year's.
just move it a few
New Year's
days
Eve.
later. It's exactly
smart.
the same thing.
And they don't feel at all like they've been slighted or.
They haven't yet. You know, they're 6 and 7, and we've got no complaints. And last year, I think one of them said, you know, we drive by the tree places all the time. You know, we'd like to have a tree, and we said, okay. Yeah, there's not really a big deal about it. There's always a big deal over my daughter. I would love to see her in the little holiday show they do at school.
Sure, yeah.
And my wife kind of rolls her eyes at that. And Moxie kind of chooses. I go, you can sing whatever. You sing Away on the Manger. That's fine. You can sing whatever you want. You know, Bach wrote really good music. Ray Charles did too. They were both religious. You can sing Away on the Manger. You can sing Silent Night, which our school doesn't have, but I'm using advanced examples. And my wife's kind of like, he doesn't have to do that. And then Moxie kind of decides. And this year she's deciding that she actually, I was feeling really guilty about doing your show because the Christmas thing is today. And I wouldn't get back for it. And I said to Moxie, so you're doing the Christmas thing? She said, no, it's all Christmas. I don't want to do the Christmas. I said, so you're not going to appear on stage at all? She said, no. I said, you sure of that right now? She said, yes. And you don't want to change your mind? She said, no. I said, I'll be doing Opie Anthony.
I like it.
Yes, these couple days you've been on the road, I think your wife really went to work on her.
Yeah, right.
A couple things from your book, if you don't mind. I loved reading about your experience on The Celebrity Apprentice.
Well,
and how you pretty much faked it. You made kind of an agreement with Mr. Trump that you wouldn't be a problem.
Well, no, it's not really that. You know, Trump is a really fascinating guy. And you know, now I've done it, and although I can't talk about it too much, I've done another season of it. So I've gotten to know Trump. Yeah, I'm on the All Stars. I've gotten to know.
Then maybe I shouldn't bring this up.
No, I can say a little bit. You know, but it's fascinating because you know Thelonious Monk. Great jazz piano player, has this list. It's not well known, but there's this little list that he gave to members of his band on how to play, which includes the greatest advice to musicians ever. One of them that I love is, don't play the piano part. I'm playing the piano part. Because, you know, he would play these wonderful things, and the sax player would come in and play what he had just played. So don't play the piano part. I'm playing the piano part. And then at the bottom of it, he says, the genius is the one who is most like himself. That's his definition of genius, the one that is most like himself. And
it's hard to wrap your mind around.
Reading that and being around Trump is purely Trump. And when you sit in that boardroom, and he does go on for 2-3 hours, and you sit in the boardroom.
You have to sit there for 2 or 3 hours, and they only show, 5 minutes on TV?
And you're sitting there, and he's talking, and
every week?
Yeah.
Or, you know, I know in TV time, but whatever.
Every other day, yeah. And
3 hours?
Sometimes an hour and a half. And the thing is that at first, when I first got there, you know, it's a foreign environment and you're all jacked up and you wonder if he's going to call on you and what do you think of Clay Aiken, and you're running through all the scenarios. And then you realize that there are 12 other people in the room and your chances of being called on are very slim. And if you are called on, what you have to say is not very much. Well, Mr. Trump, we did the best we could. Thank you, Mr. Trump. That's about all you got to say. So all of a sudden, this kind of calm came over me, and it was like listening to this really, I believe that any person alone just talking off the top of their head with no filters and no censorship is fascinating. And the reason when you work on radio, what you're learning to do is trying to get your filters in place so that you keep your job.
Right.
But yet you still have this passion that flows.
Compelling,
and you see that people have real trouble doing that.
Right.
Either they can't put any filters on, and they just burn
too
out.
many, yeah.
Or they've got so many filters on, it's like, well, great day, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Giving up nothing.
Yeah.
But that combination of I know that there's a microphone on me, and I also want to break down what I'm going to say. You know,
But you get to see him with no filters.
yeah, you get to see him with
That's
no
gotta be
filters,
kinda
and
cool.
it's really,
Because the version we see on TV, it certainly has a few filters.
sure. But when you get to see just what's popping up in his head, it's just fascinating, and getting to see.
Does he talk about stuff that has nothing to do with the show?
Nothing
like
to do
what?
with it.
Can you give me a couple examples?
He'll talk about real estate deals that he had that day. He'll talk about an argument he had with a friend of his, and it's just fabulous.
Oh my God, you got to sit there.
I think that the show would be even better if they left in
some of that stuff,
big chunks of that. Because for me, you know,
Trump stuff.
they always talk about on TV. You know, you want not to just be talking heads. You want some action. But for me, a person speaking from their heart, especially an eccentric person, I can listen to forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you just gave me Neil Young, you know, with a microphone and just 12 people sitting there not talking back to him and him talking for 3 hours, I would watch that anytime. And that's part of what. So the problem with me not being able to dig Trump was just having all my own shit.
Right.
And by the time I got to show 5 or 6 and went, you know, this has got nothing to do with me.
It's not about me. Yeah.
I'm just getting to sit here. And, you know, it's really important. Like, you know, like I kept saying over and over again, you know, if it were the 60s, you know, I want to be near what's going on. If it were the 60s, I would want to be on Ed Sullivan. And when the Beatles did Ed Sullivan, the act after the Beatles was a magician. It was Billy McComb. That's who I want to be. After the whole thing is over, everything's torn down, boom, the Beatles have hit, everybody's remembered that. A guy's going to come out and do a schmuck magic act. I want to be that guy.
What was his? Well, I have to stop you for a second. What was his trick?
The trick?
I need to know.
He
the
made
trick.
himself obscure.
I mean, no, I didn't know that a magician came on after the Beatles for that
you don't
famous
know who came
fucking
on after
viewers
him.
disappeared.
You know, before or after.
What kind of trick did he do?
I think it was Billy McComb, and I think he was doing his little, a very talky trick. I think was silks and a very nice
old
routine.
school, right?
Very
Yeah.
And you know, people. And he comes out and does it. And I used to talk to him about it. You know, and he has like, you know, he has the autographed pictures of the Beatles, and he was the perfect age because the Beatles, you know, were 20, and he was just about 40. You know, a working pro, a really working pro. So he says, yeah, you know, I'm going to go on. He was Scottish. I'm going to go on that show. And, you know, the Beatles are going to be on before me, you know, and his niece and everything get real excited and he gets some tickets and stuff. And then he's backstage and this history moment is happening.
Right.
Absolute history. And then that whole thing, you know, Ed Sullivan, thank you, boys. And, you know, boom, boom. And they leave.
There goes history.
And someone has to come out on stage. So I would
you want to
be
follow the Beatles?
Yes, more than anything, I want to be the guy who's forgotten. I want to be near. You know, you say to your friends, "What was it like backstage?" I know.
Yeah.
I know what it was like backstage. I was there trying to get through the groupies, going, "Don't touch those cards. They're stacked. No, just don't touch the cards. You could take your clothes off and throw them over there, but this deck of cards is stacked.
Very important that you leave that alone. Yes,
leave that alone. You can do whatever you know. I mean, fall down, have an orgasm, drag Paul's feet across the room, but just don't touch this little table. You know that. And if you're talking about the 21st century, that Sunday night is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Ed Sullivan. And Gary Busey is the Beatles. There's no doubt that 30 years from now, if anyone's talking about Celebrity Apprentice, they're saying nothing except Gary Busey. So when I got to go on again and be on with Gary Busey, I was like, oh boy, I'm the magician who's on after the Beatles. Because you know that Gary Busey's just going to just spill out this nutty poetry.
Right.
And you know, in some of those shots, I'll be sitting next to him. That's all I want out of life.
That's all you need.
And it turns out on Celebrity Apprentice that who you are with is all that matters. The show is completely honest. They don't edit it disingenuously. They don't cheat. All the stuff that paranoid people say that they're holding back meals and stopping the sling. All that's bullshit. They really do exactly what they say they're doing. Trump really is exactly. That's not really true. If you get Trump off camera, he's nicer. He's more of a regular guy.
Right.
He doesn't want you to know that he must be an interesting TV character.
Yeah.
And his way of doing that is by being, intense and mean, and he plays that up. So he gets a lot softer and cooler and more human when you're on. But that's not really a big cheat. That's not a big lie. Right. And it goes through pretty straightforwardly. But if you're stuck in a room with Clay Aiken for 60 hours, there is some damage that gets done. When he wants to have heart-to-heart talks with you.
Well, that's what I love in the book.
Oh,
I'm glad you're getting to it.
Well,
Clay Aiken sat him down to have a little heart-to-heart.
I'm from New England, okay? And that doesn't mean much, but my parents were older. My mom was 45 when I was born. So I'm born of another generation of New Englanders. And Greenfield, Massachusetts, little town up there, on my mother's deathbed, she was dying. On her deathbed, I sat there next to her and said, Mom, I really love you. She said, why are you saying that? Of course you love me. And when I came home, if I'd been gone, a month, over in China, my parents hadn't seen me. When I came in, I could hug my mom and then hug my dad. And then that was it for the trip. If I was there for 4 days, that was the hug you got.
That was it.
And then you hug goodbye. And I bring home girlfriends, from California who'd meet my mom the first time and hug her. And my mom would say afterwards, tell your girlfriend not to hug me.
Wow.
I don't know her.
So she was a little distant.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it meant a lot. And when I'm telling that story, there's no one I've been closer to in my life than my mom. When I tell that story about, of course you love me, I hope you understand that I'm not talking about some cold bitch. I'm talking about somebody that to say it was a little bit of an insult because it was just so true.
Okay,
to her, it was like saying there's air in the room.
Unnecessary to say, right?
Air in the room, So when I decided to get married, it was about a 45-minute discussion with my wife, maybe a half an hour. When I decided to work with Teller for our entire lives, we had a discussion that went about 20 minutes. Deciding to have children, talking to my wife and saying, because our children were very planned because our daughter's a test tube baby, so it wasn't a question of just fucking. It was a question of, we're going to spend $30,000. And so that discussion was less than a half an hour. We're going to have children, raise them together. Seriously. And then, with 8 cameras on me, Clay Aiken sits down for an hour and a half to talk about how much eye contact I'm making with Lou Ferrigno. So you've got a New England guy. Yeah. So he sits down and he goes,
"Oh my God!"
Well, first of all, he says, "You kind of talk over Lou Ferrigno's head. You're really condescending." Now, all I want to say to him is, condescending means to talk down to. If you're talking over someone's head, that's different. You're a prick, but you're not condescending. It's a different thing. The word you want, Clay, is arrogant, insensitive. Prick would be great. Right. Prick is a fine word here, but condescending is the wrong word. But it turns out when someone is calling you condescending, correcting their use of the word condescending, counterproductive. Doesn't really help to go, I'm sorry, you don't really understand what condescending means.
Maybe he didn't understand why Lou kept saying, what?
An hour and a half with that guy.
So he says to me, don't do that much. And I say, which is the way I was brought up, I say, okay, I know that bothers you. It won't happen anymore. The stuff you just explained, I won't do anymore. And, of course, the truth is, and it's on video, from the moment he says that, I don't do any of the things he complains about ever again for the whole show.
Really?
To the point that the producers complained to me, and I said, well, I told Clay I wouldn't. So that is a full 3 minutes of the conversation. And that is really cool. Like, if you took me outside here when the mics were off, and you said, when you come on the show, Penn, there's this thing you do that bugs me, and you explained it to me, and it wasn't outside of my morality, right. I would go, okay. and then the discussion's over.
We don't like the whole denying God thing, Penn. We wanted to talk to you.
Well, then we'd have a little bigger discussion.
It scares the shit out of all of us, okay?
But so then Clay has to talk another hour and a half. And the weird thing about Celebrity Apprentice is, and this is something you guys will not be able to understand, but I want you to try to wrap
Because
your
we'll never
heads
be on
around
the show.
it.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because we'll never be on the show,
If
right?
you're on the show, you'll understand it. It's not reality, and it's also not TV. And that's the part that's really hard. As we sit here talking, you are aware that every breath you're taking is going out to people. Right?
Yeah.
You're very aware of that. And you also know it's not a real situation. We're not just sitting around having a cup of colas.
Right.
But you also know that it's going out live. Now imagine if you do this show and you do 10 hours of it, 10 hours straight without a break, and you don't know what 3 minutes they're using. So you have to constantly think, but then you know. So the hour and a half that I'm talking to Clay, I know isn't going to be on TV, and yet any individual instant of it, me rolling my eyes, me going, "Oh, shut the fuck up," you know, any of that. So it's very different. I mean, doing an hour on Piers Morgan, where you know the cameras are there and it's all going out, you can kind of judge how you're coming off. Like you're sitting there and you're going to, you're thinking, we'll let Penn go this long and then I'm going to interject this. And Jesus, better get a fucking joke in there somewhere. It's been a while without a joke. What can we stick in? All that's going through your head. Imagine all that's taken away from you.
Wow, yeah, that's fucked up, man. And
I add to that they don't cheat. There's no cheating. They're not going to take an eye roll out of one conversation, put another. They don't do that. They're completely honest, completely straightforward.
Right.
But the situation, imagine you get up at 5 a.m. and you have 12 cameras on you from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 12 cameras, and then you're surrounded by people who you didn't choose to be around. I mean, the five of us in this room, they do 10 hours with cameras on us. I think we do pretty good.
Yeah.
Now bring in Don Johnson. Just put him into there, like a little bit of carbon in the reactor. The five of us are doing great.
We probably would be excited for the first hour, maybe two, and then we still have 8 hours with Don Johnson.
You can be excited for the first 40 hours,
right?
And it still won't be over.
Gotcha. Got your point.
You don't have to say an hour. It's going to go forever. And if you get someone like Gary Busey, who other people found annoying, I just love it. Because it's this pure kind of flow of, like dancing beneath the diamond sky with one arm waving free.
Is it total genuine from him? Because he's such a good actor. Like, when you realize he does know how to be structured when he acts and he can memorize lines, he's a brilliant actor.
So there's some stuff going on.
So this craziness in real life is actually organic?
I believe that Gary is, as much as anybody, as true to himself as possible. Now, there's a time when you're aware of what you're doing, but I mean, he is certainly more honest on camera to who he actually is than any of us in this room have ever been. You're pretty much yourself on here, but he does less than you do to bring it together in front of a mic.
So who are you doing Celebrity Apprentice, the All-Stars with? Are you allowed to say yet?
I'm allowed to say. It's been announced.
It was. Okay.
Yeah, it's but I don't know if I'll be able to remember in the right order. Lisa Rinna, who I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Gary Busey, Dennis Rodman, LaToya Jackson, Bret Michaels, Dee Snider. Dee's great.
Dee, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
And then, Omarosa. Who else was there? Some Playboy woman that I never got to really, Brandy, who I never get to really work with. She was on different teams. Stephen Baldwin.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
So we're
oh, wow.
I get to talk. I talk a
yeah.
lot of scripture
Yeah.
with Stephen Baldwin. And at one point, I'm talking to him, and we're talking
Polar
about
opposite of Penn,
talking about the Bible. And we're talking. It's a great moment because I'm talking about John, and I'm saying that my major problem with the Bible is that one of my major problems is that Jesus is so anti-family. Jesus says in several places, put your family aside and follow me. Your family doesn't matter. Come follow me. Leave them behind. Follow me. And I said, I believe my family is more important than that. I don't know why Christians talk about family values when throughout the New, and he says, well, where is that you're talking about? And I said, well, I'm talking, it's throughout the New Testament, but it's mostly in John. And he says to me, well, do you have any verses that you know offhand? And I say, yeah, the one that's tattooed on the back of your neck.
Oh,
and he has 3:30 tattooed on the back of his neck. And then he quotes it to me, and I go, see?
What is 3:30?
It's the one that says, don't worry about yourself or being you or following what you believe. You must put that aside and follow me. And I said, putting aside your own heart and doing this. But, I'm putting it in abstract terms. It's not exact. But, he has biblical stuff tattooed on. And, Baldwin would spend his time going, it's so weird that the only one who knows what my religious tattoos mean on this show is the atheist. But I got along great with Stephen Baldwin, And if you want to hear stories on Usual Suspects, which I do, they're there. If you want to hear stories about him converting to Jesus, which I kind of didn't, you still hear those too. But it's just fascinating. The youngest Baldwin.
It's amazing that it's so much better to be educated about something that you're against, not necessarily against, but don't believe in, have an opposing point of view. It's so much easier to be very educated in that, to have a constructive argument with somebody, discussion.
Do you understand the irony of what you're hearing right now?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how everyone in the radio audience is going, who the fuck just said that?
Who are you? I'm very educated. When I have a viewpoint. No, because obviously also talking about gun control issues this week. Everybody's talking about it. And like a lot of people that are for gun control have very little knowledge about guns and what their purposes are.
I was going on Wendy Williams yesterday, and I said to my manager as I was going on, I said, "Do you think that I should do nothing during this interview except correct them on magazine and clip and the differences?" I said, would that appear to be callous if I just said, a magazine and a clip, it has to do with the spring and loaded and but yes, it's a time. What I was so bothered about was on both sides, without talking about the issues at all, people jumping in to make their political points.
Right, yeah.
I just was like, we don't need to hear from you now, except that I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all we really need to hear. And also the press turning it into this 24-hour thing. Yeah. My children, I didn't have the TV on at all, but, and there were these articles everywhere about how to talk to your children about this. How you talk to your children about this is you don't talk to them. There's no reason for them to think about this. It's a tragedy, but it's a tragedy that's also an anomaly. It's not going to happen in their school. It's a very, very small number, which is why we're so appalled. And obviously this happening to one child is infinitely too many.
Right.
That being said, it does not mean that your 75 million children in the country are at risk from this.
And they don't need to be petrified.
No.
Going into school. Yeah.
And they said, that the school was going to bring it up a little bit. And my children did. And I said to my children, this can't happen to you. And in some of the articles they were saying, you can't tell them you can keep them safe from this. And I'm reading the article going, yes, I can.
Yeah, I can.
Yes, I really can.
The odds are good they will be safe from that.
Yeah, overwhelming.
It's horrifying as a parent, though. As a parent, did that just bother you at all? Or?
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but what you really want to worry about, of course, this very well, is you want to worry about drowning, and you want to worry about prescription medicines. That's. We lose about 2 children a day drowning in backyard pools. I mean, that's a real number, and that can happen. And it's just that, trying to do that triage and that priority without losing any of the compassion, any of the compassion at all. And also, when I was on Wendy Williams, there was...
What was her take on it, by the way?
The usual, we have to ban assault weapons. And then she was also quoting Jamie Foxx about how our entertainment is too violent. And then Sue Simmons, who was on, said, well, you have somebody who's mentally ill with Asperger's syndrome and let them play video games. And I went crazy. I was probably inappropriate on the show.
Yeah.
I was probably too aggressive because I said...
You got a great take on violent video games.
But about
bullshit. It's amazing.
Asperger's syndrome, I said, there's no correlation with violence whatsoever. None. We don't have to be. And she said, well, there's something wrong with them. We have to. I said, no, Asperger's syndrome people live among us, and we love them, and they're our families. And there's no reason you shouldn't even say that. Yes, the shooter probably had Asperger's. But it's like saying he was blonde or something. I mean, it is so much worse than the worst kind of racism to say that the people among us who need our help and need our love and need our support and are not in any way violent. There's no correlation. There isn't a fucking data point. You can't say, well, they do, you can, with schizophrenia, you can say there's very, very, very few cases, but it's a little higher in the schizophrenic population.
Right.
It's only a little. It's so low. It's just an RCH. It's just barely there, But Asperger's, if anything, it's negatively correlated.
You're the only one that says that word properly, by the way. We all say Asperger's.
Is that proper?
I think so.
There is a
I
P
don't
in that
know.
word.
I
think that's how you say it.
I say Asperger's.
That's what I say.
It's fun to say, to pretend it's two words put together and I snicker.
So
snicker isn't two words put together.
No, but I snicker. I think you ass and burgers. I just snicker.
Your take on violent video games. I know you did a whole episode on bullshit.
Well, the thing is, it's just another way for grown-ups to dislike their children. I mean, all I think about is, you remember that clip that we all saw a million billion times? Rock and roll has got to go! And the guy smashing the record, and we all laugh our asses off, and then they show, Hail, Hail, Rock and Roll, and those kind of documentaries that were all out in the 70s and 80s. If you watch those again, they show these, southern, big-headed fat guys saying, it's the devil's music! It's the devil's music! And they do all that kind of shit. And then when Hillary Clinton comes out and says, we've got to stop these violent video games, people our age, kind of go, well, she's a little over the top. No, she's rock and roll has got to go. She's insane. Yes, this shooter did play Call of Duty. You know why? Because every motherfucker under 30 plays Call of Duty. More people play Call of Duty than eat pussy. More people play Call of Duty than drink milk. Every single motherfucker who's under the age of 25 has played Call of Duty in the past 3 days. Yes. There's no exceptions.
They sold 16 million games in 2 days. Yeah! In 2 fucking days.
60 million. So when you say, Mom, everyone's listening to the Beatles, nothing compared to Call of Duty. So what you've got is, let's see the percentage of people who are watching Call of Duty. It's totally unfucking related.
Right.
It's just like saying, you're watching the Shakespeare stuff, and Shakespeare has these underage teen suicides. What's this going to do? Fuck you! Nothing. It's art. People know the difference. My children, 5 years old, watched the Stooges and knew the Stooges weren't really gouging each other's eyes out.
Right.
Of course, turns out they really were, but that's not important. Doesn't change my point. So the thing is, there's this desperate attempt, and it makes me fucking nuts, this desperate attempt, and I believe this is one of those things that Americans do more than the rest of the country. There's this desperate attempt when there's something terrible to blame something other than the person we know is the perpetrator.
What the
Charlie
fuck is that
Manson. Blame the hippie movement. No. Blame LSD. No. Blame the Times. No. Blame fucking Charlie Manson. He carved a swastika into his forehead. What the fuck more do you need?
We don't even blame Manson. Blame Tex Watson and Squeaky and them.
Exactly.
We still haven't blamed him, really.
Exactly. How about we blame the person and then to say that because every single quality this guy has, you cast aspersions on everybody else, especially the Asperger's people, who are struggling with so many things to fit in. I mean, they're having, this is not a secret. I'm not telling tales out of school. but I'm a little hesitant to say it, but I will anyway. On my podcast, Penn Sunday School, Reddy Rich, who runs the board, has Asperger's syndrome and was special schools and everything else and works really hard. And he's one of these guys who has to count the amount of time he makes eye contact with you so he appears normal. You know, he has to do, I do 6 seconds of eye contact with you, then I can go to someone else in the room. He has to do that kind of stuff.
Wow.
He is so brutally honest that he has to be careful. You know what I mean? Because he will tell you the truth whether you want it or not.
Oh, shit.
And he has, you know, and there's, you know, and it's a spectrum.
Right.
There's all different qualities.
Sure, yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean, he's serious. It's not someone that has just you know, just a touch of that weirdness. He
How
really
long ago
has
did they
that.
come out with knowing what that was? Asperger's. How long has that been a diagnosed
doesn't seem that
condition?
long at all.
Not long, decades. I mean, just a couple
decades
three
tops,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So when we were
And,
growing up, they were all just considered
weirdos. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but
well, that's
And
true.
so this is someone that
What was the most honest thing he said to you that you went, oh man? Why are you?
we had a guest of the show.
Yeah.
A really heavy guest that I was really excited to get on. And I did an interview with him, and it went really well, and I thought we killed. And we finished, and I said, how did that seem to you? And he said, oh, you shouldn't ask me right after the show because it was awful, and I was sleeping almost through it. It was really boring. But he said, you have to learn. You can't just ask me. I don't know how to do that thing other people do and avoid it. So if you don't want that kind of answer, you gotta don't make me the first one you talk to.
It's got to be odd to be aware that you do these things and still do them.
I got the most beautiful letter from him. It meant the world to me. One of my favorite emails ever. I had hurt. I guess I'd hurt my hand. I hurt my ear. Hurt my ear pretty badly. I had to go to the doctor and so on, and my ear was hurt badly. And about 2 weeks after I had this, was in the hospital and came back, I got this email from Reddy Rich, who said, "Dear Penn, my training says that 2 weeks after someone gets out of the hospital, I'm supposed to make a note and then ask them how they're doing to show that I'm concerned and that I love them." And he said, so I'm supposed to ask you right now in my training how your ear is. But it feels to me like if I do that to you, that you'll just see it as sucking up and pandering and kind of laugh it off. So I guess the honest truth is I don't care about your ear, but want you to know that I love you. Sincerely, Reddy Rich.
Wow.
That's
Beat
great.
that for a fucking letter.
That's
pretty amazing.
But my training tells me da-da-da-da. So I'm sitting on the show, and this woman starts saying, when you have people with Asperger's syndrome and you start giving them Call of Duty, you turn these people into killers.
Oh my God!
And I'm going, no, they're wonderful people.
Are
They're
they able
people
to
that we love.
empathize? I know there's a difference, but what, like they say, sociopaths can't feel empathy or can't feel compassion or can't put themselves in a what is? I'm sure there's a difference.
That is different from Asperger's syndrome. The old definition, it's changed now, of sociopath was someone that didn't feel empathy. And if you're looking for someone to be a doctor, an EMT, go with your sociopath. The last thing you want in an emergency situation is someone going, you want someone that goes, okay, cut him open, get that out of there. Get he's got part of a fireplace poker going directly through his ass. Pull it out right. No, not that direction. You don't want someone going, it's in his ass. It's in his ass. You know, there are uses in society for, you know, and the number of people in our society who become violent, who become dangerous, is a tiny, tiny number.
Right.
And we don't know who they're going to be. We just don't.
And as a society, we want it to be perfect. Zero.
Yeah, and also
it'll never be
That
zero.
isn't going to happen.
And we also can't. It'll never be zero. But if you read, there's this great book. What I do when I come on this show is I plug other books besides mine.
Your book was a good read, man. I liked it a lot.
There's a book by Steven Pinker called Angels of Our Better Selves that details what's happening with violence worldwide, but especially in the U.S. And I had known that two things are always true. One, the world is always getting better. Two, we always think it's getting worse. And that's because we get older. We get children to take care of and that kind of stuff. We worry.
Did you read Culture of Fear when it came out?
No, I didn't.
Which Michael Moore used in Bowling for Columbine. I was more interested that he referenced that book, and I went, all right, I'm going to go fucking read this book. It's everything you're saying. Everything's getting better, but with the media and everything, it makes it seem like everything's getting worse.
Yes, and you
and they break down stats. Like, we all learn, like, be careful when you go trick or treating. You're gonna get poisoned, right? And this guy's like, well, let's fucking look at how many people have been poisoned in the last 30 years, and it turns out to be such a tiny percentage. And then they break that number down, and it turns out their own parents did it to, get the insurance money or something. But what did we learn growing up? Holy fuck, kids are getting poisoned all over the place.
Yeah, and that the Culture of Fear thing. And
it's a great book.
I had always known that things were getting better. What I didn't know, and Angels of Our Better Selves really shows you, is I thought it had gotten better in the past 100 years.
Right.
No, the past 30 years. I mean, since the 80s even, it's just tapering off like crazy.
Yeah.
And it's this civilization, it's all that stuff going on, and it's also people not being as frightened. Many of your attacks are, people who feel so fucked over that they react and so on. And we've got all sorts of better ways. So you've gotten this time, the funniest argument is that the more likely you are to play video games, the less likely you are to be violent.
Thank you.
And
I said that all week.
But the reason is it's not what you think, that it takes away your frustration or any of that. It's simply that if you can afford video games and you live in a Western culture with video games, you're young enough to play video games, your chances are you're less violent anyway.
You're not falling into that category, right?
So,
right.
you can...
And it also just takes aggression out. When we're all feeling that aggression, we do things.
You don't even need it to.
But some people, I would assume, would play a violent video game to get a little aggression out.
Sure.
Relieve a little stress.
Sure, but I mean, also, you can also have, and this is the other thing that bothers me, you can have a lot of aggression and not kill people.
It's not going to make you a murderer.
That's the other thing you want to, there's this thing of, well, he was getting really upset at his job, he was getting really upset at his, yes! There's a lot of people. I've watched people lose their jobs and lose their wives the next week, and they are fucking just nothing but aggression and hate.
Yes.
And you know what? They hurt nobody.
They don't kill anybody.
They hurt nobody, including themselves. Maybe I got one friend who punched a wall once, hurt himself a little. But for the most part, it's just...
You're doing a great job breaking this down. So... what's your thought on the 24-hour news cycle? Because they certainly don't discuss any of this stuff, which would put a lot of Americans at ease.
We were saying that they never point. They point the blame at video games, at guns, at everything. There is movies,
mental illness.
But I've never seen them do a story that said, does showing these killers in the way that 24-hour news now shows them, almost making them these anti-heroes, does this promote the next one?
Wouldn't that be the same thing you're talking about?
It's at least as viable as
all the other
their
shit.
dumb video games and gun argument, but they never mention it.
I don't...
we know why they don't mention it.
Well,
I just wish they would be a little honest.
They want to feign ignorance so they can continue doing it.
Right.
You're never going to indict yourself.
Right.
And if they ask the question, what do we do to contribute to this? Even though profilers have told them, it absolutely contributes to it. It absolutely does, because you're giving these people something to go out with. They know it, and they're indifferent to it. They don't give a shit.
And capital punishment does that too.
Right.
Capital punishment is sexy too.
But to expand on it, I mean, a lot of people are scared shitless to drop their kids off at school, and a lot of it is because of how it's been covered on the news. And you broke it down today, saying, "Look, it's not going to happen to your kid."
It's just not.
But they don't say that. They don't. If they hit you with some percentages, you would feel a little better.
Vaccines. This whole anti-vax movement that Jenny McCarthy is big on. We have children in Beverly Hills dying of whooping cough. Dying of whooping cough in Beverly Hills. If you told someone in the 60s that someone in the United States of America, I mean, was going to be turning down a polio vaccine,
why?
And those are bigger numbers. Yeah. And of course, any non-zero number for a tragedy is a tragedy. But I'll tell you, the way I live, I don't know if you'll be appalled at me for this. I read about 9/11/01, but I didn't watch the TV coverage.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to see those buildings come down.
Right, yeah.
I saw them. I mean, I saw clips of it, but once or twice. When I get a video sent to me in an email that says, "Here's a beheading." in
that's my
Afghanistan,
line. That's my line.
I don't watch that.
Never.
I'll watch everything else, but beheadings I've never.
And
watched.
I didn't watch. I have not seen anything from the Newtown shooting. I read.
Isn't that hard to avoid?
Well, I just don't watch broadcast TV. It's pretty easy.
But it doesn't get the best of you. Like you're.
No, I'm not curious about it.
Good
You
for
know,
you.
it's.
I'm a weaker man.
It's
as much as I get pissed off, I will be watching.
It's very, this is and you say this, I hate this fucking argument. You say, this is a really rare occurrence. And then the person that you're talking to gets all sanctimonious and goes, rare, yes, but that's not to their families. And I go, no, not to their families. I'm not in any
Not
way
saying that.
I'm not saying the families are supposed to go, hey, no big deal.
Right.
I'm not even saying no big deal. I'm just saying let's not frighten our children. Let's not scare our children. And also let's not say that Asperger's syndrome is the problem. These are people that we love and who need love and need respect. And and not in a special way.
Right.
They need love and respect like we do.
anyone else.
I think the motive behind it is people. It feels so random. The frightening part of it is it's so random and it feels unstoppable. So if people find something they can blame, it feels almost as if, okay, we can backtrace it and see how it could have been avoided. So we can, it's taking a randomness out of it and a helplessness out of it.
You want to do something.
But that really does nothing because if it's this type of kid this time, the next time it happens, and it will happen, it will be with a stolen cop's gun, and it'll be done by somebody with no there's no pattern.
Well, we had what is it? I'm going to get these dates wrong, so forgive me, like I always do. But I think it was 1923. The guy who locked the doors to the school and burned the place down.
That was 1925.
Was it?
Yeah.
And it is the biggest killing of children we've had in the country. Yeah. And they did all the stuff on that guy, and you try to blame other stuff. You blame the accelerants and the gasoline and and all that, all that is also true. If you had different weapons, you have different conclusions, and but. What I worry about so much is that you end up with so many extenuating circumstances that you miss the obvious thing of we know who pulled the trigger.
Right.
We do know that, and it wasn't the people that do Call of Duty. Right. You don't have. I mean, Call of Duty. What are the figures? More people play Call of Duty than have seen any movie, right?
Huge.
Ever. Yeah.
Any movie ever. And everybody. I mean, I don't. Do you play Call of Duty?
No.
See,
constantly.
You do?
Yes, I love it.
I play Tiger Woods golf.
I don't play any video games.
I play Xtube.
My children, I try to, Mike Nesmith of the Monkees, one of my biggest heroes, brilliant man. When I was visiting him once, he said to me, "You play video games?" And I kind of said no. And he goes, "It's rock and roll. Rock and roll is no longer rock and roll. Whether it's rap or hip hop or anything, all the old people know how to make money off that." He said, video games, there really is a cutoff at about 30, 35, 40, where people over that don't even know what it is. They think it's a much better version of Pong. That's what they see, It's like Centipede, only really good. They have no idea.
But the news hasn't interviewed one person under the age of 30 about violent video games.
And he said, so if you really want to know what's happening in the world, I mean, when grown-ups couldn't tell the Beatles apart, and every kid could say, these grown-ups now can't tell, Call of Duty from World of Warcraft.
We were watching the news, and they had a graphic up, and they were showing video games. And I'm looking, going, that isn't even considered a violent video game. It's like a fantasy role-playing video game, and they're showing it and talking about how this, is responsible for murders. It's like, at least show a first-person shooter from this fucking decade.
It was like when Sid Vicious supposedly killed Nancy.
Yeah.
And they were talking about, punk rock Sid Vicious, and they put up a picture of Johnny Rotten. Because he's in the Sex Pistols.
Same guy, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Did he not kill her? Did he not kill Nancy?
Well, he probably did, but I'm not sure we actually had a full trial because he died after that. So I'm just not sure.
We had Johnny Rotten in. What a fucking great guy.
Oh, he was fucking
I
great.
have never, ever met him.
He's
and
awesome. We were nervous.
Very interesting.
We were very nervous, but we all hit it off. He was very interesting.
I've wanted to meet him for so long, and we were supposed to meet a couple times and it didn't work out. But he's such a hero of mine.
You're gonna love him.
I just love him so much. Yeah.
We should take a break.
Oh, yeah.
You sticking around, Penn?
I'll do whatever you want.
Oh, fuck yeah. We're just trying to get to 10 and start a little holiday break. Our holiday break.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I'm here the last day with
Yes,
you
you
guys.
are.
So it's very likely the three of you leave and I do the rest of the show alone, right?
What are you promoting? I mean, I read the book. I loved it. I love Sunday School. It's one of the podcasts I do search out and listen to. Anything else?
No, just, every day's an atheist holiday. My book.
What I want to talk about, if it's okay with you, you talked about your trip to China.
Yeah.
And India and a few other places, and you were affected by that.
A lot.
Deeply,
yeah, a lot,
right?
A lot, yeah.
I want to get into that a little bit. And, man, I know you're a huge fan of The Amazing Randy. You had him on your
means
podcast.
everything, yeah.
That was a great podcast. And I don't know if I did it justice. I heard that podcast, and I brought in the clip about faith healers and the wheelchairs and stuff. Maybe we can get into that a little bit, too.
Sure, we'll do that.
If that's all right with you. Sure. All right, Penn Jillette. Jimmy. Tickets, Buffalo or no?
Buffalo, New Year's Eve, 28 through 31. Still on sale.
Tee-hee.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Let me show you how to make a big boy love you.
In today's episode, Uncle Paul remembers babysitting a young Opie.
You remember, I used to babysit you. I'd poke my you-know-what through the crib and you'd grab it. He was a little blue-eyed Gregorio. He was the cutest one. Yeah, I told you, him and his brother would play the game. The peenie flip. I said, go ahead, flip your peenie. Sure. And his mother would take pictures when he was in the tub. Yeah, and then the court said she had to leave, so she went with a Jewish fella. I kiss his shoulders real tender. And I say, this is what happens. The man puts it in. I'm going to fertilize you. I'm going to show you how we start life. Push back a little bit. Come on, eat your ice cream and push back. Show Uncle Paul you want a baby. Gonna make you pregnant.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
God, you got a million stories. Penn Jillette in studio, one of my favorite guests. Absolutely. Read his book. I check out his podcast, Sunday School. And actually, I want to go back to your trip to China.
Yeah.
You read about that. You wrote about that in your book.
Yeah, I wrote a lot about it. It was really crazy. We did this. It was Canadian crew had this idea of doing a show showing magic around the world, but not magic done for tourists, but magic done for people of that place. And so they sent us, we were like 200 clicks out of Beijing, and we were in Shadipur, which is the slum to the slum of Delhi. We're outside of Calcutta. and we didn't see a lot of magic. Saw a lot of suffering. It was amazing, in India. And, Matt, where in the hell is Matt, the guy that dances around the world, that great, cool guy? He said that, India, you can go. Now, when Americans go to India, they usually go to 5-star hotels and the Maharishi, and they're doing all the incense burning and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go to the places in India that are less good. And turns out, and for good and sufficient reasons, if you guys had a vote, it'd be the same here in the U.S. Magicians are in India, used to be part of the untouchable class. And I'm though you're thinking, it probably should be that way.
Yeah, sure.
We're fine. So they were living, so here we were in our suits, mic'd up, covered with flies from head to toe, with open sewage, with leprosy and polio, all the fuck around us, trying to do kind of a comedy show.
Did it smell bad?
You tell me. Open sewers? What do you think? Smell good, bad? What do you think?
Of course it is funny.
Oh, it was
wow.
It was sickening. And,
did you get depressed?
Yes. And I had, on top of that, I had left my mom dying in the U.S. So I'm calling my mom every chance I get, and I'm going like, I'm in Calcutta. And just saying to someone on the phone, I'm in Calcutta, you go, what kind of weird turns has my life taken?
Yeah.
And, we have this bit. I mean, one of the guys was talking to me about it. We have this bit in our show in Vegas that we wrote it, right when we came back from China. We wrote it in 2000, and it's still in our show. We change our show all the time, but it just doesn't go away. It's our flag burning,
right?
We talk about the First Amendment and how important the flag is,
right?
And I remember saying to G. Gordon Liddy and also to Glenn Beck, I said, when you come to our show live, we're going to burn a flag on stage, and you're going to stand up and cheer. And they said, no way, I am against flag burning. I said, no, you're gonna stand up and cheer. So Tell and I came back from those places and just said, we have to write the most patriotic bit we could ever write. We have to write about the USA with a magic trick, because freedom has really given us everything we have. If we were magicians, we got to kind of see, and I realize this is overly melodramatic, but in that kind of pressure situation, melodrama does come to your heart. We got to see magicians our age working in Beijing and working in Cairo and working in Calcutta, and you really kind of go, wow, do I want to be in Vegas? It's just
you described a magician in China. It was deeply depressing. It was like kind of an open mall or something, and he was trying to do his shit.
Oh, it was crazy.
And no one was around. He was pretty much doing it for himself.
When you get top down planning, that's anybody that loves government and loves bureaucracy and wants everything planned out nice. Go to China. Then come back and we'll talk about it. They put together this place called Wu Chao, which is, I said, is a couple hundred clicks out of Beijing. Wu Chao, things are going to get easier. Wu Chao. And at that time, now the internet has changed everything. In the past, 12 years, everything changes entirely. But the time we were there, we were the first white people they had seen, And I'm asking them through translators, Beatles, nothing. Elvis, nothing. Madonna, nothing. And what they said was,
shut off.
When they saw me, they kept saying Michael Jordan. They thought I looked just like Michael Jordan because they had never seen. I mean, it was really funny. The pictures of me in China, you think it's some sort of gag because it looks like they've captured Bigfoot. They're all normal-sized people,
right.
And then I'm 6'7". I'm 300 pounds. I'm gigantic in the U.S.
Here, yeah.
Now imagine where the average height is 5'2". And imagine this guy comes up, gets out of a van with a crew around him, and walks.
Yeah.
His children running and screaming. So they had decided that they should have a place to show magic. So in the middle of nowhere, they build this huge industrial place that looks like a prison, giant, and doesn't have central heating. And then they put backdrops up, and then they have like 20 magicians, And there is, and no hyperbole here, there is no one there as an audience. No one. And we're going to shoot at the Magic School and at the Magic Performance, and there's no heat. It's the middle of the winter. They're wearing like spandex. They're huddled around this little space heater. There's a backdrop of the New York skyline, and there's a boombox. And we go in there with our crew, and they put the boombox. They play 42nd Street. And then they come out and do like a silk routine, producing silks out of their hands, and then go huddle around this little space heater.
This sounds horrible.
And the entire
I got
audience,
depressed reading about this.
entire audience was the two of us. And now the weird thing about China and the U.S., and you can't, you can see so much about a culture in a microcosm. We're just talking magic now.
Right.
Now, if you are sitting with me, if we go out, have supper, we're sitting around afterwards, and we get to talking about magic, and I will claim to you, looking in your eyes, I'll say, Aunt, we invented this, we invented that, that was our idea. If I could get away with it, looking at your face, I will tell you that I invented playing cards. And then, Anthony, I got the idea of spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. That idea came to me, and I was thinking, that's what the four suits would be. And if you go, really? I go, yeah.
You keep going.
And 52 was such a good number. And I thought there should be two jokers. And then I decided that I would come up with this. Have you ever seen this card trick? 7 cards in 3 rows. That was mine. And as long as you're buying it, I'm going to go.
Sure.
Chinese magicians. This guy would come in with an act, a move that we had never, ever seen. Brand new. This guy invented it. Man, when'd you come up with that move? And all through translators. Oh, it's ancient. It goes back, ancient. It goes back to our forefathers. My teacher and his teacher and the teacher before him. It's always been done just like this. No, it hasn't. That's your move. You came up with it. Every single thing you try to compliment them on, the only way they'll accept a compliment is by going, this is ancient. This goes way back.
Oh, wow.
This is exactly the same. And when we went to like magic schools, people are like working on the cups and balls. They are trying to do exactly what the person ahead of them did. If there's one little wrinkle, Teller goes over and goes, if you do the move like this, it'll be a little more. This is the way we do it. That's it. So these guys who are huge innovators who are just claiming this stuff goes back 1,000 years.
What was a move you had never seen before? What was something that actually impressed you?
I'm talking about really, really subtle stuff. You're
okay.
talking about minutia.
Okay.
But when you're talking about magic, the way he's handling something. And we've seen the videotapes of the people that did come over here, videotapes from the 60s, the way they did it. And we know there's innovations, but it's so nutty that in the U.S., everything is about the individual.
Yes.
And can I claim to have invented this?
Right.
How is this my idea? If you talk to Justin Bieber, rock and roll, pretty much my idea.
Yes.
One Direction. The idea of that close vocal harmonies, kind of ours. There was stuff before us, but we kind of brought a whole new thing to it.
Yeah.
The Beatles. There were no girl groups before them that did those tight harmonies. There was nobody wearing long hair. That's all us. We kind of all thought. The idea of using multi-track recording to tell a whole story on a record, never mind that Sinatra did it in 1958.
Yeah.
Never mind that Pet Sounds was already out. Never mind that Frank Zappa already did Freak Out. That was Paul's idea. That's the way our culture functions. And it was so weird to us to say to people, because, the first thing we ask in the magic trick is, who developed that? Where did it come from? You want to give credit? Oh, no, this thousands of years.
It's this whole societal thing. Yeah,
so when we came back, we wanted to just talk about, individualism and and there's a really good argument. You can live a very happy life with a collectivist point of view. It's just so foreign to the way I was brought up.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom and dad were, you do what is in your heart and what you think is right, and you stay with that. I remember my mom, and as I said, she was, really old, and she'd want to play bridge. She played bridge with Mrs. Cosby, Bill Cosby's mother, because Bill Cosby lived outside of Greenfield, and at the at the retirement center, the old age center, Mrs. Cosby would go, and then my mom would go, and they'd play bridge together, and they were the two showbiz moms.
Wow.
So I would get phone calls from my mom saying, Mrs. Cosby and I were talking today, and she said you should host The Tonight Show because that worked out really well for her son. And she said that when her son hosted The Tonight Show, it really did boost his career a bit.
Oh, wow.
So Mrs. Cosby and I were saying that you should host The Tonight Show. Well, Mom, I haven't been asked. I don't even know that Bill was asked. She didn't say Bill was asked. She just
showed up. Yeah.
How great is that?
You think Miss Cosby was just throwing jabs at like to say that my kid's better than your kid? Like, you want to have your son be racially innovative and do a TV show that no one else in his race can do? What?
It was great, that New England stuff. But my mom, to talk to the other women at the senior center, she would want to watch these, the daytime shows, which I don't know if it was Oprah then, but whatever it was in the late 90s, and she'd say to me, she always said the same thing. She always said, there was a show today, and it was a brother and sister who were living together as man and wife, and there were no children, and I just didn't know why it was anyone's business. And I go, Mom, if you have that attitude, you cannot watch daytime television. And every single day, she'd go into the senior center, and the women would gossip, and she would say, I don't know why that's anyone's business. Who cares? If they're not hurting anybody, they should be able to do whatever they want. And, when I was friends with Al Goldstein, and Screw Magazine, I was watching a news thing after he was arrested for pornography again. And my mother said, do they give these magazines to people who don't want them? And I said, no. And she said, then what's the problem?
Mom would have made a great mobster. Just knows to keep her mouth shut, stay out of other people's business,
keep her nose clean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Mrs. Cosby can let us wet our beaks.
But that was it. And when we were traveling overseas, it really was a different point of view.
Did you feel like the people were suffering, or it's just their way of life and they're kind of used to it? Is it your perspective? You know what I'm trying to say?
At the time, it was certainly clear. I mean, we were over there at the tail end of them having rather draconian laws about how many children you could have. Mm-hmm. So they were killing infant girls.
Amazing.
And, you had this hotel full of Americans that were over there adopting Chinese girls. And it was just crazy to see because they had limited and they all wanted boys.
Right.
They were just throwing away Chinese girls. And you'd see these little babies being pulled out of orphanages. And for the people in the U.S. who were adopting Chinese babies, puts them in, I don't want to throw around words like rich, and that changes a lot, but they had to be able to get a ticket to China and back. They had to be able to get away from work for 3 weeks. They had to have a lawyer to do the paperwork. They've got to have, a couple $100. And I was thinking about these children who were left pretty much to suffer in an orphanage, and then all of a sudden, bingo, they're living in Beverly Hills. It's just crazy. Amazing. How that whole world. You just I would just sit and cry in the lobby, because the lobby, this is a 5-star fancy ass hotel where like Bond should be staying, right? And it's just all strollers and all Huggies and all this baby equipment.
Wow.
And all parents to be. I mean, none of these people have children. They've brought all this shit over from the U.S. in order to adopt the child that they will spend their life with. And now that's all changed. I mean, I want to make it very clear. I was right at the very end of that, and China's opened up. And my friend Matt, the guy who does, Where the Hell is Matt and dances around the world, says that since 2000 to now, the whole world has changed. The internet has leapfrogged people, and the education is just so phenomenal.
So how do they handle it now in China? I don't know.
Are they annoyed that they were robbed of this information for that long?
Are you?
No, but I mean, it
are
wasn't
you-
withheld like.
Because I'll tell you, I am really bummed that when I was in high school, we didn't have the web and sexting. Can you imagine having sexting?
How much easier it was.
What you would have on your phone?
Yes.
I mean, I would have, with the girlfriends I had in high school, I would have had, an entire casebook of the Supreme Court of pictures. I would have been sending so many pictures of my dick to so many people in high school.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean stuff like, are they mad that the government withheld all this stuff from them for all, like almost like the way they're now seeing the world has opened up, not just the dirty individual stuff, but like in China, like you said, they'd never seen white people, and all of a sudden, oh my God.
There's one area, yeah. It's just crazy. I don't know if you perceive it that way. I don't know if you perceive it that you've been stopped all these years. I mean, I wasn't really kidding about saying. How shocked are you? Because when the internet first started flowing over us, I just couldn't. I mean, I used to have to. I'd read a reference in a book and have to get on my bike and go to the library, go through the fucking Dewey Decimal System, find the book and look it up. And I just can't believe that you can say, "Oh, who's Gene Vincent?" and do a clip on that and go, "Oh, the Blue Caps," and they were on it. So who's Carl Perkins? Boom! You can learn so
get
much.
the song right on your phone.
Yeah,
we have taken the
While you're walking
that
down
for
the street,
granted.
you can think of a song, and if you have a connection, just download it.
And we haven't started yet.
But there are kids out there that don't know any better. We actually live the complete opposite. You're right.
My daughter said, we're in the car, we're driving. My daughter says, "Play Yellow Submarine," and I kind of laugh at her and go, "Well, it's the radio, honey. We just don't have every song here. This is serious. We can't just if Yellow Submarine." She goes, "You have it on your phone. Plug it in and play it." And I go, "Oh yeah. Well, actually, honey, I don't have it on the phone." And she goes, "Buy it." I go, "Oh yeah, we can hear Yellow Submarine right now."
Just like
and
that.
It's still, I still can't believe that I can be driving in my car and want to hear, that band Magma from the 70s who performed everything in their own language. I'd like to hear side 2 of that double record set.
Everything is available to see or listen to or read. You don't have to wonder anymore and sit there, call your friends and go, "Who was that guy in that movie like that used to boggle you for hours on end." And then like your brother would be like, "Oh, it was that guy." And he was like, you finally go, "Oh, thank God." Now you just go to IMDb. That's it. There you go. All right. Oh.
It took 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to buy it.
Exactly.
All right.
Go to YouTube.
That is pretty fucked up, man.
It's just incredible.
We just take it for granted.
And we haven't.
We do come from a time we couldn't do any of this.
I was in. I went to visit Google, and what's his name, Serge, one of the founders. I'm in his office, right? And he says to me, "Talk to me about a perfect shuffle, a Pharaoh shuffle."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I've been reading about this, and I said, "Well, it's if you take a deck of cards and you shuffle it perfectly, every card interlaces with every other card, and you do that 52 times, the cards are in the same order they started out. Now, if instead of doing the outer cards mixing, if you do it so the inner cards mix, after 8 times, the cards are in the exact order you want."
Whoa.
So if you can do a perfect shuffle, you can lay out the cards just the way you want them, right? You can then shuffle them 4 times perfectly. You can then bring the cards out of your pocket. I can say, "I'm going to do a card trick for you." I do 4 shuffles right in your face that are just perfect, and then the cards are in the exact order I want them in. Perfect shuffle. It's a rather hard move to do.
A rather hard move. I thought I'm thinking you're talking. It's a theory. That's actually been done
By me. And,
my God.
And it's called the Pharaoh Shuffle. So Serge says to me, "I really want to know all about the Pharaoh Shuffle, and I want to learn how to do it." And he said, "Can you teach me?" I said, "Sure. Open up Google, type in Pharaoh Shuffle. The first thing that pops up will be Mike Close with a video teaching you to do a Pharaoh Shuffle. And I said, follow what he says in the video, and you'll be able to do it. I said, you schmuck. You've invented Google. You cannot ever talk to anyone about anything that's factual. All you can talk to us about from now on is opinions. There's nothing else you can say. And he types in Pharaoh Shuffle into Google, and sure enough, Mike Close pops up, and there's a Pharaoh. It's an incredibly satisfying magic move.
Yeah.
But of course, if in those 8 shuffles you make one mistake,
you fuck up. Then, as you said last appearance, you got to go on to a different trick.
Well, you know you made the mistake. Can you tell while you're doing that? Is there a way to tell, or it can be so close sometimes?
You know right away.
Oh, you do. Okay.
You can hear it. You know, I hear people talking about baseball players that the guys in outfield. I don't know why I'm talking about using an analogy, something I know nothing about. But I've heard sports guys talk about the sound of it.
And they know exactly where it's going to be.
When someone's doing a perfect Pharaoh, I can hear it without looking at it.
Wow,
and if they make a mistake, you can hear it falls wrong. You just go. It's like when people do I had this friend. Oh God, I loved him. His name was Jerry Camaro, and Jerry.
Great name.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
Jesus.
He rode with the Huns. He was a motorcycle guy with the Huns. The Connecticut motorcycle gang. Crazy motherfuckers. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And he was shot 4 times, stabbed 5 times. He's the one that got the idea of stealing arms from the Black Panthers and selling them back to them. That was his idea. Good thinking. Ballsy move. So he was in the hospital. He did time in jail for a long time. And then he asked to get out of the gang, which you can't do. But he'd done so much service for them. He asked to get out. They let him out. And he became a close-up magician. And we got to know each other. We were really good friends, and I loved him. And he would do second deals and bottom deals. You know, you take a deck of cards, he could deal them just like this, and the top card stays in place. He's coming off the bottom or off. So you put whatever you want on the top. You got your ace on the top. You deal as long as you want. Whenever you want that ace to fall, it does. Or you put whatever card you want on the bottom, it's there. And the thing that kills you on doing seconds is that people hear it. Even if you don't know what you're listening for, that is not quite perfect, and people will hesitate for a moment. So it's and you hear that and go, something's wrong, and they look at you. His were perfect. You get down right at his fingers and look at. Perfect.
Does that mean he's dealing from the bottom of the deck? Or?
Dealing from the bottom of the deck.
And
Dealing
you
for the
can't
second.
tell?
You cannot tell.
Can you do
cannot
that?
see it, cannot hear it. No! That's the point of the story. The point of the story is what he's doing is impossible. Impossible.
Oh, my God.
So one of the things magicians do to make money, because making money in magic is a tough gig, is they'll do lectures, which means they go around to different little chapters of magicians. You know, go out to Brooklyn. There's 30 guys get together in a church basement, and they pay you a couple $100. You do your lecture. You sell your lecture notes, and then you go to Fridays with them. They buy you dinner, and then you sleep on some guy's couch. And you tour around the country. That's where you make your living doing lectures. So Jerry is going around doing lectures on his second deal and his bottom deal. And he's got a little pamphlet that he's selling, for $15. Jerry Camaro's perfect second deal, perfect bottom deal that he's teaching these guys. And he's doing it for them. He demos it, explains it, demos it, explains it. Guys come with their video cameras, demos it, explains it. And I go, Jerry, did you tell them in every one of the lectures at the end, you say, oh, and by the way, you have to do 14 years for murder 1, or you have no chance of learning this. Your chances are 0. You need to practice 7 days a week, 4 hours a day for 14 years. There's one way to do that. Kill a motherfucker. Kill a motherfucker, and then you will... Perfect. My favorite Jerry Camaro story was Jerry was working at a place called Magic Island in Southern California. Kind of one of those phony, classy places, prime rib, all you can eat, but flocked wallpaper, And Jerry's wearing a tuxedo, and Jerry's a guy not too tall, shaved head, big beard, burly, and he's going around doing his magic act. And I'm watching him, and I'm standing in the back. There's about 8 guys he's working for, all yuppies. You know, this is the 90s, rich fuckers, you know, taking their second wives to, you know, Magic Island to see some guy work. He's obviously the bottom of the totem pole. These guys are the shit, and he's working for him. He's just putting in his time. And I'm there visiting him, hanging out with him. I'm standing in the back watching him work, doing great card tricks, you know. His patterns like this really just straight, just jokes 101 with these incredible moves, right? And he's got this asshole in the audience. This asshole is heckling him. Yeah, bullshit. Let me shovel the deck. Doing all that shit
brother.
they do. Just a fucking asshole, right? So Jerry says, I'll show you one just for you. He puts the deck down and rolls up his sleeves, pulls out the cards, does this 4-ace assembly, which means 4 aces come together where you don't expect them under his hands. Amazing move. Guy shuts up. He goes on with his show. We go backstage a little bit. He says, you know, I'm glad you got to see that. I had that asshole yuppie, that stockbroker piece of shit. He said, and he was giving me a hard time, and then I did just the 4-ace assembly, and that just shut him right up. It shut him right up. And I go, Jerry, it wasn't the trick. He goes, that's a great fucking trick. What are you talking about, man? There's my perfect second in there. That's a great fucking trick. I go, wasn't the trick, Jerry. He goes, what'd I do wrong on the trick? What, you had a bad angle? I go, no, the trick was perfect, Jerry. That's not what shut him up. He said, what shut him up? I said, rolling up your sleeves. He goes, what do you mean? I go, you roll up your sleeves and it's covered with jailhouse tats. It says, fuck the world. It then says, 1% citizen, 99% criminal. And you have Dennis the Menace on a trike flipping the finger, and it says, fuck the world under it in big letters. And it's all done with India ink and a needle. It does not look like mall ink. This is Jailhouse ink. And you say to the guy, oh, you're giving me a hard time? Let me show you something. And you roll up your sleeves.
You never saw the trick.
And the guy is not seeing anything with the aces. He's just going, guy's got fuck the world tattooed on his forearm, and I was just heckling him. If I keep heckling him, that entire deck of cards is going up my ass, followed by his cock, and I'm guessing it's big. Amazing. Yes, sir. No, sir, from now on. He went, well, a lot of people have tattoos. I go, not like that. They don't say fuck the world. And it was this beautiful image because he's wearing a tuxedo. So he's like undoing the cufflink and rolling up to show this fucking nightmare. A nightmare that assholes can tell from, 50 yards away. Right. Assholes can tell Jailhouse Inc. If you're the kind of guy who goes to a bar and hassles people, you have a sense of Jailhouse Inc.
You better, yeah.
So why wouldn't you get Jailhouse Inc. For a tattoo instead of going to the stupid mall? Right? That would be a good business, I think.
Yeah. Jailhouse Inc.
Get a guy who used to do it in the joint, open up a little shop.
Yeah, well, they do it
We'll
with
make you look like you're in the joint.
It was, you know, Jailhouse Inc. It's amazing how everything changes everything. There was an article written, a nutty article, just to show you the kind of shit that I'll occasionally read, about how Jailhouse Inc. changed because of cassette players. When Walkman hit cassette players, guys in jail learned how to use the motor of a Walkman to move a needle in and out. So Jailhouse Inc. changed to the tribal patterns as soon as Walkmen got into prisons. So that's how technology changes our world. The kind of tattoos you had. Now, the kind Jerry had were pre-Walkman, so they were just some guy paid in cigarettes and sexual favors, sitting there with a needle with thread tied around it so it wouldn't go in too deep, dipping into India ink, you know, squeezed out of flare pens, broken flare pens, and putting each dot in one by one, just so the guy that he's serving can say, fuck the world on his forearm forever. But that's the kind of guy Jerry Camaro was. The other story I loved about Jerry was Jerry and I were very close, and I loved him, but we did not understand each other. He'd done 14 years in prison. I, myself, have not. That makes a difference in a person.
Kind of hard to wrap your mind around.
So Jerry's on a train going to another one of these gigs. And he hadn't seen me in a couple years. And he's walking through the bar car. Jerry didn't drink, but he's going to get a sandwich. And he sees a guy, big guy, ponytail, talking at the bar. And he goes, oh, man, that's Pan. That's Pan. That's really exciting. It's Pan. It's Pan. And he starts to walk over. And as he gets closer, he sees it's not me. And he's really bummed. But he's close enough now he can hear the conversation. And the guy's chatting up this woman, talking to her about being on Letterman, and says the name Teller.
Oh, shit.
So he's passing himself off as me. The poor bastard.
Oh, man.
I mean, he wants to look like Brad Pitt, but the poor fucker looks like me. So that's the lie that's open to him. His possibilities are he could be Randy Quaid or he could be Penn Jillette. Those are the two choices that God has given him. So he's chatting the guy up, and Jerry walks over to him and goes, are you Penn Jillette? And the guy goes, yeah. And Jerry goes, that's funny. I'm Jerry Camaro. I've been your friend for 20 years. Hauls off, hits him in the face, decks him, knocks him down, and then says to the girl, that's not Penn. Don't fuck him. And leaves. Okay?
Wow.
That's it. And he calls me up and says, yeah, I did that. I said, why'd you hit him, Jerry? What do you mean, why'd I hit him? He was saying he was you. Poor fucker, why'd you hit him? Now, just listen, I hate when you do this to me, Penn. I hate when you fuck with me on shit. Obviously, if you saw someone claim to be Jerry Camaro, you would have hit him. No, I wouldn't. I might not have even said he's not Jerry Camaro. I might have just sat and watched and laughed. Okay, you're an asshole, but you're friends. There's no friend that you have that wouldn't have decked that guy. I said, there's no friend I had that would have decked that. Don't you know anything about honor and respect and how you deal with your friends? Yes. And they don't include hitting some poor bastard who's trying to get his dick wet by saying he's an ugly guy on TV. And Jerry and I mean, it was a major argument over the phone with him going, listen, I'm just going to, I know you're fucking with me. I know you do that. I know in my heart that if someone claimed to be Jerry Camaro, who's going to claim to be? No, but if somebody did, that you would have hit him in the face. No! Yes, you're just fucking with me. I would not have hit. No, but that was the world's.
Man.
And Jerry would be in a magic store, you know, and someone would say, you know, Penn and Teller on Letterman last night, not my favorite bit. Over the counter, guy against the wall. What the fuck? He's a friend of mine. That was a good shot on Letterman. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. He goes, none of your friends would allow that kind of trash talk. I said, all my friends would.
Yes.
Most of them would join in. Most would join in and say, I don't know about the trick, but man, the joke he went out on, he sucked. He also looked tired, and he's getting fat. I think he's getting really fat. He looked about 30 pounds heavier than last time I saw him, and his hand is trembling on the fucking double lift.
Oh,
he was like a 12-year-old. And what was that fucking, what's he doing? He's doing a Lonnie Anderson joke? I mean, what was the fucking joke? Is he like, how old is he? Is he 110? The whole spot sucked. And you can see Letterman uncomfortable and throwing it to commercial early. I love the guy. Good friend of mine, man. You know, that would be him. But Jerry, you know, anybody was terrified to say a word about Penn and Teller around him.
Wow.
You know, and that's the kind of loyalty that we don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean, if you saw someone claim to be Anthony, you jump up, smash him right in the face.
I
would take my phone out and like record it. Be like, check this guy out.
I saw somebody pretend to be Anthony. You know, Miss Hitler.
Jesus. We only have a couple minutes left.
Oh God!
Did you ever explain the red nail polish?
It's for my mom.
It is for your mom.
Yeah,
okay.
I wear nail polish for my mom, my dad's ring. It's because when I was in high school.
And it's only one finger for the people that never have seen it. I've seen it over the years, and I realize I've never asked you.
It's very simple. When I was about 16, I was doing a lot of magic and a lot of juggling. And my mom, and I don't know how many times I can say it, but I was very close to my mom. But I, you know, was hippie, and my mom says, you know, you have to keep your nails looking nice because people are looking at your hands. So keep your nails nice. And I said, well, Mom, should I do this? And I painted my nail with her nail polish. And she went, oh, Pan, no. I said, that's what I'll do. Whenever I perform, I'll put the little nail polish on there and say, this looks nice. My mom thinks this looks nice. Is that a nice little color? You wear it. Does that look good, Mom? And I mocked her with it. And then as I got to go on TV more, we had that story. And when I would go on Letterman or something, I would just flip just touch that finger with my thumb, and my mom would know that I was thinking about her while I was doing it. And it ended up being a
that's pretty cool.
really important thing to us. And then, of course, my mom died in 2000, so try to get this off.
Do you change the color, or is it always red?
Well, it's always Jelly Apple Red by Essie. Okay. Although any port in a storm, there have been occasions I've gone with a different brand. And I've been asked to do. I've done movies where I'm acting and not playing myself, and they say the nail polish has to come off, and I go okay, and then do the whole scenes I'll do with my thumb over my fingernail so that they can't tell that I still have it on, and I'll do the whole scene, all the talking, everything, and just go, I'm not taking it off for you, motherfucker. It's for my mom. So I have, but now I'm starting to lie. Because my daughter said to me, "You wear nail polish on one finger to be like me, right, Daddy?" And I said, "Well, it was kind of for your grandmother, but it's also for you." And then so I think it's going to kind of change. And I believe my mother would have approved of that.
Yeah.
My mother would have approved of changing it for the daughter.
Pengelette's got a lot of love in his heart.
Yeah.
Penn is a sweet guy, isn't he?
It's obvious if you read his book. His book was a good read. They're saying
great,
you
man.
have to go now, so
Okay.
I guess we'll all go together.
We'll all get out of here. It's not a
Penn,
vacation.
always terrific. What a great way to end our year. Thank you so
Love
much for
having
coming
Penn.
in.
I just
Absolutely.
love doing this. Is maybe
much
the
fun.
only show that I see on the schedule and not just go. There's a lot that I'm okay with. Right. There's a lot that I don't dread, but I actually go, oh boy, and I actually say,
That's cool.
leave
Fuck, man.
headroom
Nice
so
chunk.
I can be on there and hang around. It's
we
like-
love
we certainly
having you.
appreciate it.
So much fun.
Sunday school, that's going well for
Penn
you.
Sunday School's doing great. The podcast and every day is an atheist holiday. The big old book.
Yeah.
That's it, I guess.
Great, man.
Jimmy?
Yes, New Year's
Jim?
Eve in Buffalo, 28 through 31, and April 11 through 14 here in New York at Caroline's. And the rest of my dates, I made a commercial that will play over the holidays. And my CD is No Baby for You. It's out.
I love how he just goes.
How many times can you plug? They've all heard it before. They're tired of it. We know,
You're
Jim.
doing what? Three shows up on
Jimmy.
New Year's Eve
7. No, I'm doing like 2, 1, and 2.
in Buffalo
Yeah.
in December.
It's fucking, believe me.
Who's booking that?
I know.
Who's fucking booking that?
Well, I found out the
That's what we
fucking
were
gig in Juneau was already booked, so I figured I'll take Buffalo.
I think you're Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up there, I believe.
I am, yeah. It's only one show
Wow.
Sunday and 2 the other night.
So go see Jimmy in the Buffalo area.
It's
Come down
selling well,
from-
actually. I think
come
I'll do
down
very
from
good.
Canada,
The big
please.
advantage is they have fucking nothing else to do.
No, not
And
at
there's
all.
not one thing that they can do besides see you.
It's either see me or you're fucking freezing to death.
Yeah, Jimmy
Two
Norton
choices.
is the Beatles.
Come with him on stage and huddle together for warmth.
I did 3 years up there. I know what you're talking about, Penn.
Yes.
3 years of radio up in Buffalo.
Land of the
Good people.
unfuckables.
Good people, though. We used to call them Buffalo Betties.
Yeah.
Buffalo
Shit.
Betties. They kept you warm at night.
Yeah.
Their
This
big
Sunday,
sweatshirts.
This Sunday at 89 North Music Venue in Patchogue. Me and my brother and the other guys from Rotgut going to be playing there, also with Almost Journey and To You. That's this Sunday at 89 North Music Venue in Patchogue. Be there. Yeah, thank you. And that'll do it, I gather, huh?
Sure.
Everyone have a great Christmas or holiday, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And and we'll see you in the new year, as they call
Pengelette,
it.
thanks again.
Thank you.
All right.
The Opie and Anthony Show is available later today with SiriusXM On Demand. All right, you've heard about it. You've waited 4 long hours for it. And now the moment you've waited for rears its ugly nose. Head after Opie and Anthony Live is coming up next. SiriusXM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
We're in the midst of a meeting. I can't turn on all the mics yet, I don't think. I'll turn on yours, Who Kid. Okay. Wherever you want, I don't care. Where are you comfortable? That's my main concern. All right, now I can get the mics on. The room's finally cleared out. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. Those are some treats my mom made.
Wow.
That's right. White family treats.
Is that what I think it is?
What?
What's an acorn?
It's not an egg. It's a walnut.
It was a walnut.
What, acorn?
I saw a squirrel eat
I
that
don't know
shit
what
this morning.
ghetto snacks you were raised with, but no, it's a piece of fudge with a walnut on top.
Wow.
An acorn.
I don't know. It looks. I don't know. It's kind of weird looking.
I just heard. I heard Who Kid outside. I knew he was coming in because as Anthony was leaving, I heard from outside of the door, "Those damn Mayans, man!" Like, oh, Who Kid's here?
Fuck 'em, man.
You're trying to get on the radio one last day while you still can.
I was gonna. Yeah, I was gonna hang with you before we go. They told me 6 p.m. though.
It's not till 6 now?
Yeah, 6 p.m. is gonna go down.
Because yesterday, Pepper Hicks from Ron and Fez told me 11:11 a.m.
For real?
Yeah. And I don't know if that's just trying to get people to listen to the beginning of Ron and Fez, and so they're trying to hype it up.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but you're hearing 6 p.m. is the time?
6 p.m. is the exact time. I just heard from the hood. You know, my boy.
The hood knows usually.
Yeah, he was moving mad coke yesterday, and they're trying to get rid of it. Before.
Well, what difference does it make if you die with a bunch of coke or you die with a bunch of cash? You can't spend it.
It's a stupid nigga, man.
What do you expect? Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Trying to get rid of this coke, man.
Well, fuck the mines. Now I got to get my wife a gift now. And my mistresses.
Wow, you know what?
Some bullshit, man.
You must be looking for that last-minute gift.
Here we go.
But what you need, and this is something, too. Not for your wife or mistress, but also for one of your boys. You need something unique, is
No
the
homo,
thing.
man. No homo.
No, of course no homo.
Yeah.
But, like, you haven't gotten your present for me yet, have you?
Nah, I ain't got shit. Well, you said you got acorns right here, right?
There's no acorns there, Who Kid. What I'm talking about is, like, that last-minute unique gift for friends or family. Look no further, Who Kid, you like music, than the Orb music player. You know about this?
The fuck is that, man?
It can turn any speaker or boombox into a portable Sirius XM internet player controlled by your smartphone or iPad.
Nah.
It's this little thing, and you plug it right into your speaker, your boombox, whatever you have.
Get the fuck out
And
of
you
here.
download the app,
Mhm.
and then you send whatever's on your phone. The Sirius XM sends it right to your boombox.
Nah.
So right there, you've turned whatever speaker system you have.
I'm so happy, kid.
Into a satellite radio, and it goes right through your iPhone
Can
or
I
your
have-
Android
can-
or whatever.
You gonna get me one?
Well, I'll tell you where to get it. The Orb is one of many unique Sirius XM accessories sold at TSS Radio, Who Kid.
Okay.
I know the guys at TSS Radio, by the way. And then maybe I can get you like 10% off.
Oh, that's good look, my nigga. You know what I'm
They
saying?
offer all of the radio's parts and accessories that you would need, and the friendly U.S.-based staff to help you find what you're looking for. Have you ever tried to call customer service at Sirius XM?
Yeah, they don't pick up.
It's not U.S.-based, Who Kid.
Oh, is it?
No, I think like some of your relatives in Haiti are working for Sirius XM customer service.
What is this?
At TSS Radio, and this is John. John is my name. Where are you from? Oklahoma. What can I help you with?
Cannot connect with you today.
No, it's U.S.-based service at TSS Radio, whether it's a gift for the holidays or you simply need to upgrade your satellite radio. TSSradio.com is your source for everything Sirius XM. Take advantage with special deals going on radios like the new Sirius XM Lynx Portable or the Sirius StarMate 8, or you can get a kit to listen to Sirius XM in your car, just like a factory setup. In your ride, Who Kid, as you would say.
That's hot, kid.
So go to TSSradio.com or call 312-846-6606. That's TSSradio.com or call them at 312-846-6606. So they got you covered.
I got a boner right now. You gonna give me a 10% off, kid?
You're trying to get that orb, huh? John in Tennessee, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
I am so happy to hear your voice, Sam Roberts. I was so worried last night that I wouldn't wake up and be able to hear the after show with Primetime Sam Roberts.
Is that what the main concern was? You're thinking, oh no, the world may end today, and I'm not going to get to hear the after show.
I couldn't sleep. I just couldn't sleep.
That's some real shit right there, man.
Well, congratulations,
I know.
John. That is some real
That's a real
shit.
fan, yo.
Hey, Who Kid,
What's going on, man?
since it's not the end of the world, can you get Sam Roberts to say nigga?
I've said it before.
Say it right now, man. Say
No,
that.
because you know what? You know what the problem is? When you're just saying, when you're asking me to just say it,
You just want it to be organic. You want
right?
it to pop
When
off.
it's not organic, exactly. Who Kid?
okay.
I need it to pop off.
Okay.
If you're just saying, hey, say the word, then that's something people can use out of context to
Maybe
be
I-
like, see, Sam Roberts said nigga right there. He just asked him
Yeah,
to.
that's very. It's
See how I just
natural.
slid it in just in that sentence?
Maybe I ask you for some money. You'd be like, nah, nigga.
Exactly.
Can I get $100?
Nah, nigga.
See? All right.
Exactly.
There you go, man. You got it.
Exactly. But that's a word that should be used sparingly, if at all. That's in my opinion. You know that, Who Kid?
Yeah.
I got a lot of stuff to talk about because I'm gonna have a busy week. I Twittered last night, a little tease for all my Not Sam Twitter followers.
You're going to be slaving for this holiday, huh?
You read that?
Yeah, I heard.
Because, wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear my schedule for this coming week. Everybody's saying we'll see you next year. We're going on a vacation.
Not you, buddy.
No, Mr. No Days Off. Okay? Sunday, I'm going to be here live doing a show.
What?
The Sam Roberts Show is, as Who Kid would say, popping off live Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. You know who's going to be on my show on Sunday? I think Rev Run.
No way.
Yep, Rev Run's going to be on the
is
Sam
my
Roberts Show.
nigga right there.
He is?
What? Come on, man.
I wish I'd known that ahead of time.
What time is that? Because I could come in before I go to Toronto.
It starts.
I leave early in the morning to Toronto. You know, I got hoes to bang. You know?
Of course. But it's at 4 p.m. Eastern here on this channel.
Damn.
I will. So that's on Sunday. I hope you're all writing this down, because then New Year's Eve.
You working New Year's Eve?
Everybody's partying. No, I'm not a loser.
Fuck out of here, man.
All right, maybe some portions of New Year's Eve will be pre-taped, but regardless, if you're at home listening to your radios on New Year's Eve, or you're in your trucks or whatever, I'm going to be on Raw Dog, the comedy channel.
Wow.
Hosting New Year's Effing Eve. I didn't call it that. New Year's Effing Eve. Whoa, watch out. New Year's Effing Eve. Are you kidding me?
That's some funny shit. Yeah.
Exactly. New Year's Effing Eve. And I'm going to be, like, I guess, leading into the new year on New Year's Eve, talking to Carlos Mencia and Steve-O and the dude who came in second place on America's Got Talent and Fran Drescher and all these, like, comedians and stuff. They're all going to be rolling through. Bob Kelly. I got Bob Kelly. He's going to be on the show.
That's the man right there, too, man.
Right. So that's going to be New Year's Eve on Raw Dog.
Wow.
Now, Who Kid? I'm not done.
Ooh, there's more, kid?
That's right. Because
kid.
Guess what's going on the week between Christmas and New Year's? That's just my weekend shit.
Slavery, man. You're a nigga
Slavery.
right now.
That's right.
With this guy.
You call me Django.
Pick that kind.
Anyway, it's not. That's terrible.
Yeah,
that's not politically correct.
Look out here.
What I was trying to say was the week between Christmas and New Year's. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, December 26th, 27th, 28th.
God damn.
I, Who Kid, am going to be hosting the morning show on Raw Dog, the comedy channel, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m.
They love you over there,
That's right. I'm going to be hosting the morning show on Raw Dog live, taking calls, having guests on my own. That's right. Who Kid, if you're in town, you're more than welcome to stop by. I know Jesse May Peluso is going to be on the show.
Oh, that's the homie, too. Get out of here, man.
Opie may be stopping by. He said he's going to be in town, so he might stop by on the Raw Dog show.
Oh, okay.
Ari Shafir may be stopping by. Oh, I got a whole bunch of stuff planned out. Judah Friedlander, I've been texting with him. If he's back in town, he's going to be stopping by.
Shit going on right now, man.
Next week, not Christmas Eve or Christmas, of course, but Wednesday through Friday, I'm hosting the morning show on Raw Dog, the Sam Roberts Morning Show on Raw Dog.
Wow.
Sick.
Yo, son, man.
Right?
Yo, you are the fucking man right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Glad I know you, kid.
Not a slave. I'm the fucking man.
You nigga, man.
You're the man now, dog. Right? That's some Sean Connery shit.
So you lucky this shit didn't blow up today, so you would be doing all this shit next week. Man.
I know. I was kind of hoping for an end of the world, so I could just relax already. Enough all this bullshit. When is it going to pay off, Who Kid?
Yo, man.
I'm killing myself.
Are you getting a raise for all this extra promo, all this extra like hype and all the extra
I better
work?
be getting something out of that. I've been 2013 better be the year of Sam Roberts.
Maybe I get your dick suck. I get some whores to come up
Can
here
you
and
bring
suck
back
you
a
off.
whore from Toronto or something?
No, I got whores in Harlem.
You do?
HH, baby.
Harlem whores. Thought horse was with a W.
They suck that dick. You know what I'm saying?
I've heard. Mike in Philly.
Mr. Sam Roberts, how are you?
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good. Listen, I wanted your opinion. Last night I was listening to Raw Dog, the channel you're going to be on next week.
Did you hear that? I'm going to be hosting the morning show there Wednesday through Friday.
Yes, absolutely. And I will be listening.
Good.
But listen, only because of you.
Good.
Last night they decided to play a comedian song by, his name's Henry Phillips, called Maybe They Won't Kill Me, about going into a school and shooting it up and killing
What?
kids.
That's what the song's about.
Yes.
Damn, that sucks.
It's about going into... They played it last night?
They played it last night at about 5 o'clock. And they, I called customer listener care, and the lady on the phone broke out in tears.
She started crying?
yeah, the lady on the phone started crying and said it was despicable. But then she put me on the phone with a supervisor.
Yeah.
And the supervisor said, "Oh, you have to email the company."
This is that non-U.S. based service.
Yeah. Hello, may I help you? So then they, so I emailed them, and about 8:30 last night, I got an email response, which was nothing but a form letter. So then I went on Twitter, and I sent a tweet to Raw Dog Comedy, and the response was, it was an oversight.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, here's what I'll do. I just go talk to the guys that run Raw Dog and say, listen.
Fuck y'all doing, man.
Fuck y'all doing, man.
Son.
You do what you got to do, but I'm going to tell you, Mike, I'm going to talk to them and say, please, when I am hosting Wednesday through Friday morning on Raw Dog, I'm going to put in a formal request that I don't play any comedy songs that are about shootings in schools. That's probably not the best time to do that.
That sucks.
Well, and the best part is I actually, and if you look at your Twitter, you might have, it might have been an oversight for you, but I actually did say if @NotSam was producing their show, that would have never happened.
That's right. And I'm not producing. I'm going to be hosting, and I'm still going to make sure it doesn't happen, Mike.
All right, buddy. Hey, enjoy your Christmas.
Thanks, buddy. You too. I know he'll be enjoying. The only thing that's going to be better for Mike than Christmas is the 3 days after Christmas, because those mornings are going to be sweet, Who Kid.
You got to be running it, huh?
Yeah, what were you going to say?
You just got to lock it down, make sure them songs don't leak out, man.
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck would program that?
That sucks.
Like, you'd think you should know what's going on, like...
it's on the news every day, goddammit.
And you're working at Shade 45.
Yeah.
They probably got to look at the songs they're playing and be like, you know what? Maybe we push this one back for a couple weeks. Like, Eminem has said some weird shit in his songs sometimes. There's probably a couple of them that you push back for a couple weeks.
There's like certain lines we wouldn't cross,
Right.
But, when it comes to kids, maybe we put Bladder on a biscuit or something, butter him up, you know what I'm saying? Where's Bladder? He was outside.
But Steve Bladder doesn't run the Comedy Channel.
Oh, shit. Cook him, yo.
Yeah, but I mean, that's stupid. I mean, I would think, though, that, they send that letter back to the guy that says it was an oversight. And they want to make it seem to that guy like it's no big deal, but people are panicking upstairs.
I can't even touch that kid stuff. It's just too...
It's horrible.
It's too crazy.
Like, you want to avoid it. Like, the whole point is you either you talk about it and you get in depth and you really go there,
or you just leave it alone.
You avoid it and you try to entertain people with something else.
I'm a funny nigga, man. I'm not fucking with anything that has to do with kids getting killed. I'm leaving that shit alone.
It's horrible.
You can't...
Thank you, Stinky Garrett. Thank you, Christina. It's the Jay Thomas crew. I hope he doesn't find out that you were here. Jay Thomas hates Opie.
Oh, for real?
And Anthony, probably, but because we tried to steal Ira from him. Quote unquote. Jeremy. Yeah, that's some dumb shit on Raw Dog's part. That's you know what? You better not do that again, because I don't need dumb decisions being coupled with a place that's putting me on the air. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing?
Hey, you need to go by Sambo with your schedule. You could be like an overseer on Uncle Tom's Cabin.
What the fuck is your problem? You know what that Sambo shit is about, don't you, Who Kid?
Yeah,
you started this. You're contributing to it. Joe in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed in you, man.
Why is that?
I thought you'd do better than this. You're trying to elevate yourself from field nigger to house nigger.
Come on, Jesus Christ,
holidays. Look at that, man.
Joe.
He's definitely a house nigga. I agree with him, man.
You do?
Yeah, because I came here to be white, and you I don't know, man.
Yeah, I see. So
you
like,
be confused right now.
So like, you're coming on the last after show of 2012 to kind of be like, look, Sam, I want to thank you for bringing me into the white world.
Don't lose your whiteness, Sam. I'm the only nigga here, man. Don't be a nigga, man. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. That's a good philosophy. I need that on a T-shirt. Who Kid?
Don't be a nigga, man.
Mark.
Hi, Sam. Hello, Who Kid.
How you doing, man?
Last year at Christmas, Who Kid stole all my presents.
Did I?
Who Kid? Did you steal his presents?
I had a serious issue last year, but was it your house?
Please don't do it this year because I'm getting something really good.
What are you getting?
Hot Wheels.
Whatever you're getting, it's got to be better than that phone call.
I mean, last year I found a dildo in his joint. I don't know.
You're like,
pissed,
I'm going to rob this guy. And you came in and there's a dildo. What?
Now you got the Hot Wheel. Come on.
Come on. Hot Wheels and dildos?
I'm mad right now.
What kind of Christmas is this?
You know, that's crazy because I did open my gift today.
You
Like,
opened
really early.
Who was it from? Santa?
No, it was from. Come on, I don't believe that shit, man.
Oh.
It was from my wife. It's a piece of shit sweater. I had to tell her, yo, I want something hotter than this.
Yeah.
She got mad at me. Like, I
The
think
fuck is this? 1991?
some fucking
A sweater.
I don't even know what name brand it is. It's like a wax sweater, yo.
Coogi?
I wish it was that. There was no name on it.
You wish it was Coogi?
I think people need to open their gifts today to make sure that they got what they fucking,
Carl
wanted.
Kanai?
I told you stop being a nigga, man.
Oh, sorry.
Ralph Lauren your ass, man.
Mongo.
Is this at not Sam on Twitter?
That's who it is, Mongo.
Oh, cool. I want to congratulate you on moving upstairs and out of the field.
God damn it, Mongo. Hang up on him, too. See what you started?
Yo, you are the man right now, man.
Rich.
Henry, who kid? How are you, brother?
What's
Who
up,
Kid,
man?
You're my favorite, man. Sammy, I never want anything in my life. Do you have any gifts in there you could give me and have Who Kid sign it for me? You and Who Kid?
You know what? How about you want the ribbon that my mom tied up her treats with?
Why don't we send them there? We sign it.
I'll take whatever you can give me, brother. Please
All right.
have Who Kid sign it to my niggas.
Rich is on hold, so call screener in there. Get Rich's information. We're going to send him that ribbon.
Why don't we just send him a bottle of water at the same time? Ain't that the one that Anthony was holding?
Either Anthony or Penn Jillette. I got a treat for you, Who Kid.
What was up?
Roland's on the phone.
No
Let
way.
me tell you about Roland. You there?
Hell no.
Yes, I'm way serious.
Okay. Roland, you know Troy.
Yeah.
You remember Troy. Troy came in here one day asking you, how do I get to the next level of being a DJ? Like, Who Kid is a DJ, but he's also a celebrity. He's got like 250,000 Twitter followers.
Yeah.
And he goes, Who Kid, like, how do I get to that level? And Who Kid goes, I don't know, maybe you could get in the club and jerk off.
He didn't jerk off in a club, did
No, but that's just to familiarize your relationship. Troy and Roland, they flew out to Vegas together.
No way.
Yeah, they're in
Are they
Vegas
there
now.
right now?
Now.
Where you at, Roland?
They got there yesterday morning. So last night, they were in Vegas all night. Roland. And Roland, let me tell Who Kid this, too. Last time Roland was in Vegas, he went to the Bellagio, where they have this big fountain that jet streams up water.
Yeah.
He was all fucked up. And so he decided he wanted to go run in the fountain.
No, he did that.
A security guard had to come and tackle him. Because he said, if you run and you go on top of those jet streams, they will cut your leg off. That's 30 feet in the air. It's a powerful jet stream, man.
Is that powerful?
So, Roland, you're back in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm at MGM Suite.
You are wasted, aren't you?
Damn.
No, I got sick.
You're sick?
I was on the plane, full JetBlue, and I sat next to a woman with 2 kids, and I held the baby for an hour so I could stop crying because the mom was breaking down.
Wait.
It was so much fun.
The mom thought that in order to make the baby stop crying, you should hold it?
well, her kid was running down the aisle, and she just handed me the baby. She goes, please hold him. I got to go run and get my other kid.
And the baby goes, Shrek!
No, that little son of a bitch fell asleep on me. Oh, thank God.
You didn't breastfeed him, did you?
I think I did. I don't know.
So you're stuck with this kid on the plane for what? Now you're stuck with him for an hour.
I ain't gonna
An hour and a half, and then I couldn't sleep. I didn't sleep from the night before. I couldn't.
Oh
sleep
yeah,
at
because
all.
Roland and me.
3 a.m.
Yeah, because he was Instagramming at 3 a.m. because his flight left early in the morning.
What?
I wake up at like 4, and I woke up and I was texting with Roland at 4:30 in the morning.
Wow, man.
And so he gets on the plane at 4:30 in the morning. And now he can't sleep because this goddamn baby is breastfeeding on top of him and sleeping.
I believe the baby would sleep because I hugged him one time. His stomach is warm.
It's warm, right?
It's like, I don't know, it's like marshmallows in there.
All right, so you don't sleep.
It does sleep, so we land. I did a tip, and I got an early check-in in Vegas. I go, all right. Got in, showered. I go, I'll walk the strip while Troy and Perla went to go see her family.
Why didn't you go to the hotel and just nap?
I couldn't sleep. I was just so out of it. I walked.
You were too tired to sleep?
Yeah, I couldn't even sleep. I tried it. I couldn't.
Okay.
I came back to the hotel, And Troy texted me, dude, it's going to be an epic night. Epic. I woke up at 9 p.m.
Wait, what time did you get the text?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. So you wake up at 9.
Yeah. So I go downstairs to the hotel to meet them to go to In-N-Out Burger. Pearl is sick as a dog. Pearl is sick. She wants to throw up. Troy's so tired he's out of it.
Pearl is sick?
I cannot believe there's no process.
Nicole, put those headphones on.
Yeah, Pearl is sick.
Oh, my.
She had the poor thing. She couldn't hold
Rolling on
anything
the phone.
down. So then Troy goes, we got to go to a club. Some guy will hook us up. Went to the Marquee.
So wait. At this point, this is funny because help yourself. My mom made those treats, Nicole.
I was just about to.
At this point, you were in here and you know Troy. Like Troy, the way Roland says YOLO. That's Roland.
That is so 2011.
Come on, man. Was he Drake? Got Drake a photo of Drake in his back pocket or something?
Roland says,
"Come on."
Roland's catchphrase is YOLO, and then he also says,
not his catchphrase.
Yes, it is. He took credit for it.
He did.
And then FOMO is the other one, which is fear of missing out. And that's what everybody knows. This Troy is the most FOMO person you'll ever meet.
Wow.
Yeah, like who kid? You're here in this situation, Nicole. You heard a little bit of it, but Roland is describing a situation where originally you intended to party, and it's obvious.
And I told them, don't hype it too much.
Right.
Vegas, well, you can't.
And it's obvious now that you've hyped it too much, and it's just not happening tonight. Like those nights happen. Like you thought it was going to be a party, and it's not happening. Roland said he didn't sleep the whole plane ride. Troy's girlfriend is sick. Roland had a sleeping baby breastfeeding him on the plane.
So it's just not.
He took
the
a
way.
nap from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m.
That's the hottest.
He's not.
That's it.
He's feeling out of it. Troy. He just said Troy's girlfriend is puking.
I thought they were gonna like live it up.
But this is the point where
Hell
Troy
no.
is still saying we got to get to a club. And I got to think. I got to think, Roland, that at this point you guys are sitting there knowing it's not going to work.
No problem. What a prostitute
I think that Pearl, I go, you know how it's going to end. We're going to leave soon. She goes, just let him. So we let him do his thing. Went to the club, and then we were waiting for her cousin to come to meet us. And Troy goes, if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, I'm going to pass out and sleep.
What? What time was this?
This was a whopping at midnight.
You guys are all a bunch of pussies.
Fuck Troy. No, seriously. Fuck Troy.
If they had brought me, I would have showed them how to party.
Did Troy say if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, I got to go and go back to sleep?
5 minutes?
Is that what he said, Roland?
Yeah, he said because he goes, I'm fading out. I am fading out.
This guy is all talk, Nicole.
Take something to make you wake up, dude. You're in Vegas. It's time to party.
You would have taken something.
I would have taken something.
So I want you to go, but at this point, I go, I'm going to just stick it up a little bit more. So I go, this night is not going to happen. So I go, I know Vegas. No, we're going to do it. You're pushing the face of Vegas.
You're like a stupid Mayan or something, man. What's wrong with you, man?
Stupid Mayan.
Pushing the face of Vegas.
You don't have a fucking prostitute there yet. Like, you know the little books? You go open them.
Yeah.
They're like $500.
Right.
Get a fucking prostitute.
All right, so did you get a prostitute, Roland?
No, I just got a milkshake.
You had a milkshake instead. Okay, so you're telling Troy
Just as good.
this is not happening, this is not happening.
Yeah.
And then what
I
happens?
We went in the club. He got pumped. Him and Pearl started dancing. 25 minutes later, he goes, "All right, bro, I'm ready to go."
That was it?
So what time is it now? Like 1:15?
You guys are rookies.
Oh yeah, I was in bed, nice to sleep by 1:30.
Did you say tucked in?
You were tucked in by what time?
I passed out 1:30.
1:30 a.m.
Unacceptable.
In
And they're
Vegas?
staying at a different casino.
In Vegas, you're just not supposed to sleep, dude.
I was in Westchester and I was barely asleep by 1:30. Westchester.
The thing is, I never wanted. I knew that once you hype the parties up, it probably wasn't going to happen. But then he said tonight he's going full force. I'm going back home tonight with my parents. So
you're not going out tonight?
Honey,
no, I'm going back home.
Roland, you really blew this whole thing.
Last night was your night, and
Unreal, baby.
Oh,
so exciting. Why don't you stick a finger in your ass?
Yeah, maybe that sounds more fun than
Roland,
what you did.
Could you do that while we're on the phone with you? Could you just stick a finger in your
Your
ass?
thumb, preferably.
My finger was in my ass through the whole call.
Wow. Ro, that's hilarious. I'm so glad that you called the update. Nicole, do you look at Troy now? Because Roland is a guy who's like, he's down to party if there's a party happening. And if there's not a party happening, he's down to chill. He's not Mr. Animal.
Yeah,
Troy, go ahead.
Yeah, they were trying to throw me booze at this a marquee. They go, "We love the show. We want you to get crazy like you always do. We'll drink upset." Like I'm like, I want to drink. I'm tired.
You are such a loser.
And Troy comes in here and he acts like he's Mr. Party, right?
Well, I mean, I definitely partied a little bit with him, and he can party, but
he can, but apparently he doesn't.
Yeah.
I thought he was a white Tupac or something, man.
Right?
All them tattoos.
We're not going to hologram that motherfucker after that night.
Got the Brad Pitt haircut.
The white too lame. Oh shit! I said it.
All white people look alike too, kid.
You know it, man.
Roland, I mean, is there any way you can push off meeting up? Maybe you can meet up with your parents tomorrow.
Come on, Roland.
For what? I can go back to bed at 1:30.
Roland, I feel sad for you. You totally blew this.
I don't know if Roland blew it.
Well, Troy and Roland, you both blew it.
Yeah.
No, it's fine though, because like the fun stuff happens when you meet up with friends and you go out.
Right.
But when
Spontaneous.
you expect too much for Vegas, it'll never ever happen.
Although, Nicole, you're the type of person who, if you expect a party and there's one not happening,
I'll bring the party.
you will force it.
100%.
Like you will feeding tube a party down the throat of the evening.
That is what I do.
Pull the pants down.
Yeah, baby.
Show that snatch.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you'll do, Nicole?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Are we all going to Toronto?
Yeah, baby. I'm commando right now. I'm ready for Toronto. Yo, but I'm mad at Roland because your damn ancestors lied to us about today, and you ain't get no pussy in Vegas. Fuck the Mayans.
Roland's ancestors.
Mexican
Roland. Fuck the Mayans, man. Not fuck the Mexicans.
That's
fuck
true.
The Mayans.
That's true. Roland said, well, why would you believe a bunch of Mexicans? Because they're lazy. They just didn't get around to ending the world. Where were you, Mayans?
Well, do you know that I thought all day that it was supposed to end at like 11? And then the boys yelled at me like they're like the Mayans didn't have like a clock.
Well, here's what I've heard.
They had a Rolex on or something?
Yeah, dude.
I ain't living.
I've heard two things. I heard Pepper Hicks from Ron and Fres told me 11:11 a.m. But then Who Kid just said the hood is saying 6 p.m.
in Harlem.
And is that Eastern time? In Harlem, they assume everything's Eastern time.
Well, Diddy texted me like around 8 p.m.
Diddy texted you.
He's in Harlem right now, you know.
Harlem World. He's not in Harlem. It's Harlem World.
Oh,
when Diddy's there.
You're very like ebonically trained right now. But but he's in fucking Harlem, man. He just texted me this morning to tell me that it's happening at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Well, if Diddy
And
said
then-
it, then it must have been.
And then did he respond, take that, take that, take that?
Oh, he's getting his dick sucked, all right?
He
Before
is.
the shit goes.
He is.
Get a blow before it blows.
All right, Roland. Well, thank you for the call.
At least I had one awesome buffet for lunch. I was very, very happy.
Awesome buffet for lunch. Roland.
All he cares about is food.
Palace has a brand new one.
Who cares? It's a buffet.
He'd
Order
rather-
some pussy.
He'd rather food than pussy.
Yeah. How about a titty buffet, right, Who Kid?
Yo, nipples for breakfast, man. What are you doing talking to us right now?
Squeeze something out of my cereal, yo.
A baby sucking his tit, man. Come on. That's the freakiest shit you did before you went to Vegas, man.
All right. Thanks, Roland.
I ran my moistures.
It's an indirect child molester, man.
I'll talk to you later, buddy.
My stomach is hurting from that.
Joe DeRosa's on the phone. What's up, Joe?
Shit.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
Did you hear what we were just talking to Roland about?
Was it about how he tried to light me on fire?
No, that was yesterday.
You tried to light him on fire?
Well, Roland, Troy and Joe DeRosa, because Troy, he started coming on the show and kind of shit talking Joe DeRosa out of nowhere, and so the Caroline's party was on Monday.
Yeah.
And Caroline's Comedy Club, and Joe was like, I've kind of had enough of Troy's shit. And I'm going to talk to him because if he's got a problem, we're going to do it. We're going to talk face to
Troy's
face.
a little bit of a shit talker.
He is.
Yeah.
And so Joe approached Troy and he's like, dude, do we have a problem? Let's talk. And they started having a serious talk.
Oh.
Roland was intoxicated and started waving a teacup candle under Joe DeRosa's shirt tail.
Well, he thinks it's funny now.
Yeah.
I wish I would have went up in flames and died just so he would have had to deal with it. Like, it would have been worth burning to death for Roland to have to deal with the repercussions of his prank.
Just to
That
learn
would
a
really
lesson.
made me happy.
So what's going on, dude?
Nothing. I literally just I just listened to the show, the show that happened the day after the Carolines party,
Mhm.
and first of all, I didn't know that Roland was waving a candle on him. And so I heard that, and I was laughing, and I was like, oh, I want to call in and talk about that. But I was also, I get real into the Christmas spirits, man. I get real into it every year.
Yeah.
I was so touched hearing Troy tell back the story about how we made up and how we hugged. I actually got a warm feeling from it. Like, I'm really happy that we talked about it, and then everything's cool, and when we both got stuff off our chest, and it was good, man.
Yeah.
It was really positive. It
This
was
is
really
nice.
positive.
It's the Christmas spirit, Joe, and that's what I know. Like the Opie and Anthony show, they're all like, "Oh, negative."
Christmas.
But on the after show, we try to make the Christmas spirit last all year long, and you know that about me personally, Joe.
So warm in here.
I know that about you, Sam. That's why, usually when I do a radio show, I plug things like a web series or a CD, and today I'm plugging love and hope.
Oh, this is wonderful, Joe. You know what we just found out, though? It's funny that you just called in, because we were just talking about Troy, and he was hyping up. You leaving, Nicole?
I'm sorry. I have to. My husband's in the hospital getting surgery.
Oh, by the way, Joe, wait till you hear this. Nicole tweets out that her husband is in for surgery. Pray for him.
Yeah.
It's knee surgery. Why would you pray for somebody who's having knee surgery?
Anytime you go under anesthesia, you might not come out. Okay.
I was circumcised when I was 19, and I was under anesthesia.
you know what?
Nobody prayed for me.
I would have prayed for you if I knew you.
It's a waste of a prayer. Obviously, I'm going to be fine.
You got some good insurance policy?
Yeah.
Call your insurance company real quick. They won't pray for you.
Anyway, Joe.
But just say, I'm praying for
Merry
him.
Hanukkah, Nicole.
Merry Hanukkah.
Yeah, just a minute ago, Troy and Roland are out in Vegas right now. And Troy had been hyping up what like a big party night last night was going to be, and they were going to be hanging out, and they were just going to be
do shit.
Roland was in bed by 1:30 in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, it was really disappointing. Like
fucking loser.
They didn't sleep on the plane, and they were tired, and Troy's girlfriend was kind of not feeling well, and they just went to bed.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. That's a real bummer. How many nights are they out there for?
Well, Roland said he's going back to his folks' house like today.
What a loser.
What?
Yeah. I don't know. Like that was it. That was Vegas.
They ain't even order
What
no
are they
prostitutes.
doing?
They ain't even order prostitutes.
Yeah, Who Kid's in here too, by the way.
Yeah, they ain't order no whores.
Who? I can't hear what you said. Who's in this? Who's in there?
DJ Who Kid.
Yeah, I'm in here right now.
Oh, Who Kid? What's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm just angry they didn't order any prostitutes. That's all I gotta say.
I'm excited to be on the phone with you. We met one time on the show. I'm
for
a
real?
big fan of yours.
Yeah, you remember Joe was. You guys were actually talking a little bit old school hip hop, and you said that Joe should come on your show.
Yeah,
he had glasses.
Yeah, you know what, Who Kid? I really would love to come on sometime.
Let's do it, man.
I love hip hop. I just watched The Art of Rap. Have you guys seen that movie?
I like that shit with Eminem rapping, and he did the whole.
That's not Ice-T's movie,
Naughty by
is it?
Nature.
Ice-
Verso, yeah.
Is that Ice-T's movie?
Coco was rapping
Yeah,
on
it
there
was
too. Right?
it was really incredible. It was like my favorite part was like watching it's all about like the art of rap, hence the title. And but it was my favorite part was like watching all the different rappers. Like they'd be like, well, who are your favorites? And they would like rattle off like 3 or 4 guys, and then they would rattle off lyrics from like 3 or 4 guys. And I was like, it's amazing to me how rappers remember other guys' lyrics like the way comics remember bits.
Yeah, totally.
So, like, I could rattle off bits all day, but I could never remember, like, hip-hop lyrics like that, because it's not like my job, you know?
You know who Krispy Kreme is?
Krispy Kreme, the donut?
No. There's a Krispy
Kreme. I knew he was going to say that.
Who Kid? Do you know the rapper Krispy Kreme?
Yeah, I know who that is.
All right, can you look him up on YouTube? I want to play a little bit for Joe DeRosa. Krispy Kreme is the fucking shit. I talked about him on my Sunday show. I talked about him on my podcast. He is the future of rap. Who Kid? Are you playing him on Shade 45?
No.
I got 400 cars.
See, even the hipsters like him. Joe, you've never heard of the rapper Krispy Kreme?
He's hot right here.
I really haven't. I said really a rapper named Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, he's a YouTube rapper.
He got like 4 million views.
Yeah.
I've kissed every girl in the world.
Okay, listen.
Hey everybody, it's Krispy Kreme, and I'm back on another track. This one's for the club.
Yeah. Kid, I'll be serious.
I've been shot about 500 times, and I've done about 1 million crimes. I killed a great white shark. I knocked out his teeth and I ripped out his heart. Talk crap and I'll give you a scar. Talk crap, I'll throw eggs at your car. I'll cut holes in your tires. I'll put poop on your porch and I'll light it on fire.
See? No, this guy's the truth, Joe.
Classic,
I
right
think
here.
he's kind of good, man.
He is good, and he's done a million crimes. He's like a gangster.
He's
I
beyond
know.
black. He's like
I like
beyond.
that he did that. I like that he doubled the crimes to how many times he was shot.
He's like beyond black. This guy. Right?
Exactly. In another one of his songs, he says Beyonce thinks he's cute, but that's okay because he thinks Beyonce is cute too.
Oh, that's hot.
And wait till you hear this, Joe and Who Kid, because you guys both appreciate a good rhyme scheme. Krispy Kreme once said, Jay-Z, compared to me, he's lazy.
Oh,
so
my God.
You know what I mean?
That's creative, my nigga.
that.
You like that?
That's some real creative shit.
All right, Joe. What are you doing for Christmas, Joe?
I'm going home to Pennsylvania. I do a lot of partying. I actually couldn't go to a Christmas party last night because the amount of drinking I'm about to do.
You had to save
this
yourself.
weekend. Yeah, I literally was like, I'm going to be drinking so much this weekend into the week. Like it's literally the day before Christmas Eve, and Christmas night. It's 3 days of nonstop drinking with friends and family.
Ooh, about to
like
get wrecked, kid.
It's awesome. It's the best. I don't understand why people don't get excited about Christmas when people are like, well, it's okay, and who cares? It's like, who cares? It's like licensed to act like a drunk douche.
I love
4 fucking days. Like nobody cares. Nobody's judging you. You can be a fall down drunk.
Yeah, but you gotta figure out when the cutoff is because you're like acting like an asshole and you're like, it's Christmas. They're like, it's the 29th of December, dude. I mean, I don't.
That's what I do at my birthday every year. I celebrate my birthday like one of the girls from Sex and the City. I do like 4 nights.
like you throw your own parties.
I do, and they're great fucking parties. You guys, you gotta come, man. Nobody ever like the people that come are like, wow, this is a lot of fun. And don't come are skeptical, and I get why you're skeptical. I respect it. Like I understand why you'd be like, I don't know, dude. What am I really missing here? I'm telling you, dude. Pack these bars out, and it is a shit show.
You know why?
It's a shit show of drunks. That's all it is. It's fun.
You know why I've never thrown a birthday party for myself?
What happened?
It's a fear of rejection. Like, I don't want to have to go up to somebody and be like, hey, do you want to come to my birthday party? And look at them in the face as they go, no, dude.
Sam, it's a gamble, Sam. It's a dice roll, but here's the beautiful thing.
No!
When they show up, it's a dice, right? They'll show up, and you packed out the bar, you're like, this is my party, man.
Yeah.
It's a really good feeling. It's worth that. It's worth the risk, Sam.
Y'all don't buy
it's
gifts.
Worth the risk.
Yeah. White people don't buy gifts for each other. You guys are so happy. I'm mad. I gotta waste money.
No, you don't buy gifts for anyone. You steal gifts for people. It's a whole different thing. You shoplift for people.
Dildo in that box.
Well,
Who Kid, what do you do for your birthday, Who Kid?
I had a birthday party in Dubai. I don't know. Do you guys do that?
Jesus
no,
Christ.
I don't go to Dubai. No, royal families don't hire me to go to Dubai. Who Kid?
Their
Sorry.
daughters too. Allah.
We're running out of time, Joe. But are you? So are you not in town at all next week?
No, I'm going to be gone until like December 30th, but I'd love to come by in the new year.
Well, I was going to say, I'm hosting the morning show on Raw Dog next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If you had been in town, I would have had you on.
Well, listen, if by chance I end up coming back, I might come back a couple days early, I'm not sure. But if I come back, I'll call you. And, like, if you have room for me, I'll come in.
Yeah, let me know. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If you're in town, just let me know.
If I am, I will. And Merry Christmas to all. And you guys take care. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, talk to you later, buddy.
Man, may I add, you're coming on my show New Year's Eve, on my New Year's Eve special, too.
Yeah. Who am I talking to?
The chick from the Cooking Channel, right?
Who?
Damn, I forgot. I'll come back on the show with everybody.
We'll figure out. We'll tweet about it or something. See, look at that. The feeling of togetherness.
I know.
Joe DeRosa. I was mad at Joe
warm in
DeRosa
here.
for a period of time, too.
Over.
I banned him from the after show.
Nah, get out of here.
Because I felt like he wasn't respecting me.
He sounds so, like, nice and
But you know
warm
what? It's all good now.
and delicate.
In 2012, I've squashed beefs, as you would say, Who Kid,
I know.
with Joe DeRosa and with Guy Fieri. I've also started beefs with both those people in 2012. But I squashed them.
Yo, y'all make up like that, man. Y'all tongue each other and just come back on the radio.
No tonguing, man.
Well, kiss and make up. That's what we say in our world. Tongue.
That's like a hip hop thing?
Come on, man. You're ironically trained. Now you don't know the word tongue, man.
Cool. Okay, so I tongue all my guy friends.
Yeah, all right. Tongue them, man.
Cool.
I'll mark that.
All right, listen. So you remember, I'll be on Raw Dog New Year's Eve, but I'll tweet about that. Twitter at NotSam and NotSam.com. I'll post everything I'm doing over the week. But the big thing is that I'm live on Sunday on this channel, 4 p.m. Eastern, and the Raw Dog Show. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, I'm hosting the morning show live. And Who Kid? This is the big one. Today, I haven't plugged this yet. Michael Cole and JBL from WWE. You've met JBL before.
Yeah, I met JBL.
Michael Cole and JBL, they do a web show called the JBL and Cole Show. It's on YouTube, and it's on WWE.com.
You're on there.
Today.
Ooh, before 6?
Before 6. It's going to be posted like by noon, probably. I'll tweet the link and everything, too. But today, I will be on Michael Cole and JBL's web show. Like it's taped and everything. It's not a live thing, but I sent them a video that they're going to put on of me.
Gangster, son.
So I'll be on with Michael Cole and JBL.
Gangster.
Later today. That's on WWE.com and on YouTube. Make sure you're checking up on, all Not Sam everything, and I'll explain to you where I'm going to be this week, so tune in for that. But definitely watch the JBL and Michael Cole show. And
come through Saturday, man. I got a whole crew up here.
Saturday?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I got Wiz Khalifa. Swiss Beats.
Last time he was up here, man.
Snoop Dogg.
I got high just being on the floor with him.
For real?
He reeked of weed, and it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
If you want to die, I have Snoop Dogg and Wiz together.
Oh, my God. I can't wait to hear that. That'll be...
It's going to be a rap.
Tonguing, though, right?
A rap homo going down.
They're going to be tonguing.
Yeah, for Christmas.
Ebonics. That's going to be Shade 45. Listen, I've enjoyed the after show this year. We'll be back with more in 2013. I did lose 20% of my shows in 2012. But the shows have been really good. On Monday,
You
Tuesday,
lost on
Thursday,
Wednesday.
Friday.
That's cool, though, right? You only lost on
Yes.
Wednesday, right?
Yeah, well,
You're still the nigga, man.
Thank you, Kid.
Fuck
That's what
that
I need
shit.
to hear.
That's
I
it,
wish the
man.
guys down the hall would tell me that every now and
What
then.
everybody say, man.
Yeah.
Shoot bladder this year.
We'll see you next year.
Bye.
And later today and then all next week, too. Goodbye, everybody.
My finger was in my ass through the whole call.